As a kid, when you start out on your motorsport journey, you dream of being on top of the world. You want to reach the pinnacle and win a Grand Prix. You want to represent your country. You want to hear your national anthem as you're standing on the podium. So many of us have dedicated our lives to motorsport. We've tasted success all over the globe. But there is something so special about winning at home. And to win a Grand Prix is even better. Only 51 people can say this though.
I'm lucky enough to be a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
I'm a New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
And I'm a Grand Prix winner in New Zealand.
This weekend, another driver gets to join that list. To be the latest driver that gets to say, I'm a Grand Prix winner. And we can all say,
welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
what a setting we have. Central Otago in New Zealand's South Island.
Welcome to Highlands Motorsport Park.
This is the NAPA 70th
New Zealand Grand Prix.
live and local.
It is an unbelievable roll call and an unbelievable place to stage a milestone running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. The 70th running takes place in the beautiful Central Otago region. World-famous wines come from these parts. There are great places to enjoy the beauty, the adventure, mountain biking, and a whole lot more. And my colleagues for our coverage are regulars doing that. Kia ora, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. We are in the fourth of 4 straight weeks of competition, and this, Rihanna Crean and Andrew Waite, is a special one. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. What an incredible place that we are racing here this weekend. My first time at this circuit at Highlands, and I'm actually speechless. It takes your breath away just how beautiful the scenery is around here and how cool we get to race here this weekend.
I love that we touched on the history there in the open. I know you both were glued to that. There's been some great names, even beyond those we heard from just then, that have put their name on the title over the years.
Yeah, there surely has. It's a lot of great New Zealand names, but then obviously names from all over the world as well, and gone on to some pretty incredible things. Off to Formula One, we've seen obviously our own Liam Lawson do exactly that. He's one of many, and they just love coming to this place in particular, Highlands. You've seen on social media so much from so many of the drivers already this weekend saying this place is wild, this place is cool, what a place to be racing.
Congratulations to all of the team that are involved, Mitch and all of the crew that are involved in preparing the place. It is magnificent. They basically celebrated 10 years of Highlands only a couple of years ago, and it keeps getting better, the offering here, every time we come, not just for motorsport, we should say. Let's bounce through a couple of the headlines here. So James Wharton, for example, who was away doing some testing for F3 and missed last weekend, is back racing with us, which is good. And we also welcome back a former Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, Liam Skeets is back here this weekend, which is so awesome. He's just walking up and down the pit lane paddock and just has a big smile on his face that he's returning to this race meeting.
And what I'm finding interesting is just his improvement so far over the weekend. He's just getting better and better. Obviously missed that race that was rescheduled from Teretonga yesterday, which he was kicking himself. He so wanted to be out there, but certainly don't discount him. There's a reason he is New Zealand Grand Prix winner from the past, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be right up there contending for another Grand Prix win.
Off the back of that 2024 New Zealand GP win, he went and raced in the United States. He is a very polished sports person, and straight away he's been on the pace here. So looking forward to seeing what Liam Skeets can do across the weekend. Now, there is some breaking news, and it involves our 2-time World Rally champion. He couldn't take part in the Friday race. Will we see him today, Rihanna?
Yeah, it's so disappointing for Calais Rovampera. He was on the podium last time out at Teretonga, and he's unwell. He wasn't able to take part in any of the sessions yesterday, and we are hearing that he won't be taking part in the rest of the weekend. So it's just such a disappointment for him, for so many fans. He was really starting to come on strong at Teretonga in particular, so we wish him all the best. We hope he is feeling better and gets well soon. And look, let's maybe keep our fingers crossed and see that he might be able to come tomorrow and take part in some of the sessions, but for now we're saying that we're not going to see him on track.
And a big shout out to all of you watching on YouTube in Finland too. You've been great supporters of this during Calais' journey, so we're wishing him a speedy recovery. Andrew, he would have started out of grid position 3 yesterday. We rescheduled scheduled the race that we were to have in that rain-affected round at Teretonga last weekend. Friday night racing here at Highlands. It was awesome, wasn't it?
It was so good to see. And just to take a step back to Calais, his improvement over the championship that he did was so impressive. So he's got a bright future ahead of him in single-seater racing, and hopefully he can go all the way to the top. But back to the race yesterday, it felt like it was brewing. It was pretty wild at the start there, and it's been a great form guide for us as well. It was strange to go racing on a Friday night, but you know, Kelly Slater, he looked very quick at the end of that race, so it's a good way to build us into it. Ryan Wood got the fastest lap of the race, so that's a great setup for qualifying for him, and we know qualifying is so important. So interesting to see how that's going to all pan out this afternoon.
To your point on Freddie Slater, why don't we see the impact that has had in the championship race? Uga Chukwu, who's been so consistent right across our summer, remains at the top of the order, but Freddie in the back end of the series is looking strong. He was signed this week to the Audi Junior Driver Development Program as they get ready to make their debut in Formula One. Awesome performance from him yesterday.
He is coming on song at the right part of this championship. So strong at Teretonga, so strong yesterday, and racing with real aggression and real attack. And he knows that this championship is well and truly on. We've spoken about it all throughout the season, just how tight it is. Unfortunately, that mistake for Uga Chukwu last time out at Teretonga has put Freddie Slater right into this fight, and he is absolutely one to watch this weekend.
Whether you're watching on Fox or KO in Australia, live and local on Sky Sport here in New Zealand, the net result, you are in for a fantastic weekend of racing, that is assured. This series, off Arvid Lindblad winning last year, we saw Brock Feeney and Will Brown from Supercars come and compete. It has a very competitive lineup in the 2026 season. There are those who have come from the United States. There are some from Asia who are right in the championship hunt as well. Let's meet another of our star drivers in the 26 season.
My name is Kanato Lee. I'm from Japan, Tokyo. I started motorsport when I was 7. It was when my mom took me into just like a theme park place with a go-kart, and I think that's when I really enjoyed it, and that's when I started motorsport. One of my favorite things is the speed. Being able to drive at such a fast speed, it's such an incredible feeling. My biggest achievement was in 2021 when I won the European X30 Junior Championship. The reason I'm racing in New Zealand is because the level here is really nice. I think a lot of F1 drivers from the past and the present has raced here and have got some good results. And obviously, I think being able to race here with good competition is, I think, a really good start to the season. I really like doing triathlon, also skiing, and I started getting into bouldering recently. My motorsport idol is Daniel Ricciardo. I think he's such a nice guy. He's always happy and looks nice. My motorsport goal is to become the first Japanese F1 world champion.
We're officially in the end game now. Just 2 days remain in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy season as we build to the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. And what a part of the world to do it. Beautiful Cromwell, about 45 minutes through the gorge up from Queenstown. You find this remarkable motorsport playground which has just a little bit of everything, and the stakes could not be higher, with 18 points separating championship leader Ugo Ugachukwu and Freddie Slater, who won last night, separating them at the top of the standings. Beautiful conditions in sunny central Otago, and this is a great racetrack to be at as well. It's a smidge over 4 kilometres long as I welcome Andrew Waite to the commentary box, a professional driver at this venue. 14 turns, but so much to take in and so much to get right, but so much that can go wrong as well.
There certainly is, especially through that first sector, such a high-speed part of the track through turn 1, and then you're into turn 2, and then there's places like over the bridge as well. The S's through there that we're going to see track limit warnings come up throughout qualifying there as well, and you're airborne up over the top of the bridge, and then turn 14, nice big concrete wall on the outside there as well. So there is so many places to make time around here, but there's a lot of places to lose it as well.
The pole position's going to be somewhere in the 1 minute 28s or the high 1 minute 27s. And to get there, we've got 3 parts to get through. Qualifying 1 is 15 minutes. It will not only set the grid for race 1, but will then knock out the bottom 5 cars of the 19 that will now start the 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. There's a brief break, then we roll into qualifying 2. From that, the fastest 8 progress forward to qualifying 3. 12 minutes, flat out, who gets pole position for the Grand Prix itself. Last year, it was Brock Feeney in one of the surprises of the season. And the year before that, here at Highlands in 2024, it was Liam Skeets with a very fast 1 minute 27.72. He just edged out Callum Hedge to get pole for the Grand Prix that year. So that's the process. Qualifying 1 has 2 parts to play. It sets the grid for race 1 a little bit later on this afternoon, and will eliminate the bottom 5 cars as we roll towards parts 2 and 3 of qualifying. Once again, the international support for our drivers in CT Frot this summer has been exceptional, and wherever we go, there are Sri Lankan fans cheering on Yevon David. Spoke to him this morning. He is fired up. He said it was kind of strange racing last night because we haven't qualified yet. So we really don't know what the cars do on low fuel loads and on a brand new tyre in qualifying conditions. So despite the fact they've had 3 practices and a race, Andrew, this is still a little bit of unknown for everyone.
It really is an unknown. You know, we can use the form guide of Ryan Wood, who set the fastest lap in the race, but at the same time, as you're saying, Richard, they were on different fuel loads, different tyres, so the balance is going to be different to what they are going to be experiencing here for this qualifying. And that's Liam Skeets on screen. Obviously knows what it's like to be on pole position around here for a New Zealand Grand Prix. He'd be liking to do a copy-paste of that and do another one this year.
Yeah, great to have the 2024 Grand Prix winner back in the grid this weekend. 4 drivers have scored a pole position in qualifying trim in CT Frot so far. Ugachukwu twice, Jin Nakamura won, Ryan Wood won, and the surprise of the season was Jack Taylor doing the job at Topol for the feature race, jagging a pole position for the Giles Motorsport team. 6 different drivers have been on the front row though, and it has been phenomenally close. A 1/10 of a second in qualifying is a big margin in this championship this summer. So it is wide open, and just to reiterate that title calculations, so we can tell you where your favourite driver is sitting and who's in the game to win the big trophy at the end of the weekend. It's 18 points now. It's the smallest margin since the end of round 1 of the championship a month ago at Hampton Downs. And those 2 guys for M2 competition are fighting it out. Ugo Ugachukwu, who's been so good in quali this year, and young Freddie Slater, now signed as an Audi Formula 1 reserve driver. So there's a lot to take in, and we've got 13 minutes to go in qualifying 1 to set the first phase of our qualifying system this morning.
And just in terms of strategy for this qualifying as well, so you do have the option to be able to use a new set of tyres for each qualifying, but I don't think we'll see much of that. I think what we'll mainly see, especially for the guys at the front, they'll be having on a green set of tyres, brand new set for this qualifying, and then they'll take the risk, use those tyres for qualifying 2, and then for qualifying 3, that's where we'll see them put a new set of tyres on, because there's only a 7-minute break between qualifying 1 and 2. So it's not a lot of time, so there's going to be a lot of temperature in those tyres. You haven't let them cool off. They're not going through as much of a second heat cycle as such. So that's the way you do it. But if you're someone who's just struggling to scrape through, or you know you're only going to scrape through in qualifying 2, it might be worth the risk of putting a green set on for that second session.
And then you'd save that new set for quali 3 if you make it. If you don't make it, you've got the advantage of having banked a set of tyres, a good brand new set of tyres.
Exactly, it's a good way to go to be able to save those tyres. We can see some of the engineers from the teams there. They'll be...
I get the feeling on the left was Ugo's engineer and on the right was Freddie's. So I don't know if they were trading notes or a little bit of strategy for this or not. But they are running nose to tail, Slater in front, and that's purely on garage order here at Highlands. No representative lap times yet. We have seen, and this, to be fair, is the longest lap of the season. It's got the most corners of the season, so it should bring the tyre up quicker here than anywhere else, not to mention the beautiful conditions and the bright UV. But it's been a 3-lap process at least to get the tyre switched on and ready for that fast lap.
Yeah, and it's that phase-in process of the tyre is super crucial as well. The way you build it in is... you've got to sort of not stress the tyre too much too early. So lap 1, lap 2, you're just building it up nice and slowly, sort of 50% pace for the first lap, 70, 80, and then that next lap after that, the tyre nearly feels ready to go, but you've got to have that preservation to really let it come up for that next lap, and then you'll be on from there. And that's just through experience. There's a lot of these drivers that have raced these cars around the world for a while now, and that experience shines through. So it's so important to get that phase and cycle right on these tyres.
So let's follow Ugo around. He's the championship leader, car number 4, M2 competition, 18 years of age, from New York State and New York City in the United States. Just talk us around this lap and some of the challenges it presents.
So straight away down into these S's, super hard to get the car stopped because you're trying to turn and brake all at once, and it's such a hard thing to do because the car's not evenly loaded on the front tyre, so it's easy to lock. And then down into here, there's a lot of camber, so you can really release the brake early, carry a lot of speed in. But the important part from there is getting on the throttle as early as you possibly can, because then you're flat all the way down to the hairpin from here. And as you're coming down to the hairpin, right there, you can see the bumps in the road. Those little bumps can cause the car to lock and run wide. Then again, the exit's important too, because you've got that big long straight as you're lining up the bridge. A really cool spot up over the bridge, but you've got to be careful not to go over track limits. You can see the lines on the left and the right there. That's good for Ugochukwu there, and he's airborne up over the bridge. And then down to what is called Lakeside here. And then even this corner here, you can see on this shot, it completely drops away through there. So you've got to have the car lined up perfectly to brake nice and straight down there. As you see, more slowing up at this point. This is the lap. They know the tyres are nearly ready, so they want that space to be able to get going on the next one.
Already cars having lap times deleted for track limits at turn 10. So Cooper Shipman had his time deleted. It will be instantaneous too. If you breach track limits, there's no arguing. There's no discussion about it. Your lap time's gone. You have to go again. And if you're on the money lap right at the end of the session and you lose it, too bad.
Yeah, and that's a really, really hard thing to get right as well, as those track limits, because you want to be as fast as you possibly can through there. And the harder you got to turn through there, the more pace you lose. So it's just really, really important to be as close to those track limits as you can without going over them.
Starting to see some lap times now. Louis Sharp, 1:29.5. Ryan Wood goes second. Zach Schooler third. Evan David fourth, and Jin Nakamura fifth, who is on a better lap, the high-tech driver. On the bump at the moment is Nolan Eller. The bump is 14th position. Anywhere below that, you are knocked out of qualifying, progressing forward into qualifying number 2 and qualifying 3. Wobble for Ugo, trying to get the car stopped and missed the apex there at the hairpin. Cost him on the run out. Everyone on personal best laps though. So starting to see some performance now from these cars. Attacked that chicane, just had wheels over that white painted line and then launched the car up over the bridge. It's utterly spectacular. The cars get all 4 wheels off the ground. Jin Nakamura, a 29.0. goes quickest. Quickest time in practice yesterday in the low 28s. Quali record here is a 27.7, I should say, for Liam Skeets in 2024 it was.
Freddie Slater comes up to P1. Good lap by him. Didn't do a purple, just his fastest of each sector. So this is where the session is really starting to come alight. These lap times are dropping. You can see the attitude on the cars around the loop there, using all the aero available. A little bit of understeer through the middle, and then on those brakes again for Slater. Through the S's, a little bit of brake just in the middle there, help get the car rotated to get it on the exit.
Ugochukwu had his lap disallowed for that, so he's right now 19th and last of all the contenders. Still plenty of time. There's 10 minutes of red flag time built in across the qualifying session. So how they split that up, probably determined on the length of the red flag if one is caused. So Nakamura on a good lap. He's third, looking for a bit of a comeback story for Hi-Tech after a really challenging day, and he dropped from second to fourth in the championship. Freddie Slater pushing on. Purple in the first sector. His middle sector was a couple of tenths down on personal best. The middle sector is the longest. Nakamura goes quickest at a 1:28.7. Let's follow Freddie to the line, see if there's improvement here.
Oh, just got this car stopped there into the second last corner as he comes up towards this last corner here. It's just a slight lift off the throttle, then back into it again, running the car all the way out to the wall. Doesn't get any closer to that position. That's
2.
Down to 3 is Ugochukwu.
What a lap, Ugochukwu. 28.7 by 21 thousandths of a second, goes fastest. So had his previous lap deleted. That is a very good response from the championship leader. The top 5 cars covered by less than 1/10 of a second. Nakamura, Wood has jumped to third with a 28.81. Freddie Slater fourth and Louis Sharp next now in the top 5.
So what we'll start seeing now is a lot of these drivers, they'll have a cool-down lap, let the tyres cool off and have another crack at it. We've seen all season long that this actually works as well. Normally on a new tyre, you get your fastest lap and that's it. The tyre's done. You can't do it again. But not for Slater at the moment. He's just done his purple sector 1. He's having one more crack at it as he gets the car stopped down at the hairpin.
Yet to get a pole position this season is Freddie Slater. Actually, I tell a lie. He got pole for race number 4 at Teretonga last time out. So he has some one-lap pace. A couple of other front row starts to his credit over the course of the season. Middle sector again, he's giving away a little bit of time there every lap. Not personal best for him nor the session. Let's see what he can do to complete. Everyone just on that cool-down lap, that breather lap before pushing on again. What's this lap for Freddie Slater? No improvement. His final sector wasn't particularly great either. It was a 1:28.9. It's only a 10th and a half away from where he needed to be, but still does not get him off what would be the second row of the grid for race 1. So the full order at the end of qualifying 1 will set the grid for the first race of the weekend as Zach Schooler goes to third. 1:28.8. He's only 700ths away from provisional pole for race 1. And in the drop zone at the moment, looking to miss out to get through to qualifying 2 will be Cooper Shipman, Jack Taylor, Cardi Baptista, Trevor Latourette and Nolan Alla.
9/100ths of a second separate the top 6 cars. That is just how close this qualifying session is. And it's not a short lap either, it's a 1:28. So to be that close between each other, these guys are on the limit.
It must be so nice for Liam Skeets to come into this weekend not worrying about a championship. The only thing he's got sights on is that New Zealand Motor Cup, the New Zealand Grand Prix trophy with all those famous names, 69 famous names listed on it. He would love to put his name on there twice. Zero pressure, but go and win the Grand Prix. He's 7th at the moment. He'll make it through to qualifying 2, but he'd love to get towards the front for race 1 as well. Ugochukwu currently on pole position for race 1 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Nakamura has just done a PB and gone second at a 1:28.75. He's 200ths of a second behind the American.
3.5 minutes remaining in this session. As the lap times start coming down as Ugochukwu goes quicker again, not by much. I think that's about 2 1,000ths of a second quicker he went on that lap than his previous fastest lap. So to back that up, but Jin Nakamura, he's done the fastest first sector of anyone to this point, and a massive first sector, 2/10ths quicker, but then he's run it wide down at the carousel there, so he's gone wide. So he was on a purple sector, run wide.
Yeah, and he's got out there. Has he got out of this lap as well?
He'll be frustrated with that, knowing he'll be able to see the delta on his dash, seeing that he was faster than he's been on any other person.
Ryan Wood has matched Nakamura's session best sector 1 time in the first sector. So Ryan is pushing on. He's 3rd at the moment. Trevor Latorette's had another lap disqualified. Here is Ryan Wood out of that bank left-hander and down towards the final complex. He's backed out of it too. His first sector was awesome. Matched the best of the session so far. And once again, we've said it all throughout this summer that every time Ugachukwu is challenged, there's a response. There's a return of serve. Still 2 minutes to go in the session. There's still time to start one final push lap. As long as you're on that lap when the checkered flag drops, you've still got time. On the outside, looking in at the moment, Cooper Shipman, 15th, would be the first of the cars eliminated to go through to qualifying 2. Jack Taylor, Nolan Alla, Baptista and Latourette rounding out the 19. Ugachukwu quickest by 0.037 of a second.
If Ryan gets himself in a good enough position, he may have a chance for 2 more laps in this session. It's going to be tight for him.
Ernesto Rivera up a couple of spots into the top 8. Young Mexican at a 1:29.0. The Red Bull junior driver sporting that famous livery as Ryan Wood starts a push lap. Zach Schooler completes a warm-up lap with his personal best final sector, so you can tell he's starting to get things moving along. We're following Evan David, who jumps himself to 11th position and gets himself out of immediate danger from being eliminated from qualifying 1.
Oh, they're so fast through there for Yevon David. A little bit sideways through the left-hand side of the bus stop. Not a spot you want to be sideways through there.
Here's Zach Schooler, personal best first sector for the young Kiwi. It's been an up and down season. He's qualified 3rd so far. He's got a couple of race wins, but Taratonga Park was a very challenging weekend for the driver of car number 3. He found the wall early in the weekend as well and took the left rear corner out. MTech did an awesome job to get the car fixed in time for race number 3 of the last round as Jin Nakamura goes quickest. 1:28.70. He pulls 13 thousandths of a second over Ugachukwu. So the margins are absolutely tiny. And Ugachukwu went quicker, and then Nakamura again. They're trading fastest times. Extraordinary stuff at the top. And Nakamura's on another push lap. And he's just got across the line to start one more flyer. The checkered flag is about to fly. And Jin Nakamura looking for pole position for race 1. And to lock himself in, and Ugachukwu had that lap time deleted. That's why he dropped back to 2nd place.
Oh, so he did go quicker, did Ugachukwu there, and then lost it. But Jin Nakamura, but Freddie Slater's also just done the fastest first sector as well. As Jin Nakamura there, slight lock up into the hairpin. Let's see what sector 2 does. Not the fastest second sector. But Slater, oh, Ugo.
Oh, he's got damage. He's got a left front corner torn off the car. And this is enormous because it'll affect the qualifying for the New Zealand Grand Prix. If they cannot get that car repaired, he will sit out the next phase of qualifying and may well be eliminated. There's only 7 minutes between phases of qualifying. So M2 competition are going to have to deliver a miracle to get him back out. This could be a massive championship story, in particular for Freddie Slater. Only 6th at the moment. Ugo is a couple of positions further ahead as Nakamura goes quickest again with a 28.70 and pulls exactly a thousandth of a second. More margin, more safety zone.
What a buffer. Another thousandths of a second for him.
Oh, it's so good.
The only one still looking on a lap at the moment is Freddie Slater. Second sector wasn't quick enough, not enough to do the job.
He brushed the wall as well on the exit of the final kink coming towards the control line. Ugachukwu is going to be safe in 2nd position here, but that's not the big story from this qualifying session. So he'll start race 1 from the outside of the front row. Jin Nakamura will start it from pole position. He's 2nd of the season so far, but damage to the left front corner of the championship leader's car. And as a reminder, if he cannot get that back out for qualifying 2, he will start at the very back of the grid for what could be a season-defining 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix.
I'd say they'll be able to get it fixed in time, but the biggest problem there is the fact that it's going to not be perfectly wheel aligned, so the balance won't be quite correct for him.
In the meantime, congratulations to Jin Nakamura, who gets his second pole of the season and locks himself into qualifying 2 as well. So he'll start on pole for race 1, the high-tech driver looking for his first win of the season. Have a look at the margins. Ugochukwu and Sharp set identical lap times to 3 decimal places. Both of them exactly 0.014 away from pole. Ugo did the lap first. Zach Schooler 4th on the outside of the second row, then Ryan Wood 5th, not far off, less than a 1/10 of a second. Freddie Slater, Liam Skeets, James Wharton inside the top 10. Welcome back to James. Ernesto Rivera and Nolan Alla. Kanato Lee 11th, the second of the high-tech cars. And drivers knocked out of qualifying 1 for the Grand Prix. Phil McLaughlin in 15th, Cooper Shipman, Cardi Baptista, Jack Taylor and Trevor La Tourette. What a session, high drama here at Highlands for the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Rusty?
Richard, thank you. We're in the paddock area here, and there are all sorts of special guests for the 70th running of the Grand Prix. We are thrilled, delighted to have Masaya Kaji. Kaji-san is the Director of Global Motorsport for Toyota Gazoo Racing, from the success of Oliver Solberg at the Monte Carlo Rally all the way here to New Zealand. What brings you here? Welcome. It's fantastic to have you with us.
Yeah, this is my first visit here, New Zealand. And I felt, strong passion from all the people here. Yeah, so I'm very exciting. Yeah.
You work in that global capacity. How does New Zealand contribute to the global sort of TGR program and offering?
Yeah, I think City Front and the New Zealand Motorsport are a good step for the global motorsport. And we TGR would like to have a good talented driver for future activity in global Toyota motorsports. Yeah.
So you're here. Are you evaluating some things and looking at what we do while you're here?
Yes. I think every drivers, every engineers, mechanics, have a good potential here. I hope they will all contribute our activities for future. Yeah.
Would you like to give a message to some of the young drivers that we have in the paddock here in New Zealand? There are some very talented, very aspiring racers that would love to continue on that TGR pathway.
Yeah, I like to see good passion and good performance with good character from the all drivers. Actually, I already confirmed good talented driver here. Yeah, so please show your performance. Yeah, for us. Yeah, here.
It is terrific that you are with us. It just underscores the growth of this championship and things that are doing. Are there any future plans for TGR in this part of the world?
Yeah, I think this is a good step for global motorsports world championship like that. So I hope we can build up a strong ladder from here to global our activity with world championship here.
Kaji-san, we are honoured that you are here with us. Have a fantastic weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Rihanna?
There is high pressure right now in pit lane at M2 competition for Ugochukwu. It's a wishbone and a push rod that they are having to fix at the moment. Not a quick fix is what I've been told by the team. They are working feverishly down here. There's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people working on that front left corner at the moment. He is not going to start this session. Let's see if he can get out for the end of this session. But this is a huge, huge moment in this championship.
Thanks, Ree. Yeah, it is. It's a massive moment, and this is where motorsport becomes a team game more than any other time, when you're thrashing to get a car back on the racetrack. And that's the scene from the 6th drone cam. This is huge. This could be championship defining. He's qualified well for race 1, but the New Zealand Grand Prix could be the race where the championship's decided. So this is an enormous moment. M2 competition, hard at work. If any team can do it, it's the team that's won the last 7. But there's some pressure on here.
Yeah, I've got full faith they'll get the car back out, but as I said, whether or not that it's going to be set up correctly, because they're just banging those arms on and they'll just get them tight and send the car. But the problem there is when you're setting these cars up, you're looking for the ride heights are within millimetres. You 2 millimetre ride height change completely affects the way that these cars handle. So it's all well and good getting the car out there, but whether or not it's going to be able to extract enough time to be able to be up the front is going to be the interesting part.
Well, and pole position was decided by 13 thousandths of a second. So if your wheel alignment is 1% out, that's going to be more than that pole margin. And if your wheel alignment's even more out, it could be the difference between you getting inside the top 10 or not. So we start qualifying number 2. There's 10 minutes on the clock now. So a shorter time to get the next group of cars through. We are now solely focused on qualifying for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, the 70th running of this great event. And we're looking for the top 8 drivers to progress forward. So one way or another, there's going to be a few heavy hitters at real peril of not making it onto the first 4 rows of the grid for the Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon.
So good Chuku there. They've put green tyres on that car because they know that they just need to do anything they can to get that car out there, put their best foot forward to try and get into qualifying number 3, which will set the grid for the New Zealand Grand Prix.
I love the calmness from everyone down there. They've all got their job. They all know what they're doing. As we wait for Jin Nakamura, Ugo Chukwu, Kanato Lee, James Wharton back in the grid. Did not miss the session early. Did a nice job, but missed the last round at Taronga. Freddie Slater, watch for him. Championship implications. He needs to qualify well now that Ugo is under pressure. And Nolan Alla, who was the 14th car to make it through, they're struggling to get this car fired and trying to get it bump started in pit lane, the MTech competition team, and it works. So the young American can get it through and at least can have a go.
And just getting reports as well in terms of tyres. So this year compared to previous years, so the MTech cars have all gone on a brand new set for qualifying 2 as well. So they're looking to go green, green, green. So I highly doubt that they'll run a used set of tyres to set the grid for the New Zealand Grand Prix. So that's an interesting way that they've approached that. By the looks of it, there's more cars that have done the same thing. So the idea of running a new tyre in every single qualifying is you get to understand the tyre better every time you're out and how you can phase it in, which lap you're going to get the most pace out of it. So that's the approach they're taking.
Well, and working with Track Evolution as well, because we've had 19 cars running around, putting that rubber down on the racing line. So the track is only going to get better as this session progresses. And there should be, in theory, a couple of tenths of a second lap time gain between each phase of qualifying. The time to beat 1 minute 28.7. That's irrelevant. All the times from Quali 1 are scrubbed, and we start afresh with a new session. 6 minutes and 50 seconds now. So they need to get this car out of the lane with 2 minutes remaining so he can get time to get out there and then get across the line and at least get 1 lap to try and Hail Mary it into qualifying 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a big effort to be able to do that. He's going to be behind the 8 ball. At the moment, it's not too bad because really with this shorter session, they're not going to get as much of a chance to have a run with qualifying and then have a cool down and go again, Rusty.
This business is both heartbreaking at times and so jubilant. We just saw all that work to get Nolan Alla pushed down the lane and jump started, right? And there was a bit of joy when that happened, but a few rivals raised an eyebrow, and I believe in Motorsport New Zealand Race Control, they are looking at that in relation to potential outside assistance to get him going. So that is under investigation.
And good news, team, they have got Ugo Chukwu fired up. They've actually just taken the green tyres off his car and put used tyres on. So the good news is the car is fired. Looks like it is only seconds away from leading the lane.
Thanks, Reed. Interesting call to throw a used set. Be interesting to see what the balance of that car is like and if all those corners are pointing in the same direction now after that impact. What a job by M2 Competition. That is outstanding teamwork from this very, very successful racing car team. And the championship leader is back out. And that might end up being the difference between a title or not. And I know that sounds melodramatic, but it really isn't the case. Overtaking is going to be a massive challenge over the course of the Grand Prix. And if you qualify outside the top 10, getting towards the front is going to be enormously hard, irrespective of fast race car and driver or not. So that is a huge moment for M2 competition. In the meantime, let's focus on quali. Less than 5 minutes to go. No one set a representative lap time, but it feels like Ryan Wood might be the first one to do so. 19.2 in the first sector, 36.5 in the middle. Backs out of it to get some clear track position.
He was very, very close on track limits as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was over track limits. And just back on Ugochukwu as well, why they would have put those older tyres back on the car, they would have had heat because he's only got 5 minutes to get a run in now. So new tyres, he wouldn't be able to phase them in correctly and get a run in time.
Remember, we're looking for the top 8 cars to progress to the final phase of qualifying. Ryan Wood did have his lap time deleted. Well picked, Andrew Waite. So he knew immediately, he backed right out of that. It's such a fine line to get it right heading up to the bridge there at turn 10. Here's Freddie Slater. Still a 1 minute 31.3, the best lap, seconds to find. No one pressing on, but Slater's first sector was the best of the session so far.
As I was saying earlier, these guys are only going to have one shot at this. They're not going to have time to do the cool down and go again. So one shot. This is only a 10-minute qualifying. Session 1 was 15 minutes, so that extra 5 minutes allowed them to have that cool down, reset, and have another crack as Slater comes up towards the bridge, just within the track limits, up over the top and airborne over the bridge. He's done a purple sector 1, green sector 2. It's still a little while away from what we've seen, but it's still going to be a decent lap.
Well, it was 3/10 slower than Zach Schooler, whose middle sector was outstanding. 29.4 for Nakamura. His teammate Kanato Lee joins him at the top. James Wharton goes to third. Slater's 29.0 is still good enough to go quickest. Rivera to fourth. That's a fast lap time. Manson to sixth. It's changing so quickly. Swayer goes up. Schooler to fourth. His middle sector was enormous. His final not that great. Ryan Wood goes quickest. 28.9 for Ryan. Right to the top. I tell you who is on the drop zone, but it's irrelevant at the moment because it's changing so quickly. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. Ryan Wood on top, but Slater quicker. 3/10 quicker in the first sector.
So these tyres are just starting to come on now. This is the window. This is the opportunity for these guys to lay a lap down. They're going to have time for a couple more just yet as Ugochukwu there's back on the track and going. Slater, he's just done a purple sector 1 again, 18.8. And James Wharton as well. He's sitting down at 9th at the moment, was purple sector 2, but not for long. Freddie Slater has now done a purple sector 2 as well. He is on a flying lap.
Ugochukwu, 29.99, so it's a second off Ryan Wood's time, and he's only 10th at the moment. Zach Schooler is on the bubble, he's 8th. James Wharton is on the outside looking in. So the young Aussie needs a good lap. He sent an identical middle sector to Schooler this time by. Kanato Lee goes quickest again at a 28.9. Nakamura second. The high-tech cars look really quick today. Slater goes quickest with a 28.4. Fastest time of the day so far. So track evolution starting to play off. Seb Manson gets into the top 8. 7th position. Liam Skeets now on the bubble. Skeets is out because Slater is back to the top. Ryan Wood second. It's changing so quickly.
That is a huge margin by Slater compared to what we've seen so far. So big lap by him, but Skeets is now up into position number 3 and behind Ryan Wood.
I think the only driver safe at the moment is Freddie Slater to progress forward at a 28.4. The 0.2 of a second he's got to Ryan Wood, as you say, Andrew Waite, is a massive margin because there's only 0.3 of a second down to Rivera in 8th, who was on the bubble and potentially making it through to qualifying 3. Ugochukwu is 14th. Personal best first and second sector. What does this lap time do for the championship leader? Does it get him towards the top 8? It gets him 10th. He needs one more of those laps. This is the story now. Can Ugochukwu get himself forward into the top 8 and make it through to qualifying 3? Because right now he'll start the New Zealand Grand Prix from the 5th row of the grid.
And that's hard for Ugochukwu there as he goes into turn 2. That's obviously the damaged side of the car. He's got to trust it as he turns into there on the outside. A big concrete wall, so having that trust in your car to be able to do that is not an easy thing, and his first sector wasn't quick enough there.
The difference between making it to qualifying 3 or not is 0.003 of a second. Ernesto Rivera now is on the bubble and looking on the outside, getting in. James Wharton down to 10th. He's done. He's out. Seb Manson has just crossed the line. I think Manson got across with one more lap to go, but he's 9th. And he's done an identical time to Ernesto Rivera, Sebastian Manson. 1:29.07. Identical lap times, 8th and 9th, and that's the difference between making it through to quali 3 or not.
Ugochukwu's second sector was his best sector to this point. Is he going to be able to get through? This comes down towards the second to last corner. And again, the outside of the car, the damaged side, he's got to trust it. He's got to rely on it as he turns into the last corner. Is this lap going to be enough to get him into the top 8?
Yes, it is. P5, Ugochukwu. What a lap. Right at the death of quali, he squeaks his way into qualifying 3. Mighty performance by the championship leader and the M2 competition team. Here's Sebastian Manson. Must execute this lap. He's 10th at the moment. Zach Schooler is on the bubble, but he's on a decent lap and looking to improve. Freddie Slater's gone quick as Kanato Lee's 2nd. We're looking for who's 8th and 9th, and right now it's Schooler on the inside, Rivera on the out. Manson, can he improve? Can he get in? No, he cannot. Manson stays in 10th. And that will be the session because everyone has completed their lap. So Louis Sharp in the end ends up in 8th position and will transfer. Rivera missed out by 0.1 of a second, tiny margin. So many stories to unpick there, but eliminated at this point, Ernesto Rivera, Seb Manson, James Wharton, Nolan Alla, Yuampu Chue, and Yevon David in 14th position. Less than a second covering all 14. Freddie Slater quickest in qualifying 2. But the big story there is Ugochukwu on his final lap after the checkered flag dropped, squeaks his way through into qualifying 3 for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix.
That is super impressive to be able to turn that around, do what he's done on a track like this where it's such high commitment and high consequence. To come home in position number 6, gives himself a shot at qualifying on pole for the New Zealand Grand Prix.
So making it through to the final phase of qualifying, Freddie Slater, Kanato Lee, Zach Schooler, Ryan Wood, Liam Skeets and Ugochukwu, Jin Nakamura. So the high-tech team having a good weekend, and Louis Sharp squeaks his way in, eliminated Rivera and Manson, who set identical lap times, and James Wharton in 11th. Nolan Alla missed out, Yuampu Chue in 13th, and Yevon David 14th. That's where they will start the New Zealand Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon. What a session. What a recovery for the championship leader.
Look at him battling the car there on the exit of the second to last corner. And this is what the impressive part is. The way he's able to come to this last corner, you got to remember that front left corner 10 minutes ago was ripped out of the car, and for him to be able to come back and do that.
It's an enormous story. It's an enormous recovery from M2 competition. This car didn't get out of pit lane till it was less than 7 minutes remaining in a 10-minute session.
You just see the hesitation as he turned in there. He sort of turned in, had a couple of goes at it as he's just trusting that front end. And we're having a look at it now as well to see where it's set up and have some idea of what's going on, as we see just some different tyres going on Schooler's car there as well.
Let's go down and get some reaction. Rusty?
I've actually avoided going to the pit garages. I'm in the Toyota suite on level 1 of the control tower here, and I'm with Freddie Slater's dad. This is a real family affair. There are lots of mums and dads that are here supporting their family as they go racing. Do you get nervous in these moments? You have your own racing background though, don't you?
Oh, obviously I don't get nervous at all. I mean, you know, like a bit of a swan maybe, but yeah, I don't know where Fred gets his calm and coolness from. It's got to be Mum, right? I've got to give Mum a shout out. I know she's watching there at home. Gutted that she can't be here. I'm not the calm calm one at all. So yeah, if you could actually feel my insides right now, they're not as cool as the kids, that's for sure.
The pair of you and the group around Freddie, there's a very good group around him, have had a fantastic time touring New Zealand, haven't you?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I've been lucky enough to come here several times before. I love this wonderful country. I'm not just saying that. You know, we, the UK is a good country too, but we have a lot of people, a growing population. You come down here, you've got a sense of space. People are so friendly and calm. It's beautiful. There's so much to do, and really enjoyed it. Definitely, you know, there was kind of halfway through the trip, it's a bit like getting a bit of homesick. You know, it'd be nice to go and see the others. And now it's quite close to coming to an end. You know, I wish it was continuing. So.
He said to me during the week in an interview that along the way in his career, I mean, he's got a staggering amount of karting titles. He did some amazing things in Formula 4 in Italy and Freca last year, obviously. But he's often been the young fella against some older competition, and he's been benchmarked along the way. And ironically, Adrian, that has prepped him for this moment and for a big year ahead, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the old one compared to everyone now, you know. But yeah, no, for sure. It was, you know, he's been kind of led by Craig and the team that's around him, and just constantly pushing. Just, you know, the only way to, when we first got going in karting, there was, oh, his name escapes me for a second, come to me, Taylor Barnard. He was like super fast, and he was like, just go catch him. Just that's it. And everywhere he went, it's like, right, just throw him in at the deep end. And then I think he mentioned yesterday or in the podcast that he was, you know, in the States at like age 9, and you know, and then he was racing KZ. You know, you got guys with kids and moustaches and stuff like that. You know, and he was like, you know, I think probably 12, 13 at the time. So you just keep throwing them in. But the thing I think is really important to say, and you know, it's for me, I always say enjoy the journey, because for any reason that journey can change. You know, you can run out of interest, money, time, whatever it might be, and you know, all the way along. We encourage them if they want to do it. We support them if they want to do it. That's for all the children, but it's on them. You know, they're the ones who've got to dig deep. We never force them to do anything, you know, and so whilst we've directed him, it's down to him. Yeah, he's got to make it happen.
We are proud of all the competitors in this series and those that have come out of it to go on to great things. We've learnt during the week that he's a part of the Audi Junior Driver Development Program as they get ready to embark on Formula One. I know that's thrilling news for you. You're about to watch the final part of qualifying. Congratulations on that, and enjoy the rest of your time here in New Zealand.
Thanks for your time. Cheers. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great chat. I love the insight, and lots of the families have enjoyed this month-long odyssey up and down this incredible country. Don't forget to give us a follow at NextGen NZ Championship on all the social platforms. Lots of content being posted there. You can check out our documentary series of 8 parts that cover the history of the 70 years of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, which is great. And coming up a bit later today, we're going to have a very fun episode called Love Highlands. It's like Love Island, but it's here, and it is outstanding. Some of our drivers get in, no matter where you're watching around the world or even further beyond of that. These are the conditions thanks to Repco. 17 degrees. It always feels a whole lot warmer here, though, than that track temperature in the mid-20s, and that is the scene. It's a staggering racetrack, Andrew. Every time you walk down the back of the paddock, you go, how are we actually allowed to race here? This is remarkable.
It's incredible. It's just such a fantastic track. It's got a bit of everything. It's got fast flowing sections. It's got the high consequence parts of the track, which I know I've already touched on, but as a driver, you can do all the research you like coming here. You can watch all the onboard videos, walk around the track, but there is nothing like getting out there and driving it yourself. Rihanna.
Nolan, Ella, this championship, these cars are all brand new to you, and a whole nother qualifying to get your head around as well. How was it for you out there?
Yeah, well, the track's amazing. It's still amazing to be here in New Zealand. This is one of the craziest tracks I've ever driven, and I've raced all over the world, so it's beautiful here. But we had some drama leaving pit lane. The car wouldn't fire while we came back in between the sessions. Dash was dead, so we did an old-fashioned bump start, so shout out to the team for giving me the bobsled down the pit lane, and it finally worked 20 feet from pit out. I made sure it was in pit limiter and we were able to get at least 2 positions out of it. So,
how have you found this series as a whole? I know you've got the family on board with you as well, travelling around New Zealand, and now it's the final weekend. It's nearly all over. How have you found it?
It's amazing. You know, with the amount of track time we get, the quality of driver in this field, it's unbelievable. So I'm so thrilled we did it, and I know that anyone that comes here and does this is going to be better off for whatever they're going to do next. The tracks are amazing, the people are amazing, the weather's way better than Detroit. So, you know, I've just loved it.
We've loved having you a part of it. We wish you all the best for the rest of the weekend. Thanks, Nolan.
Thank you.
Indy Next driver from Detroit, as he touched on, and g'day to everyone watching in the United States, suffering through some pretty average weather across the board over there. P7 in the feature race at Hampton Downs at the start of the championship. Best finish for him so far this year. Arguably best on ground, potentially livery-wise, because it's hard to get a Martini livery wrong. Car looks sensational. You can see it sitting there right at the very end of the lane at pit entry. So 12 minutes are on the clock, and qualifying 3 begins to set the grid for the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. The most incredible trophy in New Zealand motorsport as well, with some of the most famous names in global sport having won it over the journey. And the 8 to battle it out, Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee, the 2 Japanese young stars from High-Tech, Liam Skeets and Freddie Slater, Ugo Ugachukwu, the championship leader, Zach Schooler, Louis Sharp and Ryan Wood. It's the top 7 in the championship and a former winner of the New Zealand Grand Prix. Rusty?
You know that this is all about tiny little details now, because it is so close in this session and in this class generally. Just an observation from an eagle-eyed and very good operator here in the pit lane. They believe they've taken a little bit of front and rear wing out of Ryan Wood's car, so they're looking for that car to be slipperier through the air and quicker.
It's called bravery that he has found. As time goes on, he's getting more and more confident with that car, and using that aero just helps you gain confidence. The car feels a bit nicer underneath you, and then over time you can just slowly pull that wing out, which doesn't push the car to the ground quite as hard, and it's on you as a driver to make up for that. It's obviously going to be quicker in a straight line, but you've got to hang on to it a bit more around the corners.
So this is it. We'll set the first 4 rows of the grid for the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. And what about these two? Still both looking for a race win this season. The High-Tech team has been such a great addition to the championship, though, with all their wealth of experience in all the developmental open wheel categories for so long and with so many championships. And we've loved having Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee as part of this championship. Is this the moment, right at the end of the season, where they can get the big W?
They are looking super fast in this session, especially Jin Nakamura as well. He was on that quick lap earlier and threw it away through the carousel, the bank's left-hander. It does feel like it's brewing, doesn't it, Rich? As these qualifying sessions go on, they've just been there all season. They've been so fast and consistent the whole way through, and that is why they're there in the championship. But I'm sure a Grand Prix win is just as important as a championship for these guys.
And then there's Louis Sharp and Ryan Wood, who have been fast throughout the weekend, and Ryan Wood was quick in practice yesterday. And in the race yesterday evening, when he got in clean air, he was rapid as well. Now, he's 5th of the 5 real outright championship contenders this season, 46 points off, which is now quite a big margin. So I wonder if the focus just shifts a little bit and that big trophy becomes the one that he aims for. So you heard them rolling the dice a little bit there. That sounds like, to me, a team just having a little bit of a swing and seeing what they can do in quali for the Grand Prix.
And we know what Ryan Wood's like. It doesn't matter what sort of discipline it is within motorsport, in a V8 or in a CT Frot car. It doesn't matter what he drives. He always seems to be able to extract a little bit of extra pace out of the car when it really counts. So I would not put it past him. But then at the same time, you look at Freddie Slater's lap. He was 2/10 quicker than the field in that last run. And these guys aren't holding anything back for this last qualifying. Qualifying 1, qualifying 2. Yes, they are building, but they are still hustling these cars.
According to our team in the lane, everyone on a brand new set of Pirelli tyres. So we'll go through that build progress. Only 8 cars on track, 4.1 or 2 kilometre layout. So there's time and space to get yourself into some clean air. Just talk us through that change, Andrew. Just explain it for those that might not understand the engineering 101 of a wings and slicks race car. What's taking wing out going to do?
It's basically stopping the car from being forced to the road as hard. So all the high speed areas of the track, it's more confidence inspiring the more wing you have. And then you sort of think, well, hang on, well, why don't we just run full wing everywhere if I'm going to be a more confident, faster driver? yes, that's correct. Yes, you're going to look faster through the corners, but then you get to the straight. It's obviously creating drag and slowing the car down in a straight line. So that's where that balance comes in. Do you add more wing to be quicker through the corners and sacrifice the straight line speed? And that's where, as these 3 sessions have been going on, Ryan's obviously getting more confident with that car, and you can slowly come out of that wing as you trust it more and as you start building that confidence.
An excellent explanation, and this is the brain power up and down the pit lane, trying to roll the dice based on driver feedback. That's a really good look at turn 10, by the way, and where everyone's being breached by track limits so far in the session, and it's in the 20s now, the number of drivers that have lost lap times across qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. Liam Skeet's Castrol livery car this weekend looks spectacular. 2024 New Zealand Grand Prix winner, looking to join a pretty elite group of drivers that have won 2 or more times in this race. 1 minute 29.3 is a decent benchmark on his first push lap. 28.7 was the quickest time in qualifying 1. 1 minute 28.4 was the quickest time in qualifying number 2. Will they go quicker in qualifying number 3? Chukwu, Nakamura, Lee, Schooler, Wood, Sharp and Slater. So there's a lot of Kiwi interest in the first couple of rows of this grid as well. Nakamura on a good lap, 18.8 in the first sector. That is representative. That is a good first sector time to get you somewhere in the mid 1 minute 28s at the end of the 4 kilometres around Highlands Motorsport Park.
So the thing to watch here as well is which way they're going to approach this qualifying session. Is Nakamura's time. That is seriously quick. That is the fastest second sector we've seen from anyone so far. So he was absolutely flying out the gate into it. But Nakamura,
this is his teammate Kanato Lee, who's just in behind, but it'll be Nakamura who gets to the line first. What's the lap time for the high-tech driver? Is this a benchmark? It's a 28.3. You bet it's a benchmark. It's the fastest time of the day so far. What a first flyer for Jin Nakamura. Kanato Lee did a 1 minute 28.6. Liam Skeet splits them and goes second, but still 0.3 of a second behind. Uga Chukwu fourth. Freddie Slater goes second, still 0.2 behind. That was a very good lap. The more everyone puts their first flyer in, Nakamura's first effort looks better and better.
Ryan Wood.
Back to 6th position, Schooler and Sharp next.
And Ryan Wood pops up into 2nd place as well, putting a good lap down, but he's still 0.2 away from what Jin Nakamura has done. That is a fast lap by him, and he's done a purple sector 1 as Nakamura, as he makes his way down, hard under brakes. Oh, just slightly locks an inside front tyre. It's so important to get the car off the exit of the hairpin there, and sector 2 is a 1/10 or 2/10 away from his quickest so far, so he'll be seeing that on his dash. He'll know he's not quite quick enough, so whether or not he thinks he's more on the tyre, or do you cool the car down and prep for one more crack at it the lap after?
He's still pushing. 19 years of age from Chiba in Japan. He was runner-up in the Japanese F4 Championship. He's been building into the Formula Regional stuff really well. 3 times a runner-up this season, desperate for that first win, and backs up his 28.3 with a 28.53, which would still be good enough to put him on pole position. So he's done 2 good laps, quick enough for pole. Ryan Wood is improving at the moment. Freddie Slater, his middle sector wasn't special, his first was decent. Uga Chukwu goes second with the purple final sector, quickest of anybody in the session. He's still 0.14 away from Jin Nakamura. Ryan Wood about to complete his lap, goes to second, Ryan Wood. They're edging ever closer to the high-tech driver who's still leading the way. The margin now a 10th.
So just over 3 minutes remaining in this session. Nakamura looks like he's on a cool down. He's done a 21 first sector, so he's opted to cool those tyres off. Same with Uga Chukwu. So they're all looking like the only one pushing on still is actually Ryan Wood. So this puts him in a position where if he isn't sort of halfway around the lap up on this delta, you might see him pull out as well and just cool the thing off, get the tyres back down in temperature and have one more crack.
That's what Kanato Lee is doing as well, because he set a personal best first and then has just walked the car around that middle sector. So we've seen that recovery work in all three phases of quali, haven't we? Just give the tyre a little breather and then go at it again towards the end. And there's still time at this point for 2 push laps if you need them.
And that's what's impressive about this Pirelli tyre. There are not a lot of tyres that you can do this. Let them cool off and have another crack and still find another peak. As Zach Schooler, he's just lit up the timing as well. He's on a purple sector 2, so he's 2 tenths away in sector 1, purple sector 2. This either way should bump him up the order. He comes around the second to last corner.
There's a couple of tenths down in the first sector, but his middle was very impressive. Right now he's only 4 tenths away from provisional pole position. What does this lap do for the Kiwi? It gets him onto the second row of the grid provisionally. P4, 1 minute 28.55.
So this is an awkward space for him as well now. He's not going to have time to do much of a cool down. He's only got about 30 seconds extra up his sleeve, so whether or not he stays up it, looks like he has pulled it on. He's slowed down here to have one more crack.
Yeah, he'll get through just at the end. He'll get one more lap if we need it. 1 minute and 36 seconds to go in qualifying for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Who will qualify on pole for this most famous of races? And it's going to be so vital to be on the front row of the grid for this race, even with push to pass, even with how wild the racing's been this season. Qualifying on the front row here is vital in CT front. So Kanato Lee starting to build up. There'll be one more push lap to come from just about everyone. Ugo Chukwu is third, the championship leader with the mother of all recoveries after taking a corner off the car. M2 competition got the car back together. He squeaked his way through into qualifying 3, and he will have an opportunity for fight for pole position. Final laps have started, 45 seconds on the clock, and we're following Kanato Lee, who is in 5th.
It's pretty slow to be looking to find a bit of time here. He is on a push lap this lap. Hasn't got any green or purple sectors. So whether or not it's going to be enough to bump him up the order. 28.8 for him. So he's got a bit of work to do. He'll be frustrated as well because he's been there. He's done a 28.4. It would have been good enough to have him in on the front row if it was a time from the previous session, but he's not quite able to match it. As Ugachukwu has done his best personal sector 1, so he's on a flyer as well. And then Nakamura and Ryan Wood have also, they're a 10th off their best sector 1 at the moment.
Yeah, Ugachukwu is still a couple of tenths away from pole position contention, but who knows what he can do in the middle sector. This is Liam Skeets. He's 7th at the moment, only 3 tenths of a second away. Kanato Lee and his teammate Jin Nakamura, the 2 silver high-tech cars, have been locked together all session long. They've been very evenly matched. Nakamura's on provisional pole. No improvement on this lap. The checkered flag is flying. This is it now. The lap you are on is the lap you are on. Will anyone beat Jin Nakamura?
Ryan Wood on this lap is only a 10th away as well. So as Nakamura comes up to the line.
So this is it, Kanato Lee first. He stays in 5th place. Nakamura next. Personal best final sector, 28.5. He's still on provisional pole. Liam Skeets is going to qualify 7th for this one. Could be beaten by Louis Sharp, who's on a good lap. Schooler next. He's 4th, stays there. Ugachukwu 3rd, stays there, 2nd row of the grid. Ryan Wood now the wild card. Oh, purple final sector, but doesn't quite get there. Across the line goes Louis Sharp, who bumps Liam Skeets to 8th position. But Jin Nakamura has dominated qualifying for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, and pole position is going to high-tech by 1/10 of a second. What a qualifying performance from this young Japanese driver who's been such an addition to Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. And Ryan Wood got it all together in the final sector, but ultimately fell a 1/10 of a second short. But the Kiwi will start the Grand Prix from the front row of the grid. And after a massive recovery, Ugo Ugachukwu will start 3rd. There was a time 25 minutes ago where it looked like he might miss out altogether. What a recovery, but Jin Nakamura has pole for the Grand Prix.
That's an impressive effort to be able to do that, and by a whole 1/10 of a second as well. It doesn't sound like a lot, but in this game, that is a decent margin as well. So for him to do that, what a lap by Jin Nakamura. And to back it up as well, that last lap, he was fast on that last lap too.
Well, the next 7 cars are covered by 0.18. So in the context of the session, it's a massive margin. What a job. What a session. Hi-Tech on pole, M-Tech next, M2 third. So there's a variety of teams in the top 3. But it's Jin Nakamura who has pole position here at Highlands. And well-deserved with a 1 minute 28.3. That was the benchmark. He said it early. It was his first push lap of the session. It was 2.5 tenths quicker than anybody at that point. It got whittled down and whittled down. They chipped away. But ultimately, he held on. And Jin Nakamura has pole.
Just seeing the way the qualifying unfolds around this track, it's fantastic to watch because there's just confidence is such a big thing around here. I know I keep saying it, but these drivers, when they first get out there, they do their first push lap and they think, yeah, that'll be a good lap. And then they look down and they're still a while away from what times they are down to in this qualifying session. So to watch that unfold and watch them get quicker and quicker. But either way, an impressive effort by Jin Nakamura. We've a good feeling for him to roll into Allied Petroleum victory lane with the #1 in front of him. That'll allow him to start on pole position for the New Zealand Grand Prix tomorrow afternoon.
Well, and he's in good shape for the weekend overall. Remember, looking for his first win of the season. And he'll go and celebrate with the boys and girls from Hi-Tech because that is a huge result for that team as well. He did that lap multiple times, didn't he? And ultimately, his second lap that he did was a 28.5. It probably wouldn't have got him pole in the end with that last lap from Ryan Wood, but he did a couple of laps that were enough for the top spot. He's down in Allied Petroleum victory lane. And both the Hi-Tech cars in that silver and red livery look in very, very strong shape. We'll hear from the 19-year-old in just a second to celebrate that pole position. The colour and flavour these kids have added to the championship has just been so welcoming. And we've really enjoyed it. Bright and colourful helmets and good stories to tell. So Jin Nakamura will start on pole position for the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Much more to come, but let's go down to Greg Rust in Allied Petroleum victory lane and here for the pole sitter for the New Zealand Grand Prix.
We're going to grab him. We're just going to swap things around if we can. We're going to grab our pole sitter here in Jin Nakamura. So, Jin, congratulations. What a session. That one must mean, you know, a lot.
Yeah, thanks so much. I got P1, so race 1 and race 3. So car was on the race. So yeah, big thanks for the team and PGR.
Did you enjoy that that format too, that knockout style formula? Gee, there's a lot of pressure, isn't there?
Yeah, I had so much pressure. So for all the qualifying, but yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
Jin, I know there'll be lots of people watching in Japan. To them and to everyone from Hi-Tech and to you, congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go, Jin Nakamura. Let's go to, yeah, well done. Thank you for putting your hands together. Second place, very proud Kiwi. Cool stuff for Ryan Wood, announced as the Rookie of the Year in this class yesterday. Did you enjoy that? How much stress was there and so on?
Yeah, that was really cool. You know, I do a similar style in supercars, but that felt pretty intense. So really happy. Q1, a bit gutted, stuffed it all up. So yeah, look, congrats to Jin and Hi-Tech. And yeah, good to see Ugo up here after it looks like he had a bit going on in that session. So no, all in all, happy.
Looked like you maybe took a bit of rear wing and front wing out of it for that final run. What was the car like when you did that?
Yeah, car was awesome. Rich just said to find my balls and hang on. So I did, and the car's been pretty good. So look, actually really gutted about race 1 because, you know, starting 5th, it's super hard to pass. So hopefully the boys in front get their elbows out and actually have a race, and then we can try and settle in there.
We love the personality. We love that you dug deep. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
There he is, Ryan Wood. And what a story for this man, the championship leader. Put your hands together, 3rd in that qualifying session. Uga Chukwu, welcome. You were tested all the way there. What was firstly, tell us about the incident and how you felt.
Yeah, on the last lap, I was starting to feel something a bit weird in the steering. And then all of a sudden, I pressed the brakes and the wheel flew off. So I thought that was the end of quali, end of the weekend, the end of the championship. But no, I can't thank the whole M2 team enough, all the mechanics, everyone who helped get the car back together. And yeah, get back out there. Can't thank them enough. Managed to get back out and put it P6 in Q2, which is good enough. And then yeah, P3 is really good for us. A good place to start for the Grand Prix.
Ugo, that's a big share that you've just given us, that you thought it might have been over from a championship perspective. Great recovery from you, mega work by the team. What did you do to reset, knowing that you still had a good shot at this for third?
Yeah, I mean, firstly in Q2, the goal was just getting back into the top 8, really, to get into the final shootout. And yeah, we had older tires on because yeah, we didn't have much time to get going, so we needed a warm tire. So it was a bit close to get in the top 8, but then once we were through, I knew I could just focus on my job in Q3 and get a good position for the race.
Great fight back, Ugo. Well done.
Thank you.
There you go. Let's get to the special presentation now. The check to be delivered by Josh Greenland, the CT Frot category manager. Pole position goes to Jin Nakamura from Japan for High Tech. To everyone who has gathered here in Victory Lane, how about a big round of applause? Show your appreciation. There'll be a photo opportunity with Ryan and Ugo as well, but there is your pole sitter.
Thanks, Rusty, down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. What a session. And Jin Nakamura on pole position for the Grand Prix. We move from one qualifying session that was flat out to another one that will be flat out. Summerset GT New Zealand is on track for their third round of the championship after a couple of compelling weekends of racing at Hampton Downs and last weekend at Tauratonga Park. We fight now to set the grid for round 3 of the championship. Great to have your company wherever you might be joining us around the world on YouTube, on Sky Sport New Zealand, Fox and KO in Australia. Andrew Waite, Richard Crowell with you in the commentary box, and delighted to say we've got some international appeal with us this weekend. My good mate from Radio Show Limited, the voice of the 24 Hours of Le Mans and GT racing around the world, John Hindhoff, has come among us at Highlands. Hello, mate. Welcome to this incredible part of the world and Summerset GT New Zealand.
This is brilliant, Krillsy. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks to everyone who's made this happen. First of all, never a chore to sit next to you to talk about any form of motor racing, and how good was that lad's qualifying session. But also my first, I have to say, I have to admit, I'm afraid, my first visit to New Zealand, and I'm very sorry that I've wasted 60 odd years of my life to get down here. It is just not good enough. It is just not good enough.
It's one way to come and sample some of the special wines in the area, and more importantly, Highlands Motorsport Park. What a fantastic facility it is here, isn't it?
It is just indescribably good. I'm normally pretty good with words. I've just been taking pictures everywhere and sending everyone I know back in the UK, back in the US, and hello to everybody in the US. Some still trying to get away from the Daytona 24 hours last weekend. I know there's 1 or 2 people as of yesterday were still sitting at various airports and around the world. But my goodness, if you are watching us now, bit of warmth, bit of great GT race, and what a card that we've got supporting the New Zealand Grand Prix this weekend, including this rather special baker's dozen of an entry list for the qualifying for the Summerset GT New Zealand Championship.
Well, and it's been a ripping championship so far, and the racing has been incredibly high quality. The battle of the Porsches versus the Mercedes AMG, driven by Joel Giddy. So Joel got pole at round 1. He won race 1 of the championship. There you are. Wave at the camera. Welcome to New Zealand. The best commentary box we've been to. It's a pretty spectacular outlook up here, and we must thank the team here at Highlands and Tony for getting us this outstanding position as we watch Luke Manson, who's been in great touch lately in Summerset GT New Zealand. Had a terrific weekend at Tauratonga Park last time out a week ago for IMS Racing, and he is currently looking to get pole position here. Was fast yesterday when it spoke to Nick Williamson at IMS this morning, and he said, yeah, Luke was on it yesterday. And the battle, I think, between he and Rick Armstrong this weekend are going to be very, very tight across the weekend. Here's a driver change. Now, we need to talk about GT4 because it has been spiced up this weekend. And this qualifying session is going to be a battle of the young guns. So jumping into Tony Quinn's Supra is his grandson Ryder. We've got Lockie Evanet, the young Aussie from TA2 and Formula Ford racing over there behind the wheel of the Toyota Supra he's sharing with Glenn Chappell. We're then going to have the fun of young William Exton as TQ. Young Willie Exton behind the wheel of the car he's sharing with Alan Sargent. And then 16-year-old Matthew Day, Andrew Waite, makes his debut in Summerset GT New Zealand this weekend. And this is a fun little shootout coming up here.
It surely is. We see how competitive the GT, the open category is, but let alone the GT4, it's going to be super, super competitive this weekend, especially with some young hotshots in the cars. There are some very fast young drivers, and Lachlan Evanet doing the job at the moment.
He was good down the road, wasn't he, at Teretonga last weekend? I bumped into Glenn and Alan this morning, and they said, yeah, we're just going to put our feet up and watch the youngsters go at it. And they're planned for the youngsters to do one of the two 30-minute races. All of them will be there at the same time. And then they'll obviously do the driver change in the 50-minute Enduro tomorrow, which is a warm-up act before the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. But it's cool, and I love the young talent in GT4 racing. And in monochrome GT4 Australia, which has exploded in the last 18 months, the young talent at the front of that with eyes on a GT career is just outstanding.
I kind of, and you've heard me say this before, Krelsey, I kind of don't understand why we don't see more GT4s all over the world, actually. I mean, I do and I don't. I just think it's a really great way to ease yourself in to what is now a career possibility going up the GT3, which could take you all the way to Le Mans, let's not forget Daytona, etc., etc. Top GT class at Le Mans. They are relatively cost-effective, nothing in motorsport cheap, but you are learning something all the time with the different way you set the cars up, with the fact that you've got slightly more sophisticated TC, traction control and ABS systems. But then you look as well at the Cup class cars here, which are all running TC. It's an option that was available for all Cup cars from the 992 type onwards, and we had that in Carrera Cup North America straight away. They ticked that box because they thought that young drivers coming through would need to learn those skills about how to rotate, how to turn the car into corners using those electronic systems. And I like the fact that we're seeing that come through, and indeed the new 992 Cup car, which is only just going to be called 992 Cup, everything from Super Cup down over will have the latest version of the TC.
And that's because it's just such a good system these days. The way it works and the way it operates is it helps drivers, but at the same time there's the argument which you hear over the years that, yeah, now they've got all these systems, they don't make as many mistakes. But the flip side of that is you see better racing, because with the ABS you can throw the car up the inside, get on the ABS, make the move happen. It's only going to improve the racing.
It makes things easier for people like me and Krillsy when once in a while we get asked, and before somebody's even got to the end of the sentence, would you like to yes. But it's always going to be the best drivers are going to get the less 2, 3, 4, 5% out of it.
Yeah, and the other reason as well is with these Cup cars, you've got they're quite a unique car today. As we see Schooler, he's in the lane at the moment, just getting a bit of a reset with that car. The session's long enough that it gives him a chance to come in the lane and have a bit of a reset, bleed some tyre pressures out, check with the drivers if they need anything else before they get back out there for the last lap in the session.
So Rick Armstrong quickest at the moment, 35.4, a 10th quicker than Regan Schooler, and then Nigel Cromie in third place. And I'm looking forward, we haven't told John the background of some of these drivers as well, particularly the one from Powerboats, which we'll come to in a minute. Nigel Cromie next, then Sam Fillmore is fourth, the Alliance Services car. Luke Manson in fifth, only at the moment 1.1 away from Rick Armstrong, then Andrew Child, James Parker. Joel Giddy spent some time in the lane as well and has just left in the big Mercedes AMG. The Porsche pack at Teretonga last week were relieved. There was a late race safety car in the 50-minute Enduro. Porsches were 1, 2 and 3. Joel Giddy on a comeback drive was fourth, and the field was all packed up. Now, because that Mercedes GT2 has 1 million horsepower, it was absolutely going
tuned to it.
Yeah, it's BOP to that. It was absolutely going to motor past them. Unfortunately, from a show point of view, the race ultimately didn't get a green flag and we finished under safety car. And all of the Porsche guys went, oh, thank goodness for that. We got away with one as we watched Matthew Day, who's down in 13th, in the Dale ITM Mercedes AMG GT4.
The joy of all of these GT races is the variety of what we get. And like or loathe, those three letters of O, P and B, I'll put them in a different order so that I don't get told off for talking about it in certain series, is that we simply wouldn't have the variety that we've got if it didn't exist. And it's fantastic to me to see that variety, to see cars where instinctively, a bit of a lot up there, go down into the long left-handed hairpin, far side of the track. You would not see these cars be able to compete, and philosophically, design-wise, they are better or worse at some circuits than others, and that's the joy. You've got to maximise the good points of the car and minimise your slight weaknesses.
And that's one of the great things about it, isn't it? It's just trying to understand the cars, the way they drive, and it gives us variety when they go racing to see what's going to be quicker. And even when we go back to Tirotonga at our last round, we see the GT2, as the drying conditions started happening, it was so much quicker, but then at different points when the rain started coming, the GT3 Cup cars were quicker, and that happens amongst the GT4s and also the open class as well. So it certainly spices things up for us.
Matt Day is having a hustle in the Dale ITM car. This young man who's been cutting his teeth in a whole variety of different cars. He's been running around in some GR86s in the Scholarship Series, the second tier Toyota Series. He's been driving the GT4 car, a little bit of CDEC, the South Island Endurance Trophy stuff as well. Further up the front, lap times are going to build now because the Cup cars have gone back out of the lane and are starting to set personal best sector times in the open class. James Parker, incidentally, has just gone 5th in the IRC GT at a 1 minute 36.5. And if you cast your mind back 12 months to this equivalent round, that car was very handy at Highlands Motorsport Park, the all-round nature of the IRC car. So it's got V8 grunt, but Cup car-like mid-corner speed, same tyre as well. So James drives it very well. It's cool to see Danny Studdard here, who's now the owner of IRC, just in the paddock. And it'd be nice to see a few more of those cars pop up in the paddock as we watch Nigel Cromie, who's currently 3rd, head down towards the bridge. You don't often, John, get to see a Cup car do that and jump.
The last time I saw honest-to-goodness racing cars in the air like this, and as we saw earlier with the single-seaters, was when I was doing Race of Champions. And you know, you've done that as well, Crailsy. A variety of things that we should not be seeing the underside of the Michelin tyres of. And it's speaking of tyres, as a rookie here, what's the tyre allocation and how do you use them?
So you get tyres obviously for qualifying, and then there's 2 other sets as well allocated over the weekend, so you can use them. Most of them save them for the big race, which is the 50-minute one tomorrow. Also, we can see Matt Day, he's struggling.
Second time he's done that.
With that car. They shouldn't be locking up like that with these cars, as we were talking about before, the ABS braking, they shouldn't be locking up. So obviously he's battling with some sort of issue at the moment.
The entry to that corner is extremely bumpy. But these systems are sophisticated enough to work with that and the slick Michelin tyre to be able to get him slowed down. Now, you can't ignore the laws of physics, though, can you? It's not going to allow you to poke old Isaac Newton in the eye and say, I'm not having that.
No, for sure. But and that just works so well that, yes, it does come on and off and stops the brakes from locking. But Matt's definitely having some sort of issue. I saw them playing with the brakes as well yesterday in that car. So
just got word through from the team, actually. It's got an ABS fault in the system there. So young Matt is struggling with that at the moment. Thanks to Deb Day for sending that through. Fairly close to the scenario, one would imagine. Hey, Regan Schooler is doing an outstanding job. He's P2 at the moment behind Rick Armstrong, the championship leader, 19 years of age from Wellington, this young guy. And he's been gradually chipping away with it with Action Motorsport in this Cup car, which is the car that Rick Armstrong won the championship in last year. So it's a car with proven performance in Summerset GT New Zealand, and Regan currently P2. Only a 1/10 of a second away, and a 1/10 quicker than the former powerboat racer, John, and that is correct, in Nigel Cromie.
Well, that's not the first time that I've had a powerboat racer to talk about. A guy called Don Shed many years ago. Brought a 14-litre V8 engine Corvette alike to Le Mans, believe it or not. Look it up. I am not making it up.
Joel Giddy goes to 4th. So that's important. The Mercedes AMG, and around goes the 999.
On the gravel.
It's not driving out of that gravel trap too.
That'll be the end of it, won't it?
That'll bring the session to an end for sure.
Oh, geez. Joel Giddy timed that lap to perfection, didn't he? Right at the very end to get himself onto the second row of the grid in the AMG.
So it's easy done on that corner there, because it's bumpy as you come off the exit. So as you're airborne over the bridge, cars bouncing off the limiter as it's airborne, and then it comes down to land. And as you start turning in, you're trying to release the brake to carry the speed in on the bumps. It can just get a bit too much. And then obviously the engine in the rear of this car, a bit too fast, and around it goes.
Matt did actually improve just before the red flag came out. And fair play to him, because if with that ABS fault, you do drive the cars on the ABS. It's not just a case of, oh, well, don't use the ABS. All right, what went wrong here? Oh.
So you could see just on those bumps, as he was turning in, the rear just came around just a little bit on him, and it was all too much. And it just exaggerates itself as well, because as you start realizing that the rear's going, the only thing you want to do is put more brake pressure on. But what that's doing is putting more load on the front, making the rear come around, and unfortunately ended up in the gravel for Regan Schooler.
A couple of stories out of this. Nigel Cromwell was on a very good lap, but pitted, having set purple in the middle sector. Joel Giddy right at the end goes to 4th, but Rick Armstrong will get pole position for the second round in a row in Summerset GT New Zealand. Sam Fillmore 5th. James Parker a little bit further back in 6th. The big story, I think, Luke Manson, who had just started a push lap, he's down in 7th place. He should be a contender this weekend. He's going to have to pass some cars to do so. The battle of the GT4s was great fun in the end. So it was Willie Exton who did the time in the 107 Supra to edge out the teammate car in the form of Lockie Everett by just 1/10 of a second. And then Ryder Quinn got Tony Quinn's Supra. So 1, 2, 3 for the Toyota product, up to 3rd place in GT4 at the end, with Matt Day and Grant Aitken in the Cayman rounding out the cars. So Rick Armstrong has pole position for Summerset GT New Zealand. Regan Schooler and Nigel Cromwell next. So much more action to come your way here at the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. It's a historic weekend, and we're telling the story of this incredible race and some of its remarkable history.
The first half of the 2000s saw Formula Ford as the chosen category for the New Zealand Grand Prix, with some famous Kiwis standing on the top step, and Fabian Coulthard, Johnny Reid and Kenny Smith.
Getting on to the 2004 Grand Prix win was, they rented it in Invercargill and Teretonga, and that was with Formula Ford, which was unusual. They went back that way, and we had a ball. We were competitive all weekend and front running, and won it by less than 1/10 of a second. To win 3 was great, because it's, you know, everybody wants to keep winning as many as they can, but to get up there with the big names that have won 3, Moss and Brabham, it's exciting.
Then the landscape changed with the arrival of the Toyota Summer Series, and again the global reach of the New Zealand Grand Prix was back.
The change to the Toyota Racing Series meant everything when Toyota came in and essentially rescued not only the Grand Prix, the New Zealand Summer Series, but to some extent also New Zealand Motor Racing, which was built around that series.
Andy Knight wins the 53rd New Zealand Grand Prix.
And without the Toyota Racing Series, without the drivers coming from overseas, again pitted against the best of New Zealand, one just has to wonder where New Zealand Motor Racing would be. So Toyota threw a lifeline, and they continue today to be a great supporter of New Zealand motorsport.
Again, young Kiwis were able to test themselves against drivers from all over the world, with some enjoying great success.
As Daniel Gorm on a drying track, working his way out of Dunlop for the final time. He will win the 54th running of the Toyota New Zealand Grand Prix. The team over the fence. Triple X's first ever win in the Toyota Racing Series, and it's the big one to win with the New Zealand Grand Prix title.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hiace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying her kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
This is what happens when sport and reality TV collide. Crazy challenges and competitive spirits. It's a little of Top Gear with the amazing race all rolled into one. Welcome to Love Highlands. Let's meet our three teams that will take in some of the best that this region has to offer. First up, four-time Bathurst winner Greg Murphy and rising Kiwi Supercars superstar Ryan Wood.
Congratulations, you are Team Adventure. Your day is going to be filled with some of the best adrenaline activities that the Central Otago Queenstown Lakes District has to offer. Because let's be honest, this is an adventure capital of the world.
Boom! Before we send you to your first task, I think we should introduce a shot of you falling out of an aeroplane in Taupo. Yeah. Do you remember that? No, you don't. We thought you'd like a little race to get your competitive juices flowing at Game Over Queenstown. Grab a helmet and hit the track.
Team 2 has a bit of an international flavour, more than 80 caps with the All Blacks. It's Justin Marshall and the man with the whole of Sri Lanka behind him this CT Frot season, Yevon David.
Team Luxury, how about that?
Nice.
Nice,
all right.
nice.
Cool.
Yevon, you've got a Queenstown local to enjoy your luxurious day with, but hey, let's not forget, you're both sportsmen, so before you start your race, why not have a little race to get warmed up at Game Over Queenstown?
It's time to go racing.
Look at that.
Let's do it.
Look forward to it.
Yeah, definitely.
Finally, this team should be a lot of fun. GT driver and proud owner of Highlands, Tony Quinn, and a very fast young Kiwi making waves in Europe, Louis Sharp.
You're a team world of difference. You are going to have a fantastic day, enjoying the best this incredible region has to offer. Your first stop is Cromwell's famous Sangus pies. Easy.
Nice.
Where you'll earn points by correctly identifying pies in a blind tasting.
All right.
Well, that's easy.
Yeah, I'm quite good at eating, I reckon.
Job done. We're going to go and jump in the car, but I've just this instant found out that Louis only had his driving license for 2 weeks, and he hasn't driven a stick car yet.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun. Come and join us. We're going to enjoy this. This is going to be good. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's in gear.
I hope you got that. Far out. We're going to win this challenge for sure.
Killed you already.
Well, yeah, seatbelt and everything else on. No, not so much rev.
Oh, I've almost killed you already.
Are we in the little tiny ones?
Yeah, I tried them.
Oh my God.
This looks so fun. Gonna go for that one.
Are we really going on one of those?
Oh my God, we actually are. We actually are.
How are we looking? Thank we're nearly clear, right? I'm clear on this side for the next couple of days. Beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? Hey.
Just about ready for a start here. Thought I'd draw your attention to something though. This is quite unique. What technique is this?
This is a non-flexible technique.
So you're using your hand?
The inability for the hip to go any further than where it is now.
Push!
I think this pie tasting thing will be quite easy.
Yeah, I
Do
think
you?
so. I don't know. Do you eat a lot of pies, Tony?
I'm a meat eater.
Yeah, all right.
So I think I can tell.
Should be good at it.
Pork,
Yeah.
beef, lamb.
We hope you enjoyed your race here at the magnificent Game Over Queenstown, which it was my first time here. So.
Yeah, first win.
Yeah, first win at a Game Over, so pretty happy with that. Your first task involves some high-speed action too.
Make your way to K-Jet, New Zealand's original jet boat ride that's been operating since 1958. I hope they're still not using 1958 boats. Down at Queenstown's waterfront.
You're going for a high-speed ride on Lake
Wakatipu.
And the
Kawerau.
and shot over rivers. You'll be carrying a cup of water each. The more you keep in the cup, the more points you score. Enjoy.
Age before beauty.
Yeah.
Well, this is nice.
We allowed to see what they are? They smell good.
Lads, I think there's a
The-
blindfold
who-
for a
Yeah.
bit of a reason.
Who got this and where did they get it from?
I think
That's what I want to know.
Take a stab in the dark at that.
Yeah.
Righto, lads. So what we have here is we've got 3 pies. So you've got to try each pie blindfolded.
Yep.
Once you've tried the pie, pull your blindfold up and then you can answer the questions.
All right. So, shall we see what we're doing for
Absolutely.
the next one? So, we hope you enjoyed your race here at the magnificent Game Over Queenstown. We know you both love your golf, but we bet you haven't golfed quite like your next experience. Head over to the Top Golf for a chopper ride to 4,500 feet to tee off the Southern Alps of New Zealand on this par 3 unique golf experience overlooking Queenstown.
Here we go.
4.
Here we go.
Oh my, that's unreal.
Now we're in my wheelhouse.
All right, let's do it.
Yep.
They're getting a helicopter.
I know, well, I thought being with Murph, I'd get all the cool stuff, but you should have been an All Black, Murph.
Far out. Righto, let's go. Righto, let's go, son.
K-Jet, bring it on. They used to call you pretty smooth, didn't they?
Is that what they used to call me?
Yeah. Smooth hands, Murph.
Smooth hands.
Sit away from me, because if we get loose and I accidentally spray you, I reckon there'll be a right hand that comes through. Oh, this is going to be easy to keep them full.
What are we getting so far? Are we liking it?
Pie.
First helicopter ride, Justin.
Oh, mate.
I bet you've done a lot.
Done a few around here. That's how you tend to get around in Queenstown.
Yeah.
By helicopter.
Yeah.
There's no way there's going to be anything left in this.
Drop! Oh, this is a bit different.
Whoa.
Hey?
What do you reckon? This has really thrown me off.
Do you think that's smoke?
I don't know. I've never smoked anything in my life, so I would never clue. I don't even know what that means. Did we really just eat sheep testicles?
I don't know, do you think?
And I liked it. I said it was good. Any traces of pig's lung?
What?
God, I hope not.
What have we been eating, mate? And I think I've eaten more than you. Far out.
I'm gonna write yes, but I hope again it's no.
Yes.
I've got my answers locked in.
Have
Although
you?
I'm really worried now after reading these
fucking
questions.
One thing I've just realised is we're here, hands are black and purple and blue, and Yvonne and Justin are playing golf.
Oh, what a shot! I can still see it.
There is
yeah,
a tee under it.
I see it. I've lost it now. What a shot.
There you go. Can't complain about that, mate.
I guess it could be worse.
Yeah.
I'm so afraid of rotating and just launching the club.
Leaving the club go.
Oh, Jacko tried his best, didn't he?
Yeah, look, he gave it a good nudge, but
he did.
When you're true professionals, you're true professionals.
It wasn't that difficult.
No, I'm gonna remember this forever. Yeah, I do. I remember it. Shouldn't it be harder to breathe up here?
It's better.
That was a hook. Yeah.
We've come to a decision.
Do you not have chairs that spin round and shit like
Who's
that?
the winner?
Sorry, mate. Really didn't put it on, did we? The winner is Tony Quinn.
Thank you.
By 10 points.
By 10 points?
By 10 points.
I've been
So,
smoked.
One, no, that's generally one question.
Oh,
yeah.
well done,
Oh,
Tony.
just one question?
Yeah, 10 points though.
Yeah.
So that's
Hey,
that's great.
great match.
Yes.
It was a lot of fun.
It was very fair.
It was.
Very fair.
Both
we were both
equally as
ignorant.
innocent. Yeah.
And because you've won, you get to keep your hat.
Very good.
Yeah.
And just in case
Keeping
people
it-
can't read it,
keeping it
it
deep
says
all day.
keep it deep, which none of us have any idea what that means, but I'm proud to wear it.
So we didn't eat sheep testicle
No,
or...
there were no mountain oysters.
All right.
There was no pig's lung, but there was cow's tongue.
Okay, let's see what we've got next.
All right.
Second task for Team 2. We hope you enjoyed your golfing experience. Time to sit back and relax as your helicopter takes you to Cromwell on an awesome scenic flight over the top. Awesome.
Nice.
There, your car will await you to take you to your next task at Radiance Ski and Day Spa. Just
okay.
ponder this, however. You'll have to wax each other.
Oh my God.
Hang on.
Wait, there's more.
Extra points for large areas.
Oh my God. Oh my
Or
God.
very small ones. Bikini line or eyebrows. See you there. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my.
Okay, this is out of my comfort zone now. man.
This will be so... Eyebrows. Did it say eyebrows? No,
And
eyebrows.
small
is-
areas as well. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I
Haven't
don't
got a
know.
clue.
Yeah,
Don't know what they are.
Yeah, don't want to know either, yeah.
Where to next?
I'm driving, by the way, just people. We've decided we've had a team debrief, and I'm going to drive to
It's
the
in
next
gear,
one.
be careful.
Oh, I've got to negotiate past there.
All right, what goes well with a pie, regardless of the filling? A drink, of course, and this region is world-renowned for its wine and also its beers. We're going to get you back on the blindfolds to do some more tasting at the Bray. Let's jump in.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this a NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
The first New Zealand Grand Prix was held in 1950 and was won by Kiwi John McMillan at the Oceania circuit near Palmerston North. Ardmore, just south of Auckland, then hosted the remaining races in the 1950s.
The Ohakia and Ardmore circuits were typical of what was happening mostly in England. The only good thing that came from the evil Adolf Hitler was the number of airfields that were created, so many more at the end of World War II than there had been at the start of World War II. As soon as the war was over, a lot of those airfields found a new life as circuits, the most famous being Silverstone, which is still being used today for the British Grand Prix, but others like Goodwood and Thruxton and Snetterton were all airfield circuits. And so it was only logical that when New Zealand was looking for somewhere to host a big race, no permanent circuits existed, airfields that were well and truly established in the UK as a place to hold motor races. And so Ohakia firstly, and then Ardmore became, and Wigram in the South Island became places that became part of New Zealand folklore and motor racing history.
Cars that race were always a source of intrigue, and back around 1946, Repco engineer Charlie Dean got his hands on an abandoned World War II Maybach armoured vehicle with a 6-cylinder engine and built it into a race car. The body was derived from an Air Force bomber fuel tank. The car went through many iterations and eventually, in the hands of Stan Jones, father of Aussie F1 star Alan Jones, he won the Grand Prix in 1954.
The 1950s were all about a combination of the best that came from overseas, which invariably were front-engined cars, Maserati 250F, Ferrari, Cooper Bristols, and they were up against what New Zealand could muster. And it was a category called Formula Libre. Libre, the French word for free, essentially being run what you brung. And nowhere else in the world would anyone have ever thought to put a 3.8 Jaguar engine into the front of a pre-war Bugatti. But that's what New Zealanders did, and that, in fact, was a very successful car. So the foreigners would arrive with their modern machinery. It would be weighed up against the New Zealanders, and often some of that foreign machinery stayed in New Zealand, and it became a good place in Australia and New Zealand to sell 1 or 2-year-old Grand Prix cars.
There was also actual Thai royalty, Prince Bira, an accomplished racer who reached Formula One. When he finally did hang up his helmet, he became a yachtsman, competing in 4 Olympic Games. Melbourne in 1956, Rome in 1960, Tokyo in 1964, and Munich in 1972, by which time he was 58. Motorsport royalty followed with Britain's Sir Stirling Moss and Aussie Sir Jack Brabham.
After racing in Australia for a few years, they suddenly came up with an international race at New Zealand, which was going to be the first international race we had the opportunity to race in. And so I entered and went to New Zealand the first year that they run there. And they gave me the opportunity to meet overseas drivers and overseas people. And that's how I come to get to the stage where I went overseas, because I got the learning part of it from going to Ardmore, and met the right people. I met the McLarens actually that first year, and Bruce was just a young kid at the time, but he'd done a little bit of driving and showed his form as well, that he was going to be a good driver. And then the following year, when he went out, Bruce won the championship in New Zealand. And with that, he got an invitation to go to England to race, and with his expenses paid to go over. And of course, I got in the job in Cooper's as number 2 to me. And Bruce, of course, never looked back. He had done very well.
The 1950s was predominantly about the stars in the form of names like Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss. In fact, the media very quickly attached the name the Holy Trinity to Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss and Bruce McLaren.
It's all over as they approach the finish line. Brabham and McLaren have driven a great race. Jack Brabham flashes past the flag. He set a new record, 1 hour, 40 minutes. McLaren finishes only 1 second behind.
They were the 3 drivers, the Trinity, who spearheaded the program every year. And I suspect if one of those wasn't coming, then that would have had an impact on the crowd numbers. But year after year, the New Zealand Grand Prix really featured those 3 and was built around those 3 drivers. So in Bruce McLaren, New Zealand not only had a top driver to cheer for, he was driving competitive machinery and went on very late in the 50s to become a Formula One driver in his own right.
The history of the New Zealand Grand Prix and some other history being made here with 2 V8 supercars here at Highlands Motorsport Park and some other beautiful machines as well. Some ex-Formula One cars and Formula Atlantic cars, Formula Holdens, and even some ex-Le Mans cars around the track. And that's Damon Leach behind the wheel of that car, and then Tony Quinn as well behind the wheel of the Tyrrell. Andrew Wade alongside Ronan Murphy in the commentary box. Ronan, that's pretty cool seeing, not only seeing, but hearing these beautiful machines out on car, isn't it? And Damon there, he's, I don't think he was meant to do that one, I would say.
You wouldn't want to put a mark on that car either. That was the first Formula One car that Michael Schumacher, 7-time world champion, ever scored points in. The Benetton B191 there from the 1991 Formula One World Championship season. But he looked like he got it going, so he might have been all right.
Might have been be a drive for you this afternoon then later on in that one if Damon's having to spin in it.
Yeah, I would certainly not say no to that. Anyone that's listening that's may be able to make that happen.
Coming up next, we have the Mazda Nexen Tyres Championship, the Super Series. It's a fantastic championship, this one. Callum Pratt starting out of the pole position. James Black starting out of position number 2. Stuart Lawton starting out of position number 3, the championship leader. Simon Baker starting out of position number 4. Alex Canty, who's sitting second in the championship, he starts out of position number 5. AJ Giddy's starting a bit further down than he would have liked. We saw how fast he was at the last round. Won every race at round 2 as well. So a bit of an up and down championship for him so far. And Steve Brown as well, sitting down there in position number 12. And Anthony Torque there, he's starting out of position 13. Stephen Spear, who's very, very instrumental in this series and building it up to what we see it is today. He's starting out of position number 14. Mac Burkett as well, he's starting out of position number 16. And Peter Farrell, he's out of position 18. And it just keeps on going with a big 22-car field. Wayne Talbot starting out of position number 19. Mark Denton as well, out of position number 20. As we see them come around and get ready to line up on the grid. It was a wet and wild round for these guys at Tiratonga at the last round, with cars spearing off everywhere in so many races. And it all came to fruition. And then we saw James Black. He was very quick as well at the last round. He's off the front row of the grid. But at the moment, it's Stu Lawton who leads this championship.
Last few cars taking their grid positions there towards the back of the field, and we're not too far away from seeing those red lights come on. It's going to be very interesting to see who can get the jump between Callum Pratt and James Black. James Black, obviously the pole sitter last time out at Tiratonga Park, so he's making this front row thing a bit of a consistent showing, Andrew.
Yeah, for sure. As a nervous wait happens, and you can see up above the lights are coming on. Once all 4 or 5 lights are extinguished, we are underway with race number 1 here at Highlands. Great start on the outside for James Black, but Callum Pratt, the second part of the start was a bit better, but it looks like James Black is going to be able to make it around the outside into turn 1, and they're nearly 3 wide a bit further back. But Sam Dashfield, is Lawton there, sideways through the bus stop, pulls it back together.
That was contact between the teammates there, Andrew. It looked like Stuart Lawton and Thomas Klimo, his young teammate, got into the back of him there. They managed to straighten up, but the front two just absolutely drove away. James Black and Callum Pratt, they were moonbeams faster off the line than everyone else. And we saw there as well, Sam Dashfield capitalised. He got a much better start than Baker and Lawton and managed to slide into third.
Side by side a bit further down the field between Anthony Torque there and Peter Farrell. Good driving by both of them to be able to hold side by side through those S's.
Sam Dashfield was coming under attack there from Simon Baker, going down into the carousel corner there as they come up over the back part of the circuit now. Canty's all over the back of Thomas Klimo. Stuart Lawton's managed to clear him. As they see there, he looks like he's going to the inside, trying to. AJ Giddy's not too far behind either. Klimo runs and gives him the outside line there, going down towards the hip, and they now put the power down in these little rotaries. Dylan Price there, he's just in ahead of AJ Giddy, coming up the back straight towards the bridge. Klimo and Canty are still arguing this one, but Canty's going to have to back out going into the bridge.
His track limits at its finest there, using them all up, but at the same time, they're racing fair and square. Especially this first lap, they are. As AJ Giddy has a look up the inside, they're going to go side by side. Dylan Price and AJ Giddy down into what is named reverse Indy. They are still side by side. Giddy still on the wrong side of the track. Is he going to be able to hold it side by side through the last corner? He'd be brave to be able to do that. Who's going to give way?
Giddy's got it done. What a pass round the outside at the last corner, and it looked like he was sort of humming and hawing whether he's going to make that move down the inside a couple of corners back, and then he actually ended up going to the grass a little bit, but there wasn't much contact, and he got up the inside. As we see there, Elton Wichman and Philip Clemis there going through turn 1 and 2. Clemis looks like he's missed a gear or something's happened there. He's got Steve Brown now all over the back of him.
I think he's got a bit out of sync into those S's, you know, into the bus stop. You know what it's like there, Ryan. If you're pushing too hard into there, it's so easy to get wider and wider through there. So managed to recover that nicely.
Easy to get a little bit rattled into there, especially if you miss a gear. As we see them coming into the S's now. Steve Brown, he's putting pressure all over the back of the 47 car. Coming now out of the S's under the bridge. So we see there AJ Giddy still ahead there of Dylan Price. Brian Walker's having a great race there, and behind him in the last position in the top 10. As we now see James Black, he's under huge pressure from Callum Pratt, who's trying to go around the outside. Sam Dashfield's watching which way to go once they argue this one out. Black's still to the inside there. Dashfield had a bit of a sniff at the back of Callum Pratt. Pratt's come off that corner very wide, and now he's got Sam Dashfield all over the back of him. Simon Baker and Stuart Lawton are trying to go with them.
Great racing between these guys. They come up towards the bridge. Another good passing opportunity is on the other side of the bridge as they get everyone up over the top. Not quite enough speed there for Callum Pratt. He's gone defensive on Sam Dashfield to cover his position.
As we come over towards reverse Indy now, into the dipper. James Black, he's still got the lead. Callum Pratt there in second. Dashfield's waiting for an opportunity to try and make a move on Pratt. Simon Baker there in fourth. They've actually displaced Stuart Lawton a little bit. The gap's opened up between Baker and Lawton. So we come onto the front straight to start the third lap of this 10-lap race. James Black and Callum Pratt, they've both started to stretch the legs a little bit on those cars and managed to pull a little bit of a gap on Dashfield in that last sector. Oh, Black! Big moment there coming into the bus stop. He ended up way out on the curb on the outside there. How he managed to hold on to that was a pretty stellar bit of car control there, Andrew.
While it doesn't look much from the camera here, that is a big moment there for James Black. As they're still side by side, Pratt on the outside. He's going to have the inside running for the right-hander. They go around the right, and they're still side by side through the next part on the gas. Look at Pratt, he's using all the road on exit, and that brings Sam Dashfield into the fight. Dashfield's going to make the move, but Pratt, it's a good corner. It's about to run 2x2 through here.
Awesome racing here from the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. What a great way to kick off the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. Coming up over the back circuit there, Sam Dashfield, he's now managed to sneak past Callum Pratt and take that second position. James Black's car is almost half a convertible. He's missing the rear windshield out of that car.
I was just looking at that, trying to work out if that was there or not, but obviously some previous damage to that car. Bit of extra air conditioning.
Yeah, he would be a nice breeze out the back of that car, but Dashfield is now taking that second spot away. Pratt's now under pressure from Simon Baker. They come up over now the bridge there. Oh, that'd be hard pressed, whether that's track limits or not. Coming down up over the bridge. So they're coming up now.
It's been frustrating for Pratt as well because he's been so fast, putting so much pressure on James Black this whole race, and then it's allowed Sam Dashfield to buy into this battle, and now he doesn't seem to have the same sort of pace as what James Black does, so this allows Black to get away just a little bit further. This one lap, that's the biggest gap that Black's had the whole race, is he's right up against the wall on the exit of the last corner. It doesn't get any closer than that.
And Sam Dashfield just set the fastest lap of the race, but now he's under pressure from Pratt. Pratt's had to back out of that. Dashfield still was slightly ahead going through the bus stop. Dashfield more committed going in. He's actually managed to open that gap up by a couple of car lengths, but James Black coming onto the front straight there, he was millimetres off that wall.
That's as tight as you can possibly get to that wall. James Black clearly pushing on, which has allowed him to open up that gap just a little bit more. Not for long though, as Dashfield seems to have found a bit more of a rhythm. Got his eyes out the front of the car to focus on the battle ahead. This is so easy, isn't it, Ronan, when you're looking behind, that you just let the car in front disappear in front of you.
Absolutely. We saw there Callum Pratt showed a bit of a nose there, trying to distract Sam Dashfield. Simon Baker's missed a gear. He's lost the spot there to his teammate, his championship leading teammate. So obviously not a great corner out of the carousel there for Baker. And their two teammates, they've lost a bit of time back to the back of the top three. So we see there Alexander Canny and AJ Giddy, they've moved up to 6th and 7th. They're starting to close in on this front pack as well. James Black, yes, there's definitely an issue there with Baker's car. He's now out of the running, out of the top 4. So we see there Callum Pratt, he's still putting pressure on Sam Dashfield. Coming up over the top there.
Track limits there for Lawton and Dashfield as well as they come up over the bridge. You've got to have at least one wheel on the white line as you go up over there. So race control will certainly be keeping an eye on that.
There's definitely a problem there with Simon Baker's car. He's maybe got a gearbox failure of some sort. There's a little bit of smoke coming out of it, and he seems to not be able to find a gear. So is he going to pull into the pits, or is he going to keep circulating? He's choosing to keep circulating. Whether he's going to be able to hold on to a top 5 or if he's going to lose those positions to Canty and Giddy, I think are going to depend on whether he still has gears left in the gearbox.
I'm wondering if he's lost a single gear out of the car, because at certain speeds there now, he looks like there's nothing wrong with the car, but then other parts of the track he looks very slow. So whether or not he's lost 2nd gear or 3rd gear, then he's going to skip past that one. So we'll keep an eye on that. As Callum Pratt again putting pressure all over the back of Sam Dashfield, who's covering his line. Not good passing opportunity into the S's here, but there is another good passing opportunity under the bridge into the carousel as we listen to these rotaries scream their way around Highlands.
We saw flames spitting out of the back of the 17 car of Dashfield, so he's pushing on hard, comes out of the carousel pretty quick, and he moves another couple of car lengths up the road on Callum Pratt. So it's interesting watching Dashfield and Pratt, Andrew, the differences in speed in different places. Pratt seems to be really strong in the first sector versus Dashfield, but he seems to lose a bit of time. And James Black's obviously made a mistake of some sort, because now Dashfield and Pratt, they're all over the back of him.
Yeah, and you look at that last lap as well. That last lap from Black was actually Black's quickest lap of the race, well, the fastest lap of the race. So whatever's going on, he's got some sort of issue. He's just allowed Sam Dashfield to go past him, so is Black.
Has he potentially got the same issue as Baker?
Whether he's just missed a gear or not, because now he seems a bit more racy again, trying to show his nose. So I wonder if he's got just missed a gear in that part of the circuit, but again now, looking a bit better.
I doubt a missing rear windshield's going to cost you that much speed. He had a pretty decent lead for a while there, and then Sam Dashfield going down the back straight just took it straight off him with ease. So something's obviously going on. Dashfield now comes across the line, first lap of the race that he's led. He's got James Black all back over the back of him now, going down towards the bus stop. Dashfield defends. They go nose to tail into the bus stop. Dashfield's good through there. He made a little bit of time. Callum Pratt's now threatening the back of James Black. So what's going to happen when we get back down to the S's? We come through, you can hear that Nexen Tyre on the absolute limit protesting. You can hear them squealing. Coming down towards the S's now. James Black, he last of the late breakers, gets right up behind Dashfield. So now come, they all get into the apex there. Dashfield back on the power, running out over the white line, under the bridge. Stuart Lawton's still in the game as well. He's actually managed to close in on the top three.
Listen to those Nexen tyres screaming as they go through the carousel. Lawton's starting to really bite into this battle. Remember, he is the championship leader. As again, did Black just go left to let Pratt through? So clearly nursing some sort of issue with that car.
He's definitely got a problem. That's where he lost all that time on the previous lap, and then he lost the lead coming onto the straight. So we'll keep a special eye on James Black coming onto the straight and see, because if Stuart Lawton manages to drive past him, then we know it's more, yeah, as we see there. So it's more than likely a gearbox issue of some sort, unfortunately for James Black, because he now seems to get going again. So maybe he's having to skip a gear, potentially lost a cog, fourth or fifth gear potentially in that car, unfortunately for him, but he may be able to hold on. Simon Baker's lost now. He's lost that fifth and sixth place to AJ Giddy and Alex Kanji. So those guys are they're a little way behind this group, but they may still be able to get to James Black before the end of this race.
Still, as they come around the line, there'll be 3 laps remaining after this lap. As Black there using all the road on entry into the last corner. You don't be any wider than that. Get a wheel caught on the outside. As he's carrying a bit of damage on the back of the car as well, but a rubbing is racing for him.
A few war scars on the back of that 23 car, the Magnum Turbo car. Coming up over the curbs there. Into the bus stop, double flame shooting out the back of it. That's pretty cool. AJ Giddy there, he's now set the fastest lap of the race. So AJ Giddy's the only car in the 1 minute 53s. As we see now the lead, the battle for the lead between Sam Dashfield and Callum Pratt. Again, as we reiterated a little bit earlier on, Callum Pratt is so good through the forest loop, and we come now onto the straight, under the bridge. But Dashfield's really strong here into the carousel. So different strengths and weaknesses between these guys.
Dashfield very, very good out of that corner. Launches a car length further ahead of Callum Pratt. See the different lines, the way that they approach this fast-flowing section of the track. And AJ getting in the background there as Dashfield covering his line. Probably didn't cover his line that much into there, which affects his exit. You can see he's a bit sideways on the exit there, which allows Pratt to close the gap up even more as they come up towards the bridge.
And that's the key to it, isn't it, Andrew? The more defensive you are, the slower you go, and the more susceptible you are to an attack from your opposition. So Dashfield, he's got the speed. He probably just needs to put his head down and focus on what's going on ahead of him, because he's got plenty of speed to burn. His fastest lap is faster than Callum Pratt's fastest lap. So he just needs to focus on the strengths in that car and try and drive away from Pratt. But Callum Pratt, he's got heaps of motivation right now to try and take that race win away from Dashfield. They're going to have 2 laps to go after they cross the start-finish line, just begin lap 8 of this 10-lap race. Stuart Lawton, he's actually, again, fallen off the back of these guys a little bit, so can he catch up and try and ruffle some feathers up in the top 2?
It just settles down from what we've seen earlier in this race as Pratt there brings up a little bit of dust. You can see the attitude on the cars as they go through the bus stop there.
Dashfield still leading from Callum Pratt. Stuart Lawton there in third. Big slide coming through the loop. Back down towards the S's now. Dashfield's now extended that margin and by an extra car length or so. Gets it turned. Gets a little bit wider than Pratt on the exit there, but he gets the power down as he comes under the bridge. So these top 3, they've really started to stretch away from the rest of the field. AJ Giddy there in 4th. He's having a solid race, but it's been a bit of a lonely one for him. The top 3 a little bit out of reach at this stage.
And this is good for Pratt's championship hopes as well. This will take him a little bit closer to Canty and Lawton here, if he can keep this up and stay in position number 2.
So we look a bit further back. James Black, he's still there in 5th place. Alex Canty there in 6th. Brian Walker in 7th, and Dylan Price rounding out the top 8. After that first lap contact with his teammate, Thomas Clemo, he's dropped back to 9th, and he hasn't really been able to move forward. He was a race winner last time out at Teretonga Park. So you see now Dashfield throws it into the bridge section. That probably was track limits there for Stuart Lawton. As we look a bit further back now, Alden Witchman, he's having a good battle with Philip Clemis, Steve Brown and Anthony Tork a little bit further back.
This battle feels like it's heating up quite a lot between these guys. Witchman, Clemis, Brown and Tork battling away with each other. This is for 10th position. As they come up towards the bridge again. It's so hard when you're following over here as in a road, and as you approach the bridge, seeing exactly where you need to be when you're behind another car. The track is unsighted, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And Simon Baker's actually managed to hold on to that 14th place, even with that issue that we suspect is a gearbox problem. We'll find out a bit more later on. But Dashfield now going back to the lead of the race, and AJ Giddy again has moved that fastest lap marker. He's now done a 1 minute 53.5. Pratt is so good off that exit of that corner there, and he's all over the back of Dashfield. Can he get it up the inside? No. Dashfield outbrakes him, gets up over the curb.
Such a hard corner to pass through there, isn't it, Ryder? Because it's sort of one line as you go down into their normal race line into a corner. You start on the outside and then take the apex a bit later, but that one, there's just sort of that one straight line all the way in. So out of all places to have speed, it's not the one you want it through there.
No, definitely not. It's obviously when you're fast in a corner, but there's no passing opportunity at the next corner, it becomes a bit of a catch-22, doesn't it, Andrew? It's just not, unfortunately, going to help you much. But if you can find a way to be a bit faster than the guy you're chasing, or the guy or girl you're chasing, at a corner where there's an opportunity to pass, that's always the key in the critical moments.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's about, you know, you think back to Teretonga last weekend, you got that one long straight with the passing opportunity, which is really their one and only passing opportunity. We see some dust in the background there. That might be the 181 car, Mark Denton possibly. It was Mark Denton. So Denton's had a problem of some sort, or he's ended up off the road. There's a lot of gravel coming out of that car, so that's going to ruffle some feathers on this lap when we begin this last lap, and hopefully the crews down there are on the radios letting the guys know, because certainly the last thing you want is to be leading the race and come across some slippery surface on the track that you weren't expecting. Yeah, especially through there as well. You don't want any slippery surface on the exit, as it's such a high load corner through there. As you're turning the car, you're relying on those outside tyres too much. It's the final lap of the race. Oh, it's Pratt super wide into the big long loop. You don't want to get any wider than that and get caught in the marbles, which you can see on the right hand side. All that rubber pickup gets thrown off the tyres, pushed to the outside, and again Pratt with all the speed and nothing you can do with it. Down into the S's, Sam Dashfield doing a fantastic job out in the lead as he's run wide at the S's. He's going to be able to get the car turned and back on the throttle. This opens up the door for Pratt.
He's going to have to defend going down to the carousel now, so he's just made a huge mistake that's going to give Pratt a sniff. If Callum Pratt can stay close enough up over the back part of the circuit, he may be able to try and make a move down towards the hairpin.
But again, Dashfield so good off that corner. But Pratt is in firing distance from here. Is he going to have a go up the inside, down at the hairpin? Thinks about it. Dashfield to the inside, covers off his position. But this will give Pratt the best possible run on the exit of the corner.
Dashfield slow off the corner there, off the hairpin. He went quite defensive when he probably didn't need to. But coming up the straight now, he's still got about a car length lead going into the bridge. Just be careful with track limits. He was good that lap. Comes up over the bridge. Callum Pratt's only going to have really one more opportunity to try and make a move. Dashfield again goes defensive. Stuart Lawton's lurking in the background there. He'll be looking to try and capitalise if something happens up ahead.
To come down, Brown, reverse Indy for the last time. Callum Pratt has put so much pressure on the back of Sam Dashfield. But Sam Dashfield has held that pressure off as he comes up towards the last corner for the last time. He will be relieved to see the checkered flag and takes out race number 1 here at Highlands.
Awesome drive there from Sam Dashfield, and he managed to hold on. He did all the right things in the last sector of the lap. It was a little bit scrappy in the first part, but he really held his composure there, held off a flying Callum Pratt there at the end.
Yeah, great job by him. And a bit further down the field, the battles still continue on. It's the 58 of Wayne Talbot there. He's got Andrew French all over the back of him. As they go around.
These two, they're still going at it as we see now coming across the line. Eldon Wickman and Philip Clemis.
That battle dissipated a bit from what we saw earlier on. There was a train of 4 of them, so obviously a bit to untangle between those guys.
Anthony Tork managed to clear Steve Brown, so Brown dropped back to 13th at the end there. As the rest of the field come across the line, and that battle between Andrew French and Wayne Talbot ends, but I'm sure it will resume going into the second race tomorrow morning.
What a fantastic race for the Nexen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series. It was a fantastic race to watch, with Sam Dashfield taking out the race when Callum Pratt coming home in second place. He was battling away super hard at the end of that one, and there was just all sorts going on in every corner throughout the race, wasn't there, Ronan?
Yeah, Stuart Lawton did a good job to finish third there, and now fast man AJ Giddy with the 1 minute 53.5, fastest lap of the race there in fourth. Alex Canty, our previous championship leader, there in fifth. Brian Walker did a great job to come home there in sixth. So great driving from everyone out there as we take a look at the highlights here for the first race of the weekend for the Nexen Mazda Racing Super Series.
So we have a look at the highlights of the race. It was a great start by James Black to go around the outside into the lead. And the battles continued a bit further down. Clemo there with Canty. And AJ Giddy got stuck in a bit early on. And got some moves done, went around the outside at the last corner. Not a move you see very often. So we see a few track limits getting applied here and there. That's when you're battling away, as Black was super lucky through the bus stop there not to end up over the curb. And Sam Dashfield got the move done up the inside, and how close is that for James Black around the last corner? Millimetres from the fence.
James Black, he didn't come home with a podium or a race win, but you can't say he wasn't committed and hanging on to it through the high commitment part of the circuit. Sam Dashfield, that was critical. That's where we thought he was going to throw it away, but he managed to gather back his composure up and keep Callum Pratt at bay. Callum Pratt so fast in the first sector, coming up over the bridge there. Just couldn't quite get it done. Dashfield placed his car exactly where he needed to on that last lap to hold on.
There's certainly a lot of pressure by Sam that was applied to Sam Dashfield, but there was no stopping him in the end. Callum Pratt coming home in second place. And Stu Lawton, that's good for his championship as well. Came into this weekend leading the championship and still will be. And also for Callum Pratt, that works out beautifully for him. And Alex Canty, he came home in fifth position as well. So the championship is still well and truly alive. And that'll be certainly a relief for Sam Dashfield to hold off that much pressure for that long to come home for the race win. And that's Tom Alexander. Congratulating him there. Tom Alexander, very very good driver coach who's done a lot of work with Sam to get him to, you know, where he is and help him with his driving. But yeah, hot work out there.
Absolutely, and great drive from Sam out there. He did a brilliant job. Let's shoot down to Rihanna down at the Allied Petroleum victory lane.
What a race. We love watching the Nexen Tyre Mazdas out there. Congratulations, Sam Dashfeld. Hell of pressure that you had to hold off towards the back end of that race. Tell me about it.
Oh man, I just can't thank everyone enough. Like, we were leading last week and then blew a gearbox to smithereens, and then my brother-in-law Jade and Gemma from Direct Drains freighted a brand new gearbox down from Auckland, and we got it in Thursday night. Didn't even think I was going to be racing, so to be able to repay everyone like that, man, that means the world.
Talk me through that last lap. You had him all over the back of you. It looked like for a second it might have come unstuck, but you held on.
Oh yeah, I threw a wheel in the gravel in the middle, and I thought I was done for, so I just covered. But me and Callum have raced together for so long. We were teammates last year. It's always clean. It's always great racing. So it was awesome racing out there.
Congratulations. We loved it. Enjoy the celebrations with your friends and family. Welcome to the podium, our second place winner, Callum Pratt. Congratulations, Callum. Pole position. Couldn't quite hold on for the victory at the end, but really awesome racing. We loved it.
Yeah, no, it was good fun. Sam drove a great race. I mean, this track's so difficult to make it move, and it just so difficult. But nah, car was fast. Thanks to Bruce and Dad for everything they do, and yeah, she's a fast car.
Talk us through the track, just the challenges that you guys are faced with out there.
Oh yeah, there's no track like it really. You don't get a break. You just up it the whole lap. It's pretty good.
We love it. Enjoy the celebrations with friends and family, and of course, rounding out the podium, Stuart Lawton. Stuart, congrats. You've got a big smile on your face. We love seeing you down here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. That championship's well and truly on.
It is, definitely. I just want to get in that top three as much as I can. Got a good crew around me. Simon Baker, ex-champ, so dialing the car in. Unfortunately, he might have had a slight little mechanical in that race. But good racing with the guys in front, pretty clean. Yeah, excited. I'd like to thank everyone that helps me.
You hung on to the end there. Just what can you give us some insights to the mechanical that you were facing out there?
I was okay. It was my teammate, so he dropped behind me. But a little bit of rear end sliding going on, so going to try and protect the tyres a bit more in the next race.
Well done. Congratulations, our top three for the first race of the Nexen Mazda Racing Series.
Thank you, Rihanna. And what a crowd we have starting to build here on a beautiful day in the Central Otago. Welcome, everybody, to Highlands, if you're watching the coverage right around the world. And for those that perhaps may be tuning in nearby, we would love to see you here trackside tomorrow. There are all sorts of great ways that you can take in Highlands Motorsport Park. It is a huge weekend in New Zealand sport. The 70th running of this great race on this side of the ditch, which has had an unbelievable roll call over the years. Andrew Wade, as we welcome you, we get set for Formula Atlantic here. Gee, there's been some very special winners from home and abroad over the long history of the New Zealand Grand Prix.
There certainly has. And it's great to continue that tradition of having that race, and obviously here at Highlands as well. It's certainly a beautiful venue for it. The drivers are just loving this venue. Great track to go racing at, and that's a good snapshot of how many nations are being part of this New Zealand Grand Prix this weekend. And the Sri Lankan flag there as well. We've had some amazing support from the Sri Lankans all up and down the country, from road tours from Auckland down to Taupo with them, as we see the Formula Atlantic Championship make their way out on to the track and get ready for their first race of the day. There's Jackson Evans, who took pole position for these guys. Greg Murphy alongside him as well. It's certainly a fun category to watch these cars out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a special weekend too, because we have something new on the offering as far as the incredible New Zealand Grand Prix package is concerned, if you will, the different categories. It's great that we have Formula Atlantic and Formula Racing here with us, and it is all part of something that will build, and that is the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy. We lost a very colourful character in both Australian and especially New Zealand motorsport in July last year in a cycling crash in Sydney, sadly. He was racing at the time and had been doing some great things with Brendan Leach in GT racing in Oz, and he of course raced the car that Jackson Evans is lining up in on pole position for this race at the historic GP at Taupo last year. So it's wonderful that Jackson has the chance to drive Tim's car, and what a start he's made by grabbing pole, as you detailed there a moment ago. Greg Murphy will start beside him, fittingly in a 51, that RT40 prepped by Gary Orton from Kiwi Motorsport. It is a beautiful bit of kit, been given a birthday in the lead up to the recent racing, both Taupo and here. Oliver Sench from 3, Michael Hay from 4. We've had a couple that unfortunately have bowed out earlier in the weekend. So you were actually meant to be racing, we should make that point. Deb Day and the Day family brought something special out of the garage, shall we say. It was actually at Barry Leach's place at the time, from the early days of TRS racing, but it's had a couple little glitches and unfortunately you're not out there.
Yeah, unfortunately a few too many little glitches which stopped us from getting out there, but thank you so much to Deb Day for doing her best, and Marty Day as well for trying all their hard work to get the car out there. They work super hard, and the team as well, but unfortunately with the radiator issue in the end, it stopped us from getting out there, and I was certainly looking forward to having a bit of fun out there, but that's all right. It's all good. I'm up here with you, Rusty, and well, next best thing is calling this race, and it'll be certainly a bit of fun. So what we'll see them do is we'll see them come across the start-finish line. They won't stop here. They'll continue straight past it, and they'll get to receive the about around the Aliens is where the it's not many racetracks you say that, is it, Greg Ross? We'll be seeing some Aliens, and that's where the safety car is going to be picking these guys up. They'll form up 2 by 2, and we'll be underway with the race very shortly.
I want to say good day to Tony Walk and Dave Sells as well. I think from Napa Auto Parts they had a special hot lap in our lunch break in some supercars. The Napa team have been really proactive around this event, haven't they, and all the sort of activations that we've been doing as well. Nicole, the branch manager from Napa Cromwell, is here. So awesome that that they're so passionate about seeing this event. We've detailed its rich history, but just seeing it thrive into, you know, the generations to come. And Formula Atlantic tips its hat to a wonderful period of racing from fundamentally the 70s, but especially the 80s and early 90s. These cars, 4-cylinder power plants, BDA and Toyota-based engines, screaming naturally aspirated 4-cylinders. There's Murph in the 51, Oliver Sench there. Oliver's actually not done a massive amount of racing on the South Island generally, and even in single-seater competition, it is still a relatively new thing for him. He's doing a ripping job.
He certainly is doing a fantastic job bringing that car home. In position number 3 for this one in qualifying. And as we see them now line up behind the Toyota Supra GR safety car. And it'll take off very shortly. They'll get up over the bridge. You can see the safety car lights are out, so that'll mean it'll accelerate away. And we'll get set ready for a race start very shortly.
Got some people watching on from Retro Mobile in Paris as well. So big hello to Tom Barker and the Motor World crew. Nice to have all of you watching on in Paris. So our global audience on YouTube's been tremendous. So small field, but packed with some good operators. Jackson Evans alongside Greg Murphy. Jackson wanting to win the race for Tim Miles. Working on the car down there is Andy McElroy as well. So the friends and family very much around this. Didn't take much arm twisting to get Murph involved as we get set to go with the Formula Atlantics all bunched up nicely. Should be able to get a start. Lights go out. The 4-cylinders make a lovely noise, a sweet sound as they pass us on the opening lap, and I think Sench has been able to get by Greg Murphy.
Great move by Oliver Sench there to get up into 2nd position. Now in behind Jackson Evans. It was a fantastic launch from him. Look at Oliver Sench. He's made a great job, done a great job through the big long loop. And now he's all over the back of Jackson Evans. Jackson Evans did a stellar time in qualifying, a 31.0 in that car. So very, very quick as Greg Murphy there, a little bit understeer through the middle of the S's. And Greg Murphy up the inside of Oliver Sench gets the move done into 2nd place.
That section of the track, Andrew, which is so beautifully cambered in a single-seater like this, must be a joy to drive.
It certainly is. When these guys get those tyres up to temp, they'll be full throttle all the way from the carousel down to the hairpin here.
This particular inclusion on our schedule for the weekend, Formula Atlantic, brought to you by EcoFlow. Great team who are passionate about this this series of racing, ecoflow.co.nz, and we are proud to have them on board. Here's Murph showing the nose a little bit. Now, Jackson Evans, we should point out, only has relatively limited single-seater experience. I think it's a Formula Ford in one race about 10 years ago. Beyond that, driving an H-pattern, driving something with far less in the way of driver aids compared to, say, the Ferrari that he was running recently, as Murph takes the lead through the final corner.
What a move by Greg Murphy there to take the lead through the last corner. Awesome racing by these guys.
But to wrap the point up on Jackson, he's been loving racing something that's a bit visceral, a bit old school. It's been a thrill to drive, he said. Sench is actually boxed in just nicely. He is playing a nice little waiting game in the Pope entry, and I think Michael Hay starting to close too. This might be a four-way fight. Let's get some news from the pit lane, and if I know him well, because he loves his single-seaters, he'll be frothing. Here's Richard Crail.
Rusty, with someone who also froths over open wheelers like this, Will Davison, who was actually in this field at Topor at the historic GP a couple of weeks ago. These are cool cars, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Krause. I've got itchy feet. I'm looking at the RT40 with Murph behind the wheel that I've still been thinking about the last week, how much fun I had in that at Topor a few weeks ago, and I'm in the polar opposite sort of machine today in the TA2, so it's been a great few weeks over here in New Zealand. Incredibly grateful to the NextGen team, Josie, Quinny, for having me and to be at this incredible circuit that I've never been to before. I'm just blown away by this place.
Now, you're not just walking around pit lane in your race suit, you are actually working today. So, TA2 car, how's it been? What's the experience been like?
Yeah, cool. Bit to take in. New track, new car, missed practice yesterday. So, a lot of learning this morning, that's for sure, in qualifying. But I had a blast. They move around a lot on the tyre, so you're very busy behind the wheel. But great. Like, I'm loving it. So, we've got a race coming up soon. So, I'm having a blast. No pressure, no stress, having fun, but I'm getting a little competitive.
So's Greg Murphy. We're watching it. We'll let you go and channel your inner Murph.
Him and Jackson carving it up in Timmy Miles's car, which is pretty special to see out there.
Hey, go well this afternoon.
Thanks, Krause. Cheers.
There's someone with an unbelievable family story when it comes to single-seater racing, I should say. His own, of course, in Europe. He got all the way to testing a Minardi Formula One car, and as he changes from a full-time capacity with Dick Johnson Racing and starts a wonderful new chapter with Grove. He's literally just jetted in from Phillip Island, where he's been testing the GT car. Came in late yesterday afternoon, got a couple of laps in the TA2 car, and he'll go racing very soon. That is coming up in the offering, incidentally, the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. We have Bridgestone GR86 and some GT racing as well for your Summerset GT before the first race of CT Front today.
Good move there by Greg Murphy again, up the inside of Jackson Evans to take the lead of the race. Oliver Sench just gone back a little bit. He's back into fourth place as well now. So he's battling away with Michael Hay, who's doing a great job. He's been doing a bit of racing in Formula 5000s and also in Formula Ford as well. So doing a great job up in third, but now just been passed by Sench.
I think it was a little scary moment for Michael yesterday too. Unfortunately, someone who is watching on from the sidelines is Barry Leach in quite a famous Gitan-livered car that he was going to run, Ligier colour scheme and so on. And yesterday, I mean, he's always so meticulous in his preparations, Barry. We think something's gone with a part that's gone wrong in the engine, so he is sidelined and out of this race, and Michael had to take sort of evasive action when that engine let go. So Barry's a spectator for this one. Murph leads the way from Jackson Evans. Oliver Sench third, then Michael Hay, who you're watching, and Brendan Hartley's dad, Brian, rounds out your top five as we go to Rihanna.
Rusty, you're loving this as much as everybody up and down pit lane, and a little bit of more history and a little bit more Davison history, who raced against Kenny Smith, you know, the last time out at Topor, but his grandfather, Lex Davison, who was just so well known in the open wheeler space in Australia, he actually raced in '65 against Kenny Smith. Richard, Will's dad, raced against Kenny Smith, and now Will has raced against Kenny Smith. And look, I don't want to say it, but Kenny said to me he's got another 20 or so years left in him. And so my young son Dash, who's 2, we might go 4 generations.
I love that. Kenny will be watching. Good afternoon to the great man. We hope you're enjoying the action of Grand Prix weekend. Murph having a little look in the rearview mirror here.
So cool to hear, isn't it? The 3 generations. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Kenny still at it another 20 years. He's just a hardcore racer and a fantastic guy to see up and down pit lane. And he's been so instrumental in so many
young drivers go up through the ranks and go on to some amazing things. So yeah, Kenny Smith, he's not only been so instrumental for other people's careers, but also for what he's done. He's won the Grand Prix multiple times, so a very talented driver, and I just love it every time Kenny gets behind the wheel.
Oliver Sench carries some nice speed through that final corner and slots in with the quickest lap of the race we have seen so far, incidentally, a 1 minute 35.494. So it's Murph from Oliver Sench. Jackson Evans holds down that third spot. Nice to pause and just listen to the sound. High revving 4-cylinder engines back down through the gearbox.
No, I was just about to say exactly the same thing. Oh no! Round Sench goes. I reckon he's missed a gear or something's gone wrong there. It was in the end Jackson Evans that got the back of him to create the spin, but something went wrong there first for Sench. Whether he's got it going again. But either way, that was certainly not on purpose there by Evans to get onto the back of him. Something's gone wrong there with Sench's car, so hopefully nothing too major for that car, but could have been far worse.
Dylan Fay from the Sunshine Coast, and I think that's of Australia, I should say, and he gets by Brian Hartley. That's for position up into 5th. That car, the 81, it's got on its side, it's like something I guess you'd see from a you know, a roll call of drivers in its history. Among them, Vern Schuppen to race that car, the 81, at the Macau Grand Prix. So back we go. Let's have a look and see if there's any damage to Jackson Evans' front wing here too.
There, so you can just see that Sench's car lost power or missed a gear or something wasn't right. And then obviously at that point, Jackson's not expecting them to slow down. So Jackson nowhere to go but into the back of him.
He may have, I mean, maybe it looks like it's okay, maybe a little bit bent, but it looks okay there. He seems to have gotten away with that.
Yeah, got away lightly, so it was nose into gearbox. That's the best possible outcome for that one. As Michael Hay now buys himself into this battle. Michael Hay doing a fantastic job behind the wheel of that car, battling away with Jackson Evans and Greg Murphy's. Not a bad day at the office.
Jackson gets by Murph now. Hayes closed up on the back of them in the Martini livery, and we've got a safety car, and that is because Sench has got an issue with that car. So I wonder if that's compounded. Whatever unfolded before there, where it suddenly slowed up mid-corner. Jackson had nowhere to go. Maybe there is more to that story with the 93. Shame for Oliver Sench as we get another update from the lane. Here's Richard.
Rusty, I was actually just trying to find Ollie's dad, Carl, who's been quite involved in the promotion and building of this historic Formula Atlantic category, and he's actually promoting it and sponsoring it through his business EcoFlow this weekend, but predictably I've been unable to track him down in pit lane at the moment for everything that's been going on. The other point I just wanted to raise, watching Greg Murphy behind the wheel of a Wings and Slicks open wheeler is one of the more evocative things you can, because of the Murphy lean, where he tips the helmet into the corner more than any other driver you will see.
The head tilt.
The head tilt, it is ridiculous. It's very cool to see, but in the official Repco NextGen NZ podcast earlier this week, Murph and I recorded a preview of the New Zealand Grand Prix, and he said it was this era of car that Murph grew up watching. On the banks at Manfield, not that far away from where he grew up in Hawke's Bay, he said these were the cars that drew him to the New Zealand Grand Prix and drew him to open wheel racing. He won the Grand Prix in Formula Holden, the category that replaced this as the peak formula in this part of the world. But it was the Atlantics and the Pacifics that hooked Greg Murphy on the sport of open wheel racing in particular. So it's very cool to see him out there in that beautiful Rolt, having a bit of a dip and a really good battle with Jackson Evans.
Well done, Rich. Great bit of history. Is there a problem with the engine cowling or cover on that car? Let's keep a little eye on that with Murph. Now, just while Andrew is watching that, we've been in touch with our TV director, Tyler, and he said, can we show the head tilt? Here you go. On cue.
It's right there. Look at that, the way he's leaning into the corner. So at that point, it's obviously just a natural thing that he does. So he's looking right down at the apex. And different drivers do it in different ways, but that's a classic Murph way with the head tilt, with his way he's looking down to that apex. And even more so in a car like this, you've got better vision down at the apex. So whether it's exaggerating a bit more, either way, so cool to see Greg Murphy out there and really enjoying these cars.
Among the stirrers that like to point out about the Murph head tilt is the 6-time Bathurst winner, Garth Tander. So Garth, if you're watching, There's a free kick for you, my friend. You love giving Murph a bit of a tune-up about that. And it's a trait that he's had pretty much through all of his career. So it's cool that all these years on, he's still doing it in some way. We're under safety car here at Highlands Motorsport Park, all as a part of our coverage of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, the 70th running. It is the final weekend for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Qualifying for the GP was held earlier this morning, and it was an absolute nail-biter too. Good stories coming out of it. Jin Nakamura will start from pole for the 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. Great pole position, really cool yard.
Yeah, very, very cool. He's been there all championship long, so to be on pole position for the big one, the New Zealand Grand Prix, is certainly fantastic, and he's been near on faultless this whole championship and just so consistent. So there's any chance of him being able to take this New Zealand Grand Prix out tomorrow afternoon, as we're getting word from race control that the safety car lights are out. The Toyota Supra GR takes off in the distance. Jackson Evans will lead the field up over the bridge, and they will also receive the last lap board this time as they go by.
One lap dash. So who is going to do this? Could Jackson do it? That would be a really cool story for Jackson Evans in Tim Miles's car. I think Tim's wife Tracy is here with us, possibly. I haven't seen his daughters yet, Kaylee and Erin, but no doubt they are too. So we're all set to unleash the Formula Atlantics again here at Highlands. Bunched up nice and close. Michael Hayes right under the rear wing of Greg Murphy's car as Murph has a little look in the rearview mirror. Evans controls them. Lights go out, green flag waves, and we're off. Good jump by Brian Hartley in the background as he tries to get around Dylan Fay and recover that position, but the 81's got that covered. Meantime, Evans holds the lead.
Good restart there by Evans, pulling a little bit of a gap straight away. Let's go around the turn number 2 for the last time in this race. These cars use the downforce through the floor of the car to be able to stick to the road. It's like a vacuum pushing the car down. It's just the way they hang on is you just never quite feel like you're going fast enough as you're going through the corners.
Some of them that we were talking to yesterday that are relative newcomers to the class, that takes a little bit of getting used to that, trusting it, using it. The speed is your friend, isn't it? You want that aero to work effectively for you.
Yeah, it certainly does take a while to build up to that, especially around here at Highlands. Just want to take your time. And Jackson Evans again over the bumps into the hairpin, still leading this race. Greg Murphy all over the back of him.
Car that Evans is racing has got some great heritage too. Fans will fondly remember Jos Verstappen, Max's dad, racing this car, and then in the background there Murphy. So only a couple of corners remain. Great first outing for the Formula Atlantics here. Two guys with current and former supercars history, if you will, going to run it to the line, but Jackson Evans in Tim Miles' car is going to win the first race here of Formula Atlantic. Checkered flag waves. Well done, Michael Hay, third in behind Greg Murphy.
What a fitting way for that car to take out race number 1 here with Jackson Evans behind the wheel. Jackson Evans has done a bit of racing here with Tim Miles as well in the Audi R8 GT3, so that'll mean a great deal to Jackson to be able to take that race win. And he's obviously got the Memorial race on Sunday afternoon, but what a way to start the weekend for Jackson Evans.
Good stuff. Wins in the end by just 0.3 of a second. Little safety car period to mix things up. Michael Hay gets home in third place. Dylan Fay from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, who's been back home since Taupo and had the car shipped down here to continue the journey, has returned and finished in 4th. Highlights of the first one of the weekend for you in Formula Atlantic. Jackson Evans in the late Tim Miles car got the jump after an excellent effort in qualifying with pole position, but it was Oliver Sench that slotted into second place ahead of Greg Murphy on that first lap. Murph didn't take all that long to get that RT40 dialed in and was up into second place pretty quickly with the head tilt happening as he's coming through the final turn there. Jackson regained that position from Murphy, but it was the kind of tussle, squabble that we saw a few times throughout the race. Then this, something clearly going wrong for Oliver Sench's car. We're not sure why it slowed up mid-corner. It would ultimately stop on the racetrack, and fortunately for Jackson Evans, he had nowhere to go, obviously, but there was no damage or real significant damage to the front wing of his car. Back in the field, Michael Hay hoping to hold on to that third place after a safety car period. Jackson Evans grabbed the win, the first win of the weekend in Formula Atlantic from Murphy and Hay. So as they head back into victory lane here, we've got a huge afternoon of racing coming your way. We should say too, a little belated congratulations to Jackson and Clara as well. Mr. and Mrs. Evans tied the knot on the 8th of January in the hinterland on the Gold Coast there too. So a little win to start 2026 in a car racing sense, and a very special start to the year in a personal sense. Well done, mate.
Yeah, it certainly is a great way to start his year, and he's obviously got some racing coming up for the GT racing in Australia, the Fanatec Series. He'll be racing that one. And listen to him, giving the car a bit of a rev up as he brings it up to position number 1.
He was quite emotional at Sandown last year, shortly after the wonderful service and ceremony following Tim's passing. We, as a part of the GT racing there at Sandown, had a special tribute to him. This will mean a lot. The families, the Evans, the Miles family, and the McElroy family for that matter as well. There are more in that very tight-knit group, but it'll mean a lot to Jackson to do that. That's the first of several Formula Atlantic races we'll be bringing you across the weekend. And all, as you can see across his shoulder, look at that beautiful tribute to Tim Miles for the Memorial Trophy, proudly hanging here at the back of the control tower at Highlands.
Hayden Morris here, chatting away to him, another good friend of Tim Miles as well. Just it's like getting the boys back together to go racing, and that is exactly what it's all about. It's just so cool to see them having a bit of fun together here at the track, and what better way with Tim's car, and having Jackson drive it as well is very cool.
I reckon that is actually the extended point. It's that we love going racing. That's a key thing, but it's actually the fun they're having off track too, which is exactly what Tim would have wanted as we take you to Rihanna.
Welcome to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Big smile on your face. Jackson Evans, this isn't about racing, this is about family, this is about friends, and this is about enjoying yourself. Just tell me what it was like out there.
Yeah, no, obviously a lot of fun. A small mistake there when the car in front, I'm not sure if something broke or something, but I couldn't avoid it. So obviously feel terrible that I turned him around and he didn't finish the race. But no, it was a lot of fun. As you said, it's all about having that this weekend. Having friends and family here is pretty special. So no, it's an awesome car to drive, and I'm just enjoying every lap.
We look forward to more of that as the weekend unfolds. Congratulations, Jackson. Second across the line. Needs no introduction here in New Zealand. Greg Murphy, how much fun are you having out there?
Oh, no, it's good. It's they are awesome to drive around here, albeit should have been on a better fitness regime. Probably, yeah, New Year's resolution should have been a bit of that. This place is quite a bit more physical than Taupo. So, yeah, the Southern Loop, sorry. You're in there for a very long time with a lot of load going on, and the neck and the arms are getting worn out. So, anyone want to take over? More than welcome.
Murph to the physio and the go and rest up, have a massage. We'll look forward to seeing you for the rest of the weekend. Rounding out third place for our opening race here, Michael Hay, congratulations. Boys, you can tell that you guys are having fun out there. Tell us about it.
It's just a wicked track for these cars, eh? I mean, the downforce here, the long corners, high speed, it's all wicked. I love it.
We love it. We've loved watching you guys out there. Look forward to plenty more as the weekend unfolds. Our first race of the EcoFlow Formula Atlantics. We're going to take a very short break. Plenty more after this from Highlands Motorsport Park.
We get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this a NAPA Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
So far, they've go-karted, tested their taste buds with some pies, jet-boated, helicoptered to play golf at a ridiculous height, and then flown to Highlands. But things are about to ramp up. This is Love Highlands.
Wow, we hope you enjoyed your K-Jet ride. It was amazing. It's a must-do here in Queenstown. Next is another staple when you come to New Zealand. Head to AJ Hackett Bungee and test your nerves with the 43-metre swing. There is a bonus point option to do a bungee. It's up to you two to decide who jumps. But Ryan, remember, your results in Taupo after you did a skydive. Boom! I'm nervous. It's going to be good. Just trust me. I actually think I'm going to vomit, Murph. No, you're not. Chuck your right leg through that. Team luxury.
Yeah. I'm used to Falcons and Holdens, mate, so this is next level.
This is going to be so painful. Oh my God.
Maybe you do a leg and I'll do a leg.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. All right. Oh my God.
I took a chunk at that. It didn't come all the way off.
Wait. Can I just see? Oh my goodness. What is this?
Welcome to the Bray. This is where you can get to taste all sorts of wine and beer from our local surrounds. So I think we've got some little... Blindfold, that's the word. Blindfolds for you. So I think you probably should put those on before you have a good look.
Right, all right, blindfold is on.
Please, people, this is not a good look.
There's a spittoon for you both.
Yep.
I understand you'll be utilising that. Normally people don't here at the Bray.
Okay.
But we're on this occasion, that's fine.
Right. Bridge, you can pick one for them first. How about that? Pick one.
I think we need to go second from the left. Can we go second from the left? So,
have you done this? This is impossible.
I've got it.
Oh, we just, I see Louis got it.
Yeah, well
now
done.
there's one. Now
Can I smell it?
Now go for it. Please give it a good smell. What aromas are you taking
I
there,
smell
Louis?
grapes.
Good boy. That's a start. What have you got, Tony?
I definitely smell water.
Oh, I think I've given you a dodgy one.
Can we try it?
You can try it. So you might get some orange blossom flavours. Okay, let me give you a clue. Could it be a Pinot Gris or a Chardonnay or a Riesling? Or is it a Gewürztraminer?
It's a Pinot Gris.
Good guess. And yours, Louis?
Can I have a list of all the names I can go and choose from?
You are a wine guru, aren't you?
I have no clue. It's a white wine?
Listen to Tony.
It's a Chardonnay.
It's a Chardonnay.
Oh, wow.
Well done.
Thanks, Tony.
It's a Mount Michael Chardonnay.
Teamwork, mate.
Yeah.
And Mount Michael is the mountain behind us there.
It's hard to not go. I'm dribbled.
I'm not sure what I can do.
That's how you do it.
Any flavours coming to mind?
I taste grapes again.
Good boy,
Yeah.
good boy. It is made from grapes.
All wine's made from grapes, mate. This is unfair.
That's a definite 10.
Ask me first the next time.
What can you taste, Tony?
I taste grapes too.
Come on, come on, come on. Are you sure I'm all tight?
Looks pretty good.
I actually don't know if I can do it.
You can. See? You've done it. Well done.
No, I can't do it. I've just looked. I don't know if I can do it,
Sit
Murph.
down. Oh, this is comfy. This is comfy. Oh, how good's that?
But it's really loose, boys.
No, it's not.
Crank it up for you, eh? How's that feel?
That feels pretty loose.
Do you trust me?
Do I hold on or not?
No, you don't have to hold on.
What the f? No!
God! Oh! You asshole! And you fronted it too. I still got a fright.
Oh my God! That was right. Oh my God!
You're gonna go again?
No, I can't do
Go
it again.
We're going again.
No, we're not.
We're going again.
No! I'm serious. Please, please stop. No, I'm serious.
I think we're out.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
Here it comes.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
3, 2. No. You're good.
That was good fun. I can't.
Why didn't we go
because
again?
as soon as I got back up there, bro, I'm shaking my man. It's that moment where it just goes like that.
Yeah.
Now they say in motor racing you get better with miles. Does he get better with miles?
Well, that first bit, that literally, and you just know that it's going to be instantaneous when it goes. And he's like, "Oh, do a countdown." You know it's going to go on 3 or 4 instead of 1, right? That bit is still just what gets you going. Like, it gets the heart rate and the adrenaline from that one moment. As soon as it starts to take up, it's all good. And it's going to happen again shortly when I go stand on that platform.
Oh, that one was bad. Oh, Justin, I don't know what you're doing, but it hurts more.
Does it? Oh. Mate, it could actually just look like you're wearing socks pulled up to your knees.
Oh, this is like baby skin, man.
Oh, look, he's done a wonderful job. This is Paul. Paul's going to take you through the beer. Are we being blindfolded here, or are we just going to let you go for it?
Well, I wouldn't think any of that.
Yeah, this looks like Coke and apple juice to me. Yeah.
Local craft beers.
Okay, so I don't have a clue.
But you might know the style of beer.
That's got a good
It's quite
initial
fruity beer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite an initial hit of fruit. You're quite right.
Hazy,
I was going to
like,
say
yeah.
that. Hazy fruit. Yeah, hazy.
Is that actually right? Oh, I'm charged.
I was going to say that. No, I was going to say that first.
Is this a bad sign? Is this a bad look? How I got that right?
I think you know more than you're letting on.
Yeah, typical race car.
Exactly.
Oh, I think we've had this one earlier.
You had the female version already just a few minutes ago.
Can I swallow this one? Or do I have to spit it still?
That's a ginger one.
Hey, there we go.
I got in first.
You did too.
A ginger
Ginger beer.
An acquired taste this one.
I think I know what this one is.
What do you know?
I'm giving up. He knows.
Oh, so you got it wrong.
He's
wrong.
not Guinness.
Tony, you got a free shot again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Go.
Drink up.
Close to a Guinness, I guess you'd say. Along in the same family.
I know.
Here we go.
I know. It's a stout.
Oh.
Top marks to
I'll give you another 10 points if you can tell me exactly what sort of stout.
It's a dark stout.
Good guess.
Made locally.
Oh, nice.
With a floral of pungent rose petals.
Perfect. Thank you for coming. Good luck for the next part of your challenges.
You don't need to wish me good luck because I'm just lucky that I'm here.
Oh, bless.
So I'm in front already. This fella needs some good luck for the weekend.
I think this fella's going to go okay.
Yeah. What are we up for now?
Your third
What
task.
the hell?
Do you want to read, Tony?
Well, I don't think we're driving cars, mate.
Doesn't look like it.
Right, think you're doing well on your bike. In fact, that's exactly what you have to do. Jump on your e-bikes and enjoy the magnificent trails around here. Some of the local sites, and head to Highlands, where this race will come to a dramatic finale.
Sounds exciting.
Pedal hard. Gentlemen, start your engine.
I'll race you, Tony. Let's go.
Well, go on then. I'll follow you, mate. You're in charge. Anything happens to us, he's in charge.
Oh, that is actually quite painful, isn't it?
Ow!
When I played, I had a superstition. At my first test in '95, I had a sore wrist.
Yeah.
So I taped that wrist with white tape.
It was a superstition.
Yeah, and then obviously I played my first test and things went well. So from then on, I just taped the other one because I felt that they matched. So then I always tape my wrists. You ever see any photos of me playing rugby? I've got taped wrists. So when you put that tape around there at the bottom like that, it's like reminding me of that.
Right.
Good job, mate.
That's all right.
Thank you very much.
All right. What a smooth performance from you two. Yeah, it was definitely smooth. You must have worked up an appetite after your first two tasks. Yeah, I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
For your next challenge, we want you to head to the Carrick Winery.
Yes.
A small single estate vineyard is located in Bannockburn.
Yeah, well done.
When you get there, you'll need to team up to make a pizza.
Yes.
Yemen will be the hands, Justin will be the eyes, and the voice. It's not as easy as it sounds. Oh, okay.
Awesome.
You know this challenge, right?
Yes, I do.
Like,
yes, I do.
blind
Guess what I've got at home? And this is going to be bad if we really stuff it up. I've got a pizza oven at home.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do it.
Wood-fire one.
Let's do it. We're going to be easy. Let's go.
Speed, my friend. Here we go, mate. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One.
Oh my God! That's insane.
How's that? How's it done? That's enough hanging around. Pardon the pun.
Oh, that's good. I wasn't.
Time to bounce back into the race. Did you see what I did there? Yeah, okay.
That's the you, Josie.
Funny producer.
Yeah.
Your next task is just as fun, but probably not as scary. You're heading to Oxbow for a ride on their jet spread boat.
How good, 2 boats in one day.
How do you earn points, we hear you ask? How do we earn points?
You need to apply some lipstick on each other as you're flying along. The better you apply, the more points you score.
Oh, for God's sake.
Wow.
That was Josie without a question.
And these other guys and girls are just not doing any adventure stuff.
No, they're just living the life.
Yeah.
Right.
And Rolls Royces.
Ready for this? Yep. So there, obviously the difficulty in it is the fact that you can't see.
Yep.
So we're going to have to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, proper
But I'm sure we
reception.
can formulate something really
Yes.
interesting.
Yep. They say your other senses heighten when one is taken.
Okay.
So bring out the blindfolds.
Beautiful. Well, since you're both nicely waxed.
Oh my God. Wow.
Look at that.
Oh my God. Why does it smell like? Oh my God.
Perfume?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Very nice. So we're going to do the base first and then the cheese. So let's start with the base, which is the first one in front of you. Yep, him there.
So
and you've got your scooper.
Yep, this is the scooper?
That's the scooper.
Okay.
Yep, so you're going to go inside there.
Yep. And
That's
is
it.
that enough? Yep.
Yep. Beautiful.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Liking that.
Is
liking
that
that.
everything's up?
Yep.
Yeah.
So go back to your first one along.
Okay, so first
That's your
one
first
is here.
one. Yep, yep. Got to now start trying to smooth that out.
Okay.
You just go as far as you want to cross. I'll tell you if you're going to go off the plate.
Okay. Okay.
That's good. Cheese, grab a real big, decent handful of that stuff.
Like that?
Yeah, that's it.
Too much or okay?
No, that's good. That's it. Just stop. Back towards the middle.
Okay.
Let it go now. Yeah, keep going. Keep going left. Yeah, that's great. Yep.
Right.
Perfect.
This feels like it's a little bit more in my wheelhouse.
Putting lipstick on?
Not the lipstick part, the jet sprint stuff.
I don't know if they can let us drive them though.
No, probably not, but that's okay. I'm actually a little bit nervous about this one.
Got all
as
the
well.
man. It's got all.
Hang on, I've got to just make sure I don't lose my lipstick here. You've munted me. You actually look alright. It actually looks like... Compared to me, he looks okay, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really? Yeah.
It's a lovely day for it anyway, isn't it? Hey? Bloody beautiful.
We're ready to go.
No, hang on.
No?
Whoa. I want to show the good people a trick that surprised me. If you just watch that seat, it self-adjusts. Right? So if you see me lying at the side of the road, it's because my seat's fallen down. Right, I'm on my way.
Do you want to take the lead, Tony? I'll follow you.
I'm following you.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. Bloody good day for the swim.
Yeah, it's nice weather.
Make sure you can stop. Oh.
Should we go down here?
Other boys are going to be pissed it up. So you're drinking beer and wine and
having a nice relaxing
and e-bike.
Yeah.
Okay.
The old cab's so cool.
Mate, let's just go to the pub for a drink. It's just up there.
I think we best get back to Highlands. Josie's waiting for us.
No, we'll be fine. Let's just follow me.
Sneak off for a quick
follow
one.
Me. Don't worry.
Because it's the meat lovers, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to have chicken on it. So grab a reasonably good handful, but they're quite big slices. So
yeah.
You just keep placing them. I'll say no if it's no.
Okay.
Back in a bit.
Yeah.
Yep, there.
Here?
Yep.
Okay.
Back in a bit. Yep, there.
We don't have to use all of it, right?
No, we don't have to, but
yeah.
You've got a good handful there. We might as well make it meaty, you know?
Here. So like here.
Yep.
Like there. Just grab all that.
That's a lot of pepperoni. Maybe half of that.
Yeah. Okay. Like
That's
that,
good.
yeah.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay.
So just again, start placing it. It's right. You've it right on top of it. Yep. Bang on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here.
Yep.
And here.
Yes. Now you're on fire now.
Here.
Yes. And the last one.
Here.
No, just
here.
maybe. Yep. Yep. There.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Last one. Last one. If you go along one more.
Yes. So that's the end of it, right?
Yeah. We're on the bacon.
All right. Bacon.
Oh no, that's
It's locally made pancetta.
yeah, pancetta. Yeah, it looks like it. Amazing.
Beautiful.
It's great, man.
Yeah.
Going really well.
You are going really well. No, come across to, yep, there. Yeah, you're just off it there.
Okay.
That's right on the edge.
Got it. Right, thank you. Oh, okay. Got a bit around the edges.
No, yeah, it's pretty good, mate.
Could have put a bit more there.
A little bit, but we were out of cheese, so...
Yeah, could be
and
worse.
we just lumped a little bit there. It's probably my fault, but... mate, that's good.
Yeah, that could be worse. Could be worse. Time for Team Luxury to put it in the oven. So, is that here?
Yeah, right.
All right, sounds good.
Your masterpiece.
All right.
Has arrived.
All right.
All right. I'll tell you what. It's pretty bloody impressive.
Can I see?
Yes, you can.
Ooh. Ooh.
Hey?
Okay. I think it could be worse, right?
No. I think that's brilliant. Smells great too.
All right. Should we
Happy
try
days. Good amount of cheese. Cheers.
Yep. Cheers. That's actually pretty good.
Really good.
All right, all done at the vineyard, so now we're gonna check the last clue, which looks like it's gonna be Highlands. So let's see.
All right, final instructions. Well done, team. Michelin stars all around for you too. Absolutely.
Boom,
on
boom.
that pizza
Yeah,
making.
absolutely.
Big time. Big points,
Yep.
big points. Time to head to Highlands where you can experience the exceptional. You're almost done in this race. Now go and win it.
Absolutely.
Let's go win
Let's
it.
do it.
Yes.
Boom. Now we've got some bonus points on offer. Rubik's Cube Challenge in the Oxbow
Buggy.
buggy. So
The off-road four-wheel drive, four-wheel steer, V8, insane buggy.
Exactly.
We've got to do a
first time.
cube.
See how we go. Two sides, bonus points coming our way again. You look great. So do you, mate. Thanks for lipsticking me. Big thank you to the crew here at Oxbow. An unbelievable experience. Thank you. Final instructions for the team one. That's us. Looking good, boys. Looking good. Strike a pose for the camera. Time to head to Highlands where you can experience with the exceptional. You're almost done in this race, now go and win it. Thank you, guys. We'll see you at Highlands, our favourite place on earth.
We're going to leave our lipstick on?
No. I think it's time I clean myself up.
I can feel it.
I can feel it too.
We have had a lot of fun doing that. That was part two. Part three to come your way tomorrow and a big Sunday of coverage. A huge thanks to everyone who's assisted us in bringing that wonderful series to life, and especially the drivers and to Justin Marshall, the former All Black and commentator. I mean, they have been so giving with the crazy things that we put them through. The final is a beauty. Don't miss that tomorrow. In the meantime, there's the SP Tools TA2 NZ Championship are gridding up. They're out on track there, lining up, ready to go racing. Caleb Byers will start this one from pole position alongside Dylan Grant. Jaden Ransley from position 3, and that is not, do not adjust your sets, that's not an error. Will Davison, as you might have heard him a little bit earlier in the broadcast, is wheeling a TA2 car this weekend, and with very limited running in practice, managed to put that car on the second row. Good job. Paul Manuel, who's right involved in the organisation of this series. Third row, Lance Gerlach, little moment in qualifying. Nice recovery from him, though. He's alongside Peter Ward, who's a great supporter of SVGs, who's no doubt watching in the United States. Carl Gaines from 9. Jamie McDonald, the sprint car star, who's turned his career towards some circuit racing and bitumen. And then at the back of the field, another driver with lots of speedway experience in Mark Pitcher. So 13 cars here, all on the Goodyear Control tyre. great control formula. If you're watching across the ditch in Australia, of course, on Fox and KO, you'll be very familiar with this class, TA2, and it's a premier big brother, if you will, in Trans Am. More than 160 cars, I think, in Australia now. There's well over 20 here in New Zealand. Now, I think, if memory serves, this couple have been on the road with us. They were at Invercargill in the wet last week. He might have been having a little amber lemonade back then too, and is enjoying himself here in the sunshine of Highlands. Joining me for the call of this one, we've had a little switch in commentary. Andrew Wade will be back with us this afternoon, but Ronan Murphy with us in the commentary box. And gee, we enjoyed this last weekend, Ronan. It was great, this class, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Great to see the crowd here, and yeah, it did look like he was having a beverage of some sort. It's a perfect day for it. And
look at these good people here, the NAPA corporate suite. I mean, it
certainly is. Certainly is.
As I said, the grounds look mint, as you Kiwis say. They're beautifully done, aren't they? The whole place is gleaming. So.
And I think last weekend at Teretonga in the rain, there was some goods delivered around the circuit by should I say, I think it was Tinkerbell who delivered the goods last weekend. Supplies to the good people of Invercargill. So certainly was a good weekend last weekend. Out in the rain, everyone's still smiling, having a great time, as we see here. Great build-up, great.
You know what I love about that shot? Young and old. You've got people there that have got years and years of love for motorsport. Those that have followed, I would imagine, the New Zealand Grand Prix over its various eras, various decades. And it's so wonderful to see young fans here as well, supporting the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. And what a weekend we have in store for you. We know that qualifying wrapped up a short time ago for the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix. We've got some great racing to come your way today and tomorrow, and some real stars from all areas of the globe. A huge chunk of them racing in Formula 3 this year. There are those in the United States, and of course a supercars star as well in Ryan Wood, who yesterday wrapped up the Rookie of the Year title in CT Front. What a nice way to launch into a Toyota chapter of his career with Walkinshaw this year in supercars. So he's done that in a single-seater. We're all bunched up and ready. Will Davison is at the wheel of a Dodge Challenger, so we celebrate all sorts of muscle car bodies in this silhouette body. So there's the Dodge Challenger, the Ford Mustang, and of course the Chevrolet Camaro. Beneath them is the same 525 horsepower engine. Lots of commonality or aspects technically that keep the playing field very level. Can Dylan Grant get the jump on Caleb Byers here? Lights go out. The thunder is unleashed in TA2. And Byers has done a really good job. Jaden Ransley trying to sneak down the inside in the 75. He's been able to wrestle second place away from Grant.
Brilliant move from Ransley there, and he said before the race that he was going to look to be aggressive, and he did exactly that.
Sure did. A little bit of repair work overnight to the NAPA entry. Dylan was trying hard in Friday practice and went off down at the bus stop. Fortunately kept the car off the wall, so you can see they've replaced the sort of front section of that car. They were here at 10:30 last night. He'll be fast as this race goes on, and just keep a little watch over his shoulder. Will Davison is right there.
Davison, yeah, he's on it right there, Rusty. He's there in fourth as we see. Toby Almager goes down the inside of Paul Manuel. So in the other TA2 NZ sponsored car, Almager goes down the inside now, takes that fifth position away from Manuel. They come up over the back part of the circuit now. The next target for Almager, our reigning race winner, is none other than Will Davison. To go down to the hairpin now. Dylan Grant's now all over the back of Ransley. So Jaden Ransley got an absolute gun of a start. He nailed it and got up beside Dylan Grant, got the move done. Now he's got his mirrors full of that number 20 NAPA Motorsport sponsored Dodge Challenger. As we go down, coming up towards reverse Indy, and how cool is it, Rusty? We've got all three manufacturers or all three body shapes in the top three.
Love that. Dylan Grant getting hungrier here. The more things come up to pressure and temperature, he is really hounding Jaden Ransley there. They've got a break on Will Davison at the moment, this trio of young racers. Will's broken clear, I think, of Toby Elmiger as well.
He has. He's got a bit of a gap now, so it's a little bit little bit lonely after the first lap there for Davo. He's got a bit of time in front of him, but also some time behind him. So he's going to be working real hard to try and catch back up to the top 3.
Now, while we're focusing on this, we understand that there is some breaking news happening in the paddock here at Highlands. So with more on that, let's go to Rihanna.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rusty. This is all unfolding as this race goes on. So from the earlier qualifying session this morning from the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Series, there have been 2 infringements issued for technical breaches. One of those is our current championship leader, Ugo Ugochukwu. The other one of those is for Ryan Wood. Now, both of those guys are in contention for this championship. This is still unfolding. We are still waiting for news from the officials, but both of those cars are currently under investigation for qualifying earlier this morning. We'll keep you updated when we get more information at hand.
Well done, Rihanna, and we'll stay following that story. That is big news from the paddock here at Highlands. Speaking of big news, what about big moves? Dylan Grant dives or looked to try and dive down the inside of Jaden Ransley. Couldn't quite complete it. We thought he might. That's quite a sharp, quite a tight left-hander, and it's given Byers a little bit of breathing space. Maybe out to nearly a second now. Yeah,
Ransley trimmed the curb there, going up over the bridge, so that may have been a track limits warning possibly. He made a bit of time on Grant actually, so he's managed to give himself a little bit of reprieve. We see there Will Davison starting to close in on these guys as well, so it could become a 4-horse battle pretty quickly. We see there Ransley now coming through the last corner. Caleb Byers hasn't skipped away as much as what I maybe thought he might have, so clearly still a lot of speed in the 75 Signature Homes car and the number 20 Napa car.
Tell you what, look at Will Davison's lap times. He is going, he's not closing down the gap to these guys just yet, but the lap times are comparable. He was nearly to the 100th of a second, the same as Dylan Grant, who you're watching on screen there the last time by.
Yeah, and we can see there the different lines that they run through the loop there. There's a little bit wider there for Dylan Grant than Jaden Ransley necessarily was, but the more you can get these cars sliding, the bag tyre, it works in a different way to a regular slick tyre, and certainly some of the guys got the cars set up a bit softer, they slide a bit more, move around, but it's not necessarily any slower.
All brought to you this class by SP Tools. Over 50 years in the business, real high quality professional hand tools, air tools, power tools, great workshop solutions for you. And fittingly, maybe, I think Ransley and Grant would like to try and change that around, but it's an SP Tools entry in the hands of Caleb Byers, leading at the moment.
Toby Almaga is still all over the back of Will Davison at the moment, so he's pushing on, trying to catch up and get back after that qualifying result. He qualified 6th, not a bad result at all, but he obviously being the reigning race winner from last time out in Teretonga, he would have been wanting to try and be up the front there, somewhere to compete with the likes of Caleb Byers, Jaden Ransley and Dylan Grant. As we see there, Will Davison coming down into reverse Indy as he puts the power down of the Dodge Challenger up towards the final corner now. High commitment through this corner, the exit there, if you get it wrong, you end up in the concrete wall. So Davo there, he gets it off the corner nicely. Now full throttle all the way down the front straight, down towards the bus stop. Hard braking into the first set of curbs. A little bit of curbing there. Gets up through the loop there. He runs a slightly higher line, but then he tucks it back in as he gets to the exit of the corner. Back to the second part of the apex. Almaga there, he runs it a little bit tighter. Come down towards the S's before going under the bridge. Braking nice and hard. He gets up, just kiss the curb there, gets up onto the river strip. And puts the power back down again of the Dodge Challenger. Under the bridge, they come down towards the carousel.
Fastest lap of the race happened last time by for Jaden Ransley, 1 minute 41.679. Good job. This class was founded by the driver currently in 6th place in Paul Manuel, but he's not been the lone figure, if you will, that have helped to get the momentum, to get the growth. Want to say good day to Andrew and Alison Turner too. Andrew, you'll know from Central Muscle Cars, where he's raced over time. There's a group of them that have really championed this class, if you will. It's an evolution of the style of racing, the Trans Am racing you've seen in North America, all built to the same US race car standards by Howe Racing. 6.2 litre LS3 V8 in it. And as we said, I think it's up around 160 cars in Australia. It's huge on the other side of the ditch. Love to think they came and played here at Highlands, a couple of Aussies, in recent years in this class. Love to think that a few of the Kiwis might go and do that in Oz at some stage too.
Yeah, we saw a few guys from Australia come over, Rusty. The likes of Nathan Hearn. He's a bit of a guru in these cars and been very successful. It was great to have him over here a couple of years ago. As we see now, going back to the front of the field, Jaden Ransley, I was keeping an eye on it just a second ago. He was so committed over the bridge and actually made some time up on Caleb Byers. He's now all over the back of Byers. He was 0.4 of a second faster than Byers on that last lap. Will Davison was also very fast on that last lap, as was Dylan Grant. So at the moment, Byers has actually lost a little bit of speed. Maybe his tyre pressures are a little bit different to the rest. He pulled away at the start, and he's now starting to come back towards Jaden Ransley, and Ransley's got plenty of speed in the number 75 Ford Mustang. As they go down towards the carousel, the 5th of the 8 laps there. Ransley gets tucked in nicely.
Just on the 75 that you're talking about there, we hear from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control that Jaden Ransley's been shown the bad sportsman flag. Now, I'm not sure what that's for, so I need to keep an eye on that as Wardy.
Oh, he's been in the wall.
Look at the damage to the front right of that car. Peter Ward was running in 8th place, I think.
What has happened there to Wardy? That's serious damage. The front wheel and the rear wheel aren't facing the right ways. Huge amount of damage down the side of that car. You can see there the front bodywork in the front of the fender there, and the bumper's all caved in. The door's got some pretty serious marks down the side of it as well. So something there has happened to Peter Ward, and that's certainly more than likely going to bring out a safety car.
And Ransley, I think, senses that. He is all over the back of our race leader, Caleb Byers. This will... Now, that's weird. How did that happen?
Oh, he's ended up going over the mound there. So that's coming out under the bridge. What has happened there to Peter Ward?
Now, has something broken, or are we just, from that excellent replay, just seeing perhaps the tail end of it? Did something happen going under the bridge, maybe? So it does look like from our timing monitor, we were just keeping a little eye on Ransley v Caleb Byers. The 75 may have taken the race lead. Are we seeing safety car? I don't think we are at the moment, so that looks legit.
Maybe it'll continue on. Peter Ward's actually done a great job of getting that car to a safe location, so we may actually be okay. But as you just reiterated, Rusty, Jaden Ransley has taken the lead. So he's taken the race lead off Caleb Byers. We didn't get a chance to see where that happened, but the 75 car, that's a massive statement from Ransley.
I mean, we've just seen the sort of scene of the incident there for Wardy. I can't help but think that's happened going under the bridge on the right-hand side of the car and maybe ricocheted back the other way. Is that what's happened there?
That would be my bet on what's happened down there, but until we sort of see a replay, we won't really know. We've seen cars crash under the bridge there before, losing traction, and they come off the exit of the corner. And there it's quite a high-low to exit off the S's there, but in the meantime, Jaden Ransley has taken the lead of the race, and he's pulled about a car length gap over Caleb Byers, and between the two of them, I think we may have even seen an issue, potentially an issue for Dylan Grant, because it looks like Will Davison may have moved up into the 3rd position.
Now, the bad sportsman, as it's been for many classes this weekend, is around track limits, obviously, and that was to Jaden Ransley before, so he's obviously been given a warning as he gets sideways out of that final turn. We understand that the 98 of Leo Bolt, who's a former Mazda Series competitor, there's a couple of former Mazda racers in this class. Big difference from the Rotary to sitting on the other side of the race car here with the big V8. But he also, Leo Bolt, I think, has been shown the bad sportsmanship flag for that track limit, warned about track limits. And drama here for Dylan Grant in the NAPA Challenger. The Dodge Challenger is slowing.
And we saw just before, as we can see there, that's where Peter Ward smacked the wall, but on the inside of the road there. But as we were just saying, I think Dylan Grant must obviously got an issue of some sort. He's lost that 3rd position to Will Davison. Let's go down to Rihanna.
Yeah, just overhearing his dad on the radio. I believe it's a steering drama for Dylan Grant, so that's really disappointing. He had a bit of an off yesterday, so they were fixing that car pretty late last night, so hopefully it's nothing too serious and can get back out there for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, Rihanna. And watching a bit of movement from the SP Tools entry at the moment. They run all of them on a Goodyear control tyre with that higher sidewall, a bag tyre as we often call it. And just starting to move around for Caleb Byers now. Looks spectacular, doesn't it? Not probably the quickest way around, but it is a handful.
No, and I reckon maybe that might have been a masterstroke from Jaden Ransley's team there to be able to looks like maybe they got the tyre pressures a little bit better than what Caleb Byers did, because he's managing to pull away a little bit, and Caleb's car looks to be moving around a lot. So that would be my best guess on what sort of happened there. Ransley sort of was struggling a little bit at the start, and Byers had a margin, but he chipped away, got them. Yeah, as we see there.
That's for Ransley.
Yep.
So that's actually a penalty. So it was bad sportsman earlier, Ronan, but we're being told from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control that there will be some sort of penalty for that, and it involves track limits.
Right, okay, so Jaden's been very committed the last few laps. We saw how hard he was driving it into the bridge section. So he's absolutely driving that car, ragging it, but maybe he's gone a little bit too far over the limits and maybe in a little bit of trouble, slap on the wrist for that. But in the meantime, doesn't take away from the fact of how well he's been driving that 975 car beautifully. Caleb Byers is keeping him honest. His ride's still there behind him. He's come down into the carousel for the last time. It's been a great battle between these two, and they're a little bit further up the road on Will Davison there, who's holding down the fort there in third place. Toby Elminger's done a good job to move up into fourth. Disappointing, obviously, for Dylan Grant in the Napa car to lose or have an issue with his steering. But we come down now to the hairpin for the final time.
Depending on how big that penalty is, Ronan, Will Davison might end up finding himself in second place once the final results are confirmed here. You've just been talking about the gap back as these two battle. It does look as though Ransley might be the first to cross the line. Only a couple of corners to go, but the caveat is with that penalty, it should give the win to Caleb Byers. It's only 0.6 between them at the moment. Gets a little sideways in the Mustang. Jaden Ransley out of these last couple of corners. Ransley will be the first to greet the checkered flag, but they'll talk about it afterwards. The allegation is track limits. He'll be the first to the line, though. Checkered flag at the ready in the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand class. Ransley greets it first, but Caleb Byers with the adjusted penalty, according to that timing you can see on the left of your screen, takes the win. Will Davison third.
So it looks like they've just swapped those top two positions there. Will Davison hangs on for third place. Toby Elminger there in fourth. Paul Manuel rounding out the top five. So great showing from the guys in the top five there. Jamie McDonald in sixth. Leo Bolton seventh. We see him coming around the final corner. Carl Gaines and Lance Gerlach in behind there. As McDonald comes across the line to take that sixth place, followed by Bolt, Gaines and Gerlach.
Good job by Jamie McDonald, sixth place for the former sprint car racer. A couple of them have dropped down the order as the race went on there. I think Lance Gerlach was a little further up towards the top six before. He's ended up finishing down in ninth spot. Awesome performance by Jamie McDonald, a relative newcomer to this class. Excellent. Caleb Byers, with the adjustment of the penalty for Ransley, will take it out. Ransley home in second. Will Davis, a nice solid start to his appearance here in TA2 in New Zealand. Third place ahead of Toby Elminger with a little bit of head scratching for Toby. He was quick pretty much in the early phase of that race. Paul Manuel home in the top fifth, and McDonald, who we were talking about before, an excellent sixth. Wardy with some work to do. Hopefully they can repair that car, that the damage isn't too significant after a big moment under the bridge. Highlights for you in race one of the weekend for the SP Tools TA2 New Zealand Championship. And Caleb Byers led them away after doing a great job in qualifying. Look at them hopping through the bus stop and using a bit of the curving. Will Davison up into fourth very early on and challenging for ultimately third place. Third at this stage, though, was held down by Dylan Grant in the Napa Dodge Challenger.
Oh, as we see there, what happened to Peter Ward, he did a bit of rally cross across the road there. He gave the thumbs up. He was all okay. Unfortunately for Dylan Grant, the potential steering issues cost him a podium. As we see there, Jaden Ransley and Caleb Byers, they were trading blows, fastest laps. Unfortunately, it looks like Jaden has accumulated a 5-second penalty, so that may be why he's dropped back to second there on the timing. But look at the damage to Peter Ward's car. As we see Wardy there standing beside it. It's
glad he's okay.
Yeah, he looks fine, but I'm sure he's not going to be stoked about the situation, whatever's occurred down there for him as he looks around as battered and bruised. Ward Demolition Camaro there. It's a bit of a sorry looking sight, and hopefully they can, team there can get it repaired and get him back out there. Jaden maybe doesn't know yet about the penalty. He looked a bit confused for a second, but as you see now, Caleb Byers moving into first. And the Dodge Challenger of Will Davison there, pulling up into the 3rd place. Not a bad result for Davo.
Good start, yeah.
Debut at the circuit, debut in the car, and he's already put it on the podium.
As we said before, it jetted in, having done some testing at Phillip Island only in the last day or two with the Grove team in their GT car. And really cool that he could be here just to enjoy some racing. And the opportunity to do that came about when this car was literally brought down on the Sunday from the North Island to Invercargill. And Will got a couple of laps just to kind of acclimatise and familiarise, I guess you could say, yesterday. And 3rd in his first outing. But the win going to Caleb Byers, though. Well done. Bit of conjecture, bit of chat will happen just in relation to the track limits, and Jaden Ransley will get his viewpoint on that very shortly. So cool to have this class with us for this very special race meeting in the Premier Circuit Racing Series here in New Zealand. Big weekend here at Highlands. Let's go to Rihanna.
And we welcome him back to the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane for the first race of the SP Tools TA2 Series. Caleb Byers, mate, you've got these cars dialed. Well done out there. Talk to me about the battle between yourself and Jaden.
Yeah, it was mega. Jaden had a good fight with me. I loved that, every minute of it. The car was a jet. I can't thank SP Tools and AC Delco enough. They've been massive help to me, and I can't thank the boys enough. All my Christchurch supporters that have turned up this weekend. The car was awesome, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to it as well. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations. Rounding out our 2nd place on the podium. Congratulations, Jaden Ransley. Jaden, were you aware of the track violation that you had?
I was just after I went past Caleb, and I heard Simon saying the bridge, before the bridge, and that's all I heard, so I kind of figured that's what it was. But wasn't aware of the 5 seconds until after the race, but it's great to finally have some speed in the car and show Caleb what we can do, and it's awesome to be racing with him. So yeah, great to be up here.
We look forward to many more of those as the weekend unfolds. And rounding out the podium for his first time in a TA2 car, Will Davison, congratulations. How much fun are you having out there?
A lot of fun, a lot of fun. It was a ball. It's all an experience for me. They get squirmy, these tyres. I was warned about it, and I had a big scare going to the carousel about halfway through. I had smoke coming off my knuckles. I had that much opposite lock going on, but otherwise just built into the race and just stoked to be here. Like, what a venue. Thanks to NextGen, Josie, Quinny, Paul, who runs the team at TA2 here in New Zealand. A lot of firsts for me today, which is so refreshing. Like, it really learning a new car, a new track after all these years, feeling out of my comfort zone. Bloody loved it. So I thought I saw a safety car board, so I just backed off in the middle of the race when Dylan had an issue. And then I realised, oh, we've got to get racing here. So lucky I didn't drop off this podium.
Not bad for your first attempt at a TA2. Well done, Will. Congratulations, 1st, 2nd and 3rd for the race 1 here in the SP Tools TA2.
From the mighty V8s to the fast 4s as we get set for Bridgestone GR86 here at Highlands. Let's meet one of the rising stars in this class.
I'm Justin Allen, I'm 30 years old and I hail from Fielding. I got into motorsport through my old man. He was a big influence on my life, building a couple of race cars back in his day, and I guess it finally progressed to me finally getting in a race car, and I've been here well over a decade. My biggest influence has been my mother and father. They've been through my whole motorsport journey, still are to this day, and now it's also passing that on to my own kids as well, so they're now becoming my biggest supporters. My biggest success so far is multiple round wins, race wins in the Toyota 86 Championship, and also finally getting 3rd last year. Now to go for the big one. My ambition is to finally head overseas to Bathurst, at least do a one-off. That's my aim, and then to also now pass on any knowledge I have to these young up-and-coming racers, and that's what I'm trying to do in this series and push them harder and further into their careers. My motorsport idol was probably a little bit controversial in motorsport, but it's definitely Mark Scaife. He was the one that influenced me, through TV, winning Bathurst, winning championships and supercars. He was the icon back in the day with the Golden Child, so definitely Mark Scaife. Favourite race circuit to race on is Manfield. It's a circuit you can go side by side through every single corner. It's fast, it's got technicalities, it's got camber, it's got everything a race car driver could ever want. And it's 2 minutes down the road. The GR86 series has been the most competitive series I've ever raced in through my whole career. It's the closest racing, it's the hardest racing, but you've got some of the best competitors we've seen in this country move on to bigger and better things as well. So it's been a series that's literally created some of the future champions in motorsport.
About to unleash the cars for Bridgestone GR86, and we've seen a change at the very top of the standings after last weekend's round at Invercargill too. Chris White is now on top on coming into this event on 545 points from Zach Blinko on 523. The job in qualifying for this first race was done by Hugo Allen. Arthur Braun has been brilliant all weekend so far, but qualifying determines both the grid importantly with pole in that session. Determining the feature race, which we will see for this class tomorrow. The second fastest lap, they reward consistency in that qualifying session, helps establish the grid for this first one of the weekend, and that has gone, Ronan Murphy, to the reigning champion in Hugo Allen.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I actually had a brief chat to Hugo after the qualifying session. He wasn't as happy as what I thought he might have been. Like I said, mate, you got the pole for this first race, but he thought there was a little bit more in it.
Okay, Arthur Braun, off the back of a difficult weekend at Invercargill, has bounced here. Second fastest, good job and strong in the qualifying session generally. Chris White, who leads the series out of P3. He is looking comfortable no matter what the conditions in this class. Now, I said rising star, I should have said established star in that piece before with Justin Allen. He's a great benchmark for many in this championship, and he's had a couple of difficult events. The car has not been getting off the corners at Hampton Downs and places like that, and it's frustrated them at Syndicate Motorsport. Clear to say that he's taken a step forward last weekend at Teretonga, and it's continued here. Good work.
Yeah, maybe they've gone back to the drawing board a little bit, maybe back to some basics, and gotten that car in a better window. So Justin's certainly showing his pace. He was very fast here last summer, but unfortunately had a massive crash here coming over the bridge. So he's rebounded massively in a big way, and yeah, to see him on the second row of the grid's great.
A swag of current racers, I should say, those that have got a lot of experience as driver coaches in the pit lane. You'll see some of them during our coverage. Johnny McIntyre is just one of them. Tom Bewley, a former champion in this class. Caleb Nartoa is working, for example, this weekend with AJ Giddy. So there's some great. I mean, to get a racer like that to chat with you as you go, to calm you down when things get a bit heated and so on, it's got to be invaluable. That.
Oh, massively, and as you just said, those guys down at Mackenzie Motorsport, Tom Alexander's another one, just guys that know how to win races, how to win championships at a very high level, and looking after these kids and nurturing them in the best way possible. It's great to see, and there's guys all up and down this paddock that are doing that and working with these young guys. Robbo, or Steve Robinson, he's known as Robbo by the kids. He's another one over from Australia, working with all the guys at Right Karts by M2 competition. Very, very established and high-level driver coach.
I think they called him the Whisperer back in the day at Paul Morris's, didn't they? Yeah.
He was a bit of part of the furniture at Norwell for a long time, Norwell Motorplex, and he's nowadays working and contracting to different organisations.
I want to say g'day to Paul Morris, who is watching the coverage too. I think he is water skiing somewhere, but he has the live feed up. So good on you, mate. Nice to have you with us. So Hugo Allen in the Mad Butcher entry alongside Arthur Braun. So good to see Arthur back on the pace. I feel a little bit for Mac Templeton, who we saw there weaving his way around, back in 11th place at the moment as we get gridded up in the New World St Martin's entry. He's had a couple of tough weekends, and I said to him this morning, just park it. Today's a new day, but he's benchmarking himself against his stablemate in Chris White, who is off grid position 3 for this one. We've seen a bit of tension in recent years in Bridgestone GR86, but this year it's been absolute quality racing, and it's a credit to the drivers and the teams that are running these aspiring races. Hugo Allen, the benchmark, as the reigning champion. Lights go out, away we go in Bridgestone GR86. Good start by Justin Allen. Arthur Braun closes the door and makes that life hard for he and Chris White. Hugo Allen will lead them down into the bus stop for the first time, but it's an angry pack of Colt cars. Arthur Braun puts his nose in front. That's assertive from Arthur Braun. On the grass nearly for Hugo Allen. That's a fantastic start to the race.
What a start. Neither of them wanted to back out there at the front. Hugo Allen stayed in there on the outside. They both went up on the curbs. They gave each other room and somehow managed through there in one piece. That is two very, very hotly determined race car drivers. Far out. Wow.
Look at Blinko. Blinko's making moves on cold tyres already. He's arguing. Bit of contact, bit of paint swapping going on with Justin Allen as they fight over 4th place. So that's good stuff on cold tyres from Zach Blinko. I'm really impressed as AJ Giddy goes around the outside with Arthur Braun. He can be a little quietly spoken at times, but man, that was assertive. I really like that start from him.
He's a quiet young man, but he is vicious when that visor goes down, Arthur Braun. How he managed to stay in there, kept his nose in it right till the very end, and finally at the end there had to give in to the reigning champ. That was some racing well beyond those guys' years. As we see there, Mac Templeton, he's just gotten up the inside of Simon Hunter. He was having a look up the inside of Lee Zelltwanger at the same time. Braun is not letting Hugo Allen get away, though. He's still all over the back of the reigning champion, the Mad Butcher car. And he's now looking up the inside. Can he make it work? Not quite. Hugo Allen defends, and now Chris White's going to try and get a piece of the action.
Braun looks fast here. Allen is forced to defend, and I mean, he's using all of the things in the playbook that a champion knows. He's making life tough. Look at the 2 pack and save entries. Chris White just eyeing up the pair of them, and if anything goes wrong, he will be there to pounce. Allen's a couple of car lengths further back. They've got, I think, a new diff in that car, and it's improved, maybe in part. There are other things they've done as well. It's performance, it's drive off the corners. Maybe they've had a little issue there, and Zach Blinko is running right with him. Quickest lap of the race so far, but early days goes to Chris White.
And Hugo Allen all but matched him. Arthur Braun, after having to defend down at the second to last corner there, he lost a little bit of time, and his fastest lap was half a second off those guys, but no doubt all 3 of them, they've managed to skip away a little bit from Justin Allen and Zach Blinko there in 4th and 5th. So the top 3 at the moment, the pace is red hot.
Quick g'day to Stephen Richards, who's watching on in their Melbourne workshop too. No doubt his son Clay is with him. Clay's raced in this class in Australia, so they're watching the coverage. Great to have you with us, Richo. Nice to see your dad, the great Jimmy Richards, acknowledged too in the recent Australia Day honours, as that's a move for Mac Templeton into, I think that's up to, is that 9th place he's got there? Is whatever it is, he's in the 10. That's a good job by Mac Templeton.
He's still arguing it out with Simon Hunter, who he was fighting on the first lap. So Mac Templeton and Simon Hunter having a bit of a battle there. They've got the Bayswater car of Harry Townsend and behind them there in 12th. As we look now, look at the shot. There's Simon Hunter going down the inside of Mac Templeton. It's forced Mac a little bit wide on the exit, and now Mac's now trying to do the crisscross. He's got Harry Townsend in behind him now, so is Townsend going to give him a little bit of a bump draft to try and get back up the inside of Hunter? Templeton's going to keep the spot. Simon Hunter's then gotten on the brakes a little bit just to try and cross him back over, coming over the bridge. Not quite enough. As we see there, Nico Scholes was actually looking up the inside of Harry Townsend.
Shout out to Nico Scholes. He's joined the action this weekend, and he is hot on the heels of Harry Townsend and Mac Templeton there. And I think you told me earlier in the weekend he's got Tom Bewley, former champion, on the headsets chatting with him through the weekend. That's good stuff.
Yeah, not a bad person to have on the headset to you, especially around a track like this. So we now see them all come in, cross the line. Hugo Allen now sets the fastest lap of the race with a 51.3. Arthur Braun was pretty much the same pace. Chris White was a little bit slower. He was about 6 to 7 tenths slower, so could be a tyre pressure thing. As we saw last round, his car started to come on towards the end of the race at the in that final race at Teretonga. But going back through, Hugo Allen still leading the way. Arthur Braun in 2nd, Chris White there in 3rd, so the pack and save cars 2nd and 3rd. Justin Allen there in 4th, Zach Blinko in 5th. Cooper Barnes is now at the moment. He's holding up AJ Giddy a little bit. Giddy's got pace. He was right up behind the back of Barnes, the young Aussie there, doing a good job there, sitting in 6th.
In our coverage earlier in the day, we introduced you to Masaya Kaji's son, who is the Director of Global Motorsport for Toyota Gazoo Racing. It is fantastic to have him here watching on for the weekend and being a part of it. Do you think the up in the tempo is because these drivers are trying to show Kaji-san what they've got? I love that.
No doubt they'll be wanting to put on a great show for Kaji-san and the rest of all the Toyota Gazoo Racing crew that are here this weekend. As we come now onto the back straight, down towards the bridge. Got Arthur Broad there. He's not too far behind Allen, probably a little bit too far away to be having a go. Justin Allen's actually closed right up the back on Chris White there in 3rd. As we see there, White, he was very wide coming up across the bridge there. Zach Blinko's actually dropped off a little bit behind Justin Allen, so plenty of speed in the 99 car, the NAPA car. Allen, he's creeping up to the back of Chris White there in 3rd.
Good to see Justin Allen with some spring in his step. Again, was a little flat around Hampton Downs and Summers. We see some dirt flying in. I'm not sure what that's about. Meantime, we go back and the 22 of Lee Zeltwanger is going to get the job done. Oh, is that on AJ Giddy? Does he make contact with the wall?
That's no good. That's crab crawling now in the rear, Rusty. We can see it's got a ton of tow out there in the rear. So AJ, yeah, that's not good. That's really not good. Is he going to manage to get around? He's now got Mac Templeton behind him. This is going to be a tricky situation to manage.
He's fighting that car. Look at them, and they've all closed up there. So Harry Townsend senses an opportunity. Nico Scholes is in there as well. That's a fearsome little battle pack, that one. Allen leading by 0.5 of a second over Arthur Braun. Here we go.
Templeton, he gave him a bit of a rub there, but it was probably necessary to try and get round him because he's got a very angry pack of cars behind him there, does AJ Giddy. Mac Templeton's now going to try go around the outside through the carousel. It may or may not work. Templeton's going to hold on. Oh, and he gives him a big nudge on the exit there. They're still going at it. They're still arguing it. But Templeton's now managed to clear him, and now Simon Hunter's now trying to go around the outside of Giddy.
This is a tight left-hander here. Where would Mac Templeton park the car? AJ Giddy goes tight. So does Simon Hunter looking, but it's a much better flow with that slightly wider line, and that works for Mac Templeton.
It certainly was, and it actually looked like for a bit there Simon Hunter was going to get the back of Mac Templeton's car, but he was under control. He got it stopped, and now he's up beside Giddy. He's going to take that position away. Giddy's really in trouble now. He's clearly in a bit of pain and suffering from that hit that we saw on the last lap up at the final corners. Now Nico Scholes down the inside of Harry Townsend, and Lucas McGill, the Wolfbrook Foundation winner and Tony Quinn Foundation Scholarship winner, he's now trying to attack the back of Jack Suchek there.
Oh, Scholes.
Oh, and Cameron Hill's gone around as well, so we've lost 2 cars in that melee down at the reverse Indy corner.
I feel for Cameron Hill, that Northern Toyota entry, we would ordinarily expect Ronan to be well inside the top 10, not at that area or line of the field, so to speak. Now, he is fighting things, as Ronan said, AJ Giddy, but I love the tenacity, not giving up at the moment. Now, Harry Townsend is sizing him up here.
Yeah, and you can see that car, the rear of it oscillates through the corners because the toe on the left side of that wheel is facing way out. It looks like it's almost 4-wheel steering through the corners, so he's in big trouble with that. That car clearly hit the wall hard. You can see it squirming under brakes. Obviously, the drive train and the rear, the shafts are still working as they should, but the car's just very badly out of whack on the left side, so he's going to struggle. As you can see there, it was facing the wrong way going into the corner from the rear. It's going to be a big struggle to get to the end for AJ Giddy, but he's holding on.
Let's have a little look at what transpires here. So Giddy goes off a little there, but this is the most telling one. So in the fight with the 22 of Lee Zeltwanger, but out in the dirty stuff, and does make contact with the wall. Significant contact too.
And this was brilliant and pretty tenacious from Mac Templeton. He gave AJ a little bit of a rub, thought he was clear, realised he wasn't because he ran a little bit wide, but he's stuck at it on the outside. And then we saw here this big group of cars there. Nico Scholes got ran into, and then Cameron Hill, to try and avoid it all, ended up spinning around. So a little bit of Cameron Hill. He had so much speed last season. He's just been struggling the last couple of rounds. Maybe needs to do a bit of searching with the car and figure out, try and get himself a bit more comfortable. But we see there, AJ Giddy still powering on. And Rusty, I think there were two critical things that led to AJ Giddy hitting the wall. One was he ran wide on the exit of the reverse Indy corner, so he got dirt on his tyres. So the grip of the car becomes slippery because it's got slippery surface underneath the rubber. And then on top of that, he was slightly wide because he had a car up the inside of him. So the combination of having the dirt on your tyres and being offline and a little bit wide has meant he slid out off the racing line and into the wall.
Shout out to Joe, who's running the 6 drone cam for us today. He's been busy in this race. It's had a fair workout. So back we go to our race lead. Hugo Allen by 0.2 over Arthur Braun. Chris White has dropped back. Justin Allen is energised here. Could he get that NAPA entry into the top 3? It's been kind of a bit slim for him as far as trophies are concerned this season. He's eyeing one up. And no, look at the damage. Is that... That's AJ Giddy and the Tony Quinn. Yeah, Lucas McGill, the Tony Quinn Foundation.
That's going to be a safety car for sure. There is huge damage as we just see the safety car get called. So something bad, real bad has gone on down there. It looks like both the doors are open on the cars, so both the lads are okay. But that is huge contact. You can see there the front end of McGill's car is caved in, so too AJ Giddy. So both front ends on those cars are damaged, so maybe there's more to the story. Have they ended up running into some other cars along the way? We saw how aggressive and angry that pack was getting towards the back of the top 10 there, or just past the top 10 on the last couple of laps. So something's obviously occurred there, and it's hopefully both the guys. We haven't seen anyone out of the cars yet, but that could spell the end of the race, being that there's going to be a lot to try and clear up down there.
We have a great team working on recovery and on the medical side here at Highlands, so they go to work. Let's hope AJ Giddy is okay. There hasn't got out of the car yet, and from the others. Okay, we're hearing, sorry, I'm just getting a communication as this is unfolding. So we have had a thumbs up from both drivers, so that's important to... We don't know condition of them yet, obviously, but it's important to pass that on to you. We've at least had a thumbs up. So there's Caleb Nutsower there, who, as we said earlier in the broadcast, works the radio for AJ Giddy and driver coaches more specifically. That's what I should say in terms of the role that he's playing this weekend. And I feel for this young man because he and the family work incredibly hard. It's been a big step for him coming out of karting, never having driven a race car of any kind before. So there you go. Both drivers are out and okay. So that's positive. That's really good news. But some significant damage down there. Let's have a little look at this here and see if this tells more of the story.
Oh, and the teammates. So you've got Townsend and Giddy there. And Harry, he's just nudged the side there of Giddy's car. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that explains it. And unfortunately there, he was up on the curbs there. Maybe AJ didn't see him. He turned, and then Jack Suchek did a good job to miss them, but unfortunately they're nowhere for Lucas McGill to go. And
yeah.
Unfortunately the young bloke, the Tony Quinn Foundation scholarship winner and Wolfbrook scholarship winner there, unfortunately had nowhere to go, and he's gone straight into the front of AJ Giddy's car there. So a lot of work going to be for both the James Marshall Motorsport crew who run Lucas McGill's car and Mackenzie Motorsport
yeah.
in the number 10 car.
So they go to work to recover some bent cars and some stray body work. We can hear the Summerset GT machines starting to warm up and make their way toward the dummy grid. So will we see this finish under safety car? Hopefully that car of Lucas McGill's can be repaired in time for tomorrow's racing. But that is decent, Ronan, isn't it? Whew.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of damage to the front of that car there. It's more than likely punched through into the radiator. I'm sure they'll have to have a look at the front part of the chassis there and the chassis rails and check that all that's okay, because obviously the contact was directly square on into the side of the front of AJ Giddy's car. So I'm sure there'll be a sizable amount of damage to the number 10 car as well, the OP Contractors car. But going back to sort of what was happening at the front there, it actually looked, Arthur Braun was looking very racy, Rusty, and he was looking like he was getting pretty close to trying to prime an attack onto Hugo Allen, the reigning champion. But that's now going to be cut short, and more than likely, I doubt we're going to get a restart on this next lap. So that's more than likely going to solidify these positions that they're in behind the safety car.
Blinker would have been hoping for a restart here, Ronan. So just to recap the points for you as they came into the weekend. Chris White, following the great work that he's done in recent rounds, but particularly at Teretonga, he moved to the top of the points ladder at Teretonga on 5:45. Zach Blinko on 5:23. Now, Chris is currently third in this race. Zach is fifth. So that does help Chris White in the title race, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And Chris, he's a real smart young lad. He'll know that for sure, where everyone's placed, and knowing that he's third. Hugo Allen's obviously still in the championship hunt as well, but he's a few points behind Chris, down in fifth. So Chris will be knowing where Zach Blinko and Josh Bethune are. They're both behind him. Josh is down in eighth as well, so he's probably was hoping that there'd be a race restart as well. But unfortunately, it's looking at this stage like that is not going to be the case. Huge amount of damage to the front of both of those cars, so it's going to be, unfortunately, a lot of work for both the crews down at James Marshall Motorsport and Mackenzie Motorsport to get those cars back on the road for the morning's race.
Couple of young blokes racing there too. Awkward when it comes to the review in race control, because obviously they'll have to look into that incident, won't they, with Harry Townsend and with AJ Giddy. Yeah, no doubt. Harry Townsend, he's a great kid, and he's been driving so well, and he certainly wouldn't have meant any harm by that, but he was trying to go down the inside there. AJ, whether he saw him or not, braked incredibly late, and unfortunately they both, two cars trying to go into one piece of road, and unfortunately AJ got half turned, and then he sort of had to wait for the field to go past before he could get going, and unfortunately Lucas McGill was right in behind all of that and collected the side of the front of Giddy's car. How did Mac Templeton? Mac Templeton's been able to get to ninth, so a bit of progress there for him. He'll want more than that. There's Harry, who we were just talking about. GR Supra safety car controls the field. As you can see from the totem on your left of screen, we are on the final lap, so this is going to finish under safety car. Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, will add another win to his tally, and Ronan's just talked about where he is in the points standings or on the points ladder, so that's good for him in the defence of the title. Well done to Arthur Braun as well, to be able to park and put the Teretonga weekend well behind him, and to come back strong here. And you have to say, and we'll see it in the highlights again in a moment, I used that word already, assertiveness around the race start, and that battle with Allen was mighty going into the bus stop.
Oh, that was on for young and old down there at the bus stop on the first lap, Rusty. That was a incredible bit of racing between those young guys. They gave each other enough room. They got through safely, but for a moment there, we were certainly holding our breaths, and the old heart rate was spiking a bit. It was pretty hairy going through there, but neither of them wanted to give an inch, and they both knew that the one that gave in was more than likely to lose the race at the end there. So Arthur Braun, he held on till the very last point that he possibly could. Unfortunately for him, Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, so experienced in these cars, he knew exactly where he needed to place that car, and it's going to end up paying dividends.
Checkered flag's about to be waved. It finishes under safety car. Hugo Allen will take it out. Well done to our current champion in Bridgestone GR86. Arthur Braun, a well-deserved second. That's a good fight back from last weekend, and Chris White adds yet more points to his series lead.
Hugo Allen puts the #1 car back in the #1 spot. Arthur Braun there, great job to come home in second.
So recap of the final standings for you. Our first one of the weekend for Bridgestone GR86. He's been in good form all week. In fact, he's worked here with Toyota with some of their GR Drive Experience programs. Hugo Allen here in the days between Teretonga and Highlands. He starts the weekend with a win from young Arthur Braun. Chris White rounds out your top three. Justin Allen, as I said before, so much experience in this class, and it's nice to see that it's getting back to the kind of form we're used to from him. Zach Blinko, our early series leader, is fifth, and a bit to unpick at the back of the field, including the damaged cars for AJ Giddy and Lucas McGill. Highlights time for you in Bridgestone GR86. It was a great start, particularly for Arthur Braun. Look at him, up on two wheels assertive through the bus stop and fighting with Hugo Allen for the race lead. There was a fight on in behind as well for that 4th spot, with Justin Allen getting the upper early hand over Zach Blinko. Contact with the wall for AJ Giddy, and that would really wound that car.
And that right there, that spurred everything on from then all the action that unfolded after that, going down there. Mac Templeton with that move around the outside. Nico Scholes got fed off the road. Cam Hill got turned around, or turned himself around, and we see there Harry Townsend. Oh, and that just did not, that's a sickening sight when you see that. Never nice to see. Luckily, both lads were okay, AJ Giddy and Lucas McGill, but in the end, the reigning champion, Hugo Allen, number 1 on the side of the car, came home in that number 1 position. Arthur Braun there in second. Chris White did a great job to round out the podium and solidify his position at the top of the championship standings currently.
Saturday's offering here on Sky Sport in New Zealand, live and local, and of course on Fox and KO in Australia, YouTube around the world. Still a lot to come your way, including Summerset GT Racing and the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, with Rihanna chasing some big stories down there in the pit lane at the moment. And we'll update you on those in the run-up to race start for our Saturday race for CT Front, as we affectionately know it. Tomorrow, the Grand Prix, of course, the 70th running of the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix, and all of the build-up that will bring you to that, all of the tradition. And we've been reflecting, if you haven't seen our coverage, if you've just tuned in now, we have some beautiful historic packages that look back over the different eras of the New Zealand Grand Prix and some of the great names who've come through it from both New Zealand and abroad, for that matter, over the years. One of 2 Grand Prix still allowed to be called such that aren't a part of the Formula One calendar, like Macau. A very, very special thing, Ronan.
It's incredibly special, Rusty, and it's something that needs to be recognised and celebrated across New Zealand, because
and beyond,
and beyond, because it's such a special privilege to be a country that gets to host a FIA recognised Grand Prix. And as you just said, outside Formula One, Macau and the New Zealand Grand Prix are the two that still get the right to call it that. And it's incredible history, incredible heritage, and something that we need to keep celebrating and keep emphasising, because it's incredibly special.
I think it's so nice to see some of the young stars that are in that field this year and that will be going on to race in Formula 3 and so on, just appreciating what the New Zealand Grand Prix stands for and what it would mean to put their name on that very special trophy. So we're in Allied Petroleum victory lane, just waiting for Hugo Allen to jump out of the Mad Butcher 86 there. And we'll hear from them very shortly.
As we see there, Hugo getting out of the car, he'll be absolutely wrapped with that one. He's such a focused and determined young man, and he's bundles of talent there in between the ears of Hugo Allen, and he'll be no doubt. He's still got a serious look on his face, so he'll be more than already thinking about the next race, I'm sure, and how he's going to try and fight his way to the front for that reverse top 10 race. But let's go down to Reed, down in Allied Petroleum victory lane.
And as we continue to have the sun shining on us here at this beautifully presented Highlands Motorsport Park, we welcome our podium receivers for the first race of the Bridgestone Toyota GR86 series. Congratulations, Hugo Allen, IMAC Engineering. He's our defending champion. I want to know about that opening lap. That was authoritative. That was awesome.
Yeah, we got a super even start. So, just had to hold it on the inside. I think my start was slightly better, and then he started to get the side draft. So, the boys set the car up pretty nicely for those first few laps. So, big thanks to IMAC Race Engineering, Toddy and Ian do a fantastic job of running these cars. So, it's just a privilege to run with them. And big thank you to the Mad Butcher as well for giving me the opportunity. It's not quite when we wanted to win our first race of the season, but we're just going to keep chipping away, and hopefully we can be there in the end.
It's awesome to see you back up here in victory lane and taking out second place from Mackenzie Motorsport, Arthur Bruin. Arthur, it was a tough round last time out at Terratonga. Great way to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. It's awesome to be back up the front. It was a bit of a shame. There was a safety car there at the end. The car was really coming on there at the end. So big thanks to the Mackenzie Motorsport boys for a rapid car.
Well done, congratulations. And running out our third place for the opening race here from Neil Motorsport is Chris White, congratulations, Chris. This is really important points for your championship fight. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Like, I mean, we're just sort of chipping away at the moment. Like, in the last 7 races, we've had 6 podiums. So we're just chipping forward in the championship, gaining those valuable points. So to get a P3 in that one's pretty good, knowing that we're going to start second in the last race on Sunday. So tune the car up a little bit more, work a bit more on myself, and see how we go tomorrow.
Well done. Congratulations. As awesome. Always awesome racing in the Toyota Series.
It's time for the podium presentation for Race 1, Round 4 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, and delighted to welcome the CEO of Toyota New Zealand, Tatsuya Ishikawa, to present the trophies today. Welcome, Tatsuya. In third place from Neil Motorsport, ladies and gentlemen, Chris White. In second place from Mackenzie Motorsport, it's Arthur Bruin. And your winner in race 1 here at Highlands, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for IMAC Engineering's Hugo Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your podium for race 1, round 4 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship.
Special moment for those competitors. We've got a lot more 86 racing to come your way this weekend. A commercial break, and on the way, we're going to soak up a bit more history from the New Zealand Grand Prix.
The drivers that competed in New Zealand during the summers of the 2010s reads like a who's who of current top-flight motorsport. The list of winners of the New Zealand Grand Prix was no different.
You only have to look at the current Formula One grid to see how many drivers have made their name and built their career partly on visiting New Zealand and competing in the Toyota Racing Series. There's been Lance Stroll, there's Colapinto, we've got Liam Lawson, of course, now competing in Formula One, and significantly, and he will become a driver that a lot of people will be looking to now to say, Lando Norris, you're world champion, and on your journey to that title, you were Toyota Racing Series champion in New Zealand.
Nick Cassidy joined the illustrious list of 3-time winners. That includes Sir Jack Brabham, Sir Sterling Moss, Craig Beard and Kenny Smith.
The New Zealand Grand Prix means a lot to me. Obviously it's got a very special place in the history of motorsport. The third and final one was the last time I competed in a race, 2014. I hadn't been driving, I wasn't in the championship, and just an amazing memory of putting a car together for a weekend. That race is basically what gave me the opportunity to keep my dreams alive and lead me to where I am today.
2015 and 2016 saw 2 young faces take out the NZGP, 2 faces that would soon become global names on the biggest stage of them all.
I mean, I just went into the race, no expectations. I just knew it was a long race, and I won the championship, so I went out and had a good time, and in the end I came home with the win, so I'm so happy with that.
Quite a few famous British names on that trophy. You're now one of them. How do you feel?
Maybe next year I can do it again, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's been a long journey, so I need to take it all in, and thanks to everyone.
And as the decade drew to a close, a young local lad made such an impression that it would change the course of his life.
It was a very intense race at a very intense part of the championship for me. I was racing against Marcus, and looking back on it, it was an amazing series because you had 2 New Zealanders that were basically leading the series and leading everybody else, and it was a very close fight, and it went down to the last race. So it was very, very cool to win that, to win the championship, to have my family and friends obviously being in New Zealand, and the next day to sign a Red Bull contract as well was very, very cool. It's the biggest race we have, so as a kid, you know, I raced in Formula First and Formula Ford, and I raced alongside, watched, you know, all the international guys competing in the series and trying to win that race. To be also alongside the New Zealanders that had won it, that was something I really wanted to do. You know, we sort of talk about it, what is more important, and the fact that that race alone is almost as important as winning a championship obviously shows how special it is. So yeah, it was a very exciting feeling.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an app for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackfirds in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
Welcome to the championship decider of the Repco NextGen Go-Karting World Title. Now, if you've been following along, you'll know that David Tunnicliffe took out round 1 at Hampton Towns. It was Andrew Waite round 2 at Taupo. Greg Rust and Ronan Murphy yet to do anything good. So they've got one round to really make up for it. Let's go see who will be crowned the champion of the go-karts. Round 3, complete. Andrew Waite, fastest time. Was there a bit of sandbagging at the start of that one?
I think what you call it is the broadcasting side of things were trying to make it a little unfair. I was on speed 3, still managed to win it, so they can do what they like, but I still win.
Ronan Murphy, yet to do anything all season. Bit of an issue there, or was it just you?
Yes, there's obviously something happened. Maybe Andrew Waite paid them a bit of money because
Santa.
Yeah,
Santa.
And so maybe it wasn't Andrew Waite because then he actually gave me a hand. Yeah, or maybe it was Santa actually. That's a good point. So no, we were leading it right till then. Even with an engine failure, we were right up there. So a bit disappointed we couldn't do 3/4 of the session.
To save your career, to save your dignity, maybe it's time to apologise to Santa.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Sorry, Santa Claus. I still believe in you. Hopefully there's some presents under the tree at the end of this year.
Oh, it's for you, Josie. Greg Rust, sort of salvage something a little bit.
Regretting Christmas dinner choices. Loving the fact that I think there's nothing wrong with the karts, but something may have been done to the fuel load on Ronan's kart, I hear.
Santa.
We love Santa.
Tanners.
Oh, sorry. Look, it was a fair race. It was a good race. Rusty obviously had a bit more power than everybody else. Andrew's done some shenanigans as well because he was definitely not supposed to be that fast. But I think at the end of the day, the results will speak the truth.
We just need to deliberate with the officials about who will be crowned champion, Richard Crowell.
Well, Rhea, as Chief Justice of this karting championship, it's a tough ask, and the competition has been outstanding, and I'd like to thank our competitors for putting on an enjoyable show. In fourth place, unfortunately, it's Greg Rust.
No surprises.
It just didn't quite deliver the level of performance that we'd hoped for. In third place is Ronan Murphy. Unfortunately, you've got to check your fuel load before you go out. Didn't complete all the laps, lost that opportunity to set a fast lap time. Very disappointed. And
Can I just say I'm really glad, though, at least I didn't come in fourth place.
no, that's true. That is a massive bonus, which means there could be only one winner out of Andrew Waite and David Tunnicliffe. I'm not going to lie, Rhea, there's been some external pressure on me as part of this commentary team.
As in money?
Yes, to deliver this result. So I'm going to have to crown the winner of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship karting challenge to our boss, David Tunnicliffe.
That's good for your career, Rich. Well done.
You've all got jobs next year. Yes!
Possibly one of the world's greatest stitch-ups, but a lot of fun. And when you come to Highlands, there is so much to see and do. Karting is just one of them. The grid is taking shape here for Summerset GT New Zealand. Delighted to be joined from the partnership side of Summerset by Ginny Gully. Welcome to you. This is awesome, isn't it? I mean, congratulations. It's a continuation of a great partnership you've had with this class.
Yeah, absolutely. Summerset's purpose is all about bringing the best to life to our residents. And, this is a really cool and amazing sponsorship and partnership. We're really proud to be here today, and by being here we're able to provide our residents with some amazing opportunities and experiences such as hot laps and weekends out in the beautiful sun. So yeah, it's amazing.
I love that. Motor racing is for the young at heart as well, and that's super important. The atmosphere of this Grand Prix weekend, to be a part of that, must feel pretty cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. So yeah, thank you for having us.
It's great to have you with us. Thank you for what you do for this series too. Let's go to Rihanna.
And our man that will be starting this race off from pole position for this 30-minute race here in the Summerset GTs. Rick Armstrong, you're in the perfect place right here.
Absolutely. No pressure though, is it? Yeah.
You were the one that said to me, I can't come back in second again.
No, I don't like chatting to when I've had a place finish after the race. But no, it's all mine to lose from here. And it's a good day. The track's in pretty good shape. It's perfect racing conditions. Lucky enough to be off pole. So we're just going to go and see what we can do, pin our ears back and get stuck into it.
I know you're itching to get ready, so we'll let you go. Wish you all the best and enjoy it out there.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And just across on the other side of the grid is Nigel Cromie, who's come through this class of racing from, GT4 spec machines to this now. Firstly, the graduation to a Porsche has not taken much adaptation, mate. Well done.
Oh, thank you. To be honest, I found it quite a big jump. So it was a big learning curve, but I've got a good team who's helped me along the way, so I'm feeling good about it.
You're nice and relaxed at the moment. We know we've talked in commentary about your powerboat background. Rick is an ultra-competitive operator. We know what Joel is like behind you as well. I mean, in the lineup on these front sort of 3 rows, do you park all that, just focus on turn 1? How do you play this?
Well, I was trying to not think about it until you reminded me of everyone around me. So I'm trying to channel Invercargill when I was nice and cold, where I'm boiling hot and I've got the fastest guys around me, so I'm just going to look forward, I think.
It's great. As we have these great conversations, you and I, that'll be the last time I interview you. Let's go to Rihanna.
One man that I know loves this series and loves racing here more than probably Richard Crowell loves this series is Alan Sargent, as he just gets himself strapped into the car as we have the most spectacular scene here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Alan, I know that you're busy getting ready, but I just want a quick comment how much you love racing here, how much you love racing this category.
Oh, I absolutely love it. It's one of the best things, and a lot more people should come out and do it. You know, this is the gentleman's race, so they should come out here and enjoy the fun and experience a really cool track.
And how cool that we had this opportunity for friends, families, for sponsors to be out on the grid with you guys.
Oh, the amount of young kids, I think, inspires them to think about coming and racing future. I was talking to a couple of kids, put them in the seat, and and all they wanted to do was get a new sim. So it's really cool.
We love it. Well done. Good. Well.
Thanks, Reece.
And young Will Exton is proudly from the South Island. He's been doing in recent years some things on the other side of the ditch in Australia too, but nice to see you racing again this weekend, mate. Firstly, how's it all been going?
It's been going great. Really enjoying sharing the car with Alan this year, which is a change from last year. So, getting back into the Super. I have driven it once before overseas. So, just learning the car and feeling comfortable. And, Alan's got a good spot to start the first race, and hopefully gets away cleanly and get some points on the board.
All right, we're about to clear this grid. You know all about GT4 competition. Go well today. Thanks.
Cheers, thank you.
Rusty and Reece, thank you. Busy times down on the grid here on a baking, beautiful day at Highlands. It is stunning conditions for motor racing. And great to have Willie Exton back. He's from the Marlborough at the top of the South Island, and a former GT4 class champion driving that awesome McLaren for Giltrap Group Motorsport a couple of seasons ago. So really good to see him back in the field. Raced in Australia last year in Porsche Sprint Challenge and had some success there as well. Another fast young Kiwi racing talent, and cool to see him behind the wheel of the Supra. Stunning conditions. Track temp in the 30s, ambient in the low to mid 20s, not a cloud in the central Otago sky, and a great crowd here as well, and a busy crowd on the grid. One of them on the grid was our colleague, one of the global voices of sports car and GT racing, John Hindhoff, who joins me, Richard Craill, and Andrew Waite. It was busy down there.
It was, and the atmosphere is superb. It's quite clear that GT racing captures people's imagination here, and for those of you watching around the world, you think this place looks good on the pictures? It is as nothing compared to being here in person. I've filled up my phone already. I'm going to have to dump some pictures tonight.
It's rare you could stand on a grid and see some Alps in the background with snow on them. It is just truly remarkable. This is going to be a fun race though, Andrew Waite. We had a few cars out of position in qualifying. Luke Manson, one of them, didn't get to complete a lap. There was a red flag at the end of the session. Unfortunately, didn't complete his lap. So he's 7th. The other one, Regan Schooler, got a 3-grid position penalty. He bought out that red flag. So that is the penalty. So he's down to 5th place. It leaves Rick Armstrong and Nigel Cromie on the front row of the grid. Rick we know, but Nigel Cromie has been one of the stories of the season so far.
He certainly has. He's just been getting faster. I feel like I keep saying this, but it's true. He just gets faster every time he's out there. And to be on the front row, he was so close to Rick Armstrong's time as well. He was just within a 10th of his fastest time in qualifying. So to be on the front row for Nigel is a great effort, and he's done a few laps around here as well to get up to speed, but then so has Rick, so has Sam Fillmore. So those guys have done a lot of laps around this place, and nothing replaces laps around this place.
There have been 3 different winners from the 3 races at the 2 rounds held so far this year. So no one has been able to double up this season.
And don't forget the GT4 battle, the battle of the Supra, 3 Supras and the AMG. That's going to be hard fought, and there's a lot of prestige and reputations on the line there. Talking to the guys on the grid, it's 30 minutes. It's a sprint race mentality-ish, because there's more racing to do over the weekend. You can't bend the car.
Yeah, there's so much coming up, and then just to add to it, don't discount Matthew Day as well, Day, because he had that issue in practice, got to the bottom of that. In qualifying, got to the bottom of that. It turned out it was the wire that goes to the front wheel was rubbing on the tyre, and it stopped the ABS from working, created that fault. So they've obviously got that fixed. I've got that car back out there. So Matt Day is very, very fast around this track. He's done a lot of racing here in the Southland Endurance Championship during the off-season as well. So, and the Lamborghini GT3 was very fast in that as well. So can't wait to see what he's got for the guys ahead of him in this one.
And those two-driver combinations. We'll tell you who's starting those cars in the GT4 class. Thanks to Cream Insurance, that's the starting grid. Armstrong, Cromie, we know. Joel Giddy upper spot because of that penalty to Schooler, so the Merc right at the very front. It will be Alan Sargent starting for pole in GT4. It will be Glenn Chappell starting the number 635 car, which is a cool number to have if you're a BMW fan. Matt Day out of third. Grant Aitken next. Tony Quinn starting the 101 Game Over Supra. Ryder will do race number 2, but so will the youngsters, as the other blokes call them. The other little subplot is there's a trophy within a trophy within a trophy up for grabs there. So Alan Sargent, Grant Aitken and Tony Quinn have a GT4 Cup between them. Grant Aitken is the current holder. Doesn't particularly want to give it up this weekend.
Notice he switched cars this weekend.
He
was
has.
in an Audi last round, and now he's brought his Porsche out, so he wants to put his hands back on that trophy.
Here we go. Somerset GT New Zealand. It's round 3 of the championship. Rick Armstrong is the series leader. Luke Manson is second and a long way back in this field. Porsche's at the front with the Mercedes AMG of Joel Giddy that you can never, ever count out. Set to unleash at Highlands in Summerset GT NZ. Great start, Cromie from the outside of the front row in the rolling start. And watch for Joel Giddy in the purple Merc going down the inside. There was no room to squeeze up the inside of Armstrong. James Parker shorts the bus stop and goes through, and he's going to be on the outside of Regan Schooler. But it's Nigel Cromie who leads them through for the first time at turn 2, Andrew.
Great start there by Nigel Cromie to get into the lead. It was a bit awkward for Rick Armstrong because he was side by side with Joel Giddy there, and 2 by 2 into that bus stop never works.
And there was James Parker on the very outside. He was trying to make it 3 wide in the IRC GT. I think the lesser of two evils there, shortcuts the chicane, dropped him a little bit of time. He did not, I don't see that he got an advantage from that. I think he'd be left alone by race control.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be with that. He did the right thing, backed out of it a bit and got back into position. So if anything, he actually lost out a fair bit of ground as well. So race control, I'm sure, will let that go and they can continue racing as Luke Manson has a look up the inside of Andrew Child, gets the move done, only just gets the car stopped. And Andrew Child there able to do the crossover and gets back in front.
The Yeti liveried Porsche, so it's the Kiwi theme on Rexy, the famous car in IMSA competition, as they jump over the bridge for the first time. Good start, Nigel Cromie, and already got 6/10 over Rick Armstrong. We'll just get back to the rear bumper bar of the race leader at the end of this lap. So Parker maintaining, Schooler upper spot after that grid penalty. Manson trying to squeeze by. Had that thing dancing on the rear axle, didn't he, under brakes up into the hairpin. It was sliding around, trying to get it stopped. But it's Cromie at the end of lap 1. It's just a car length over Rick Armstrong.
There's a bit of extra work to be done to Andrew Child's car after Tiratonga in that last race. He got the wall at the end of the main straight, so they got their car repaired. The McKenzie team got that all sorted and back on track, which is good to see. And Rick Armstrong using all the road there, had his inside right tyre on the grass around the southern loop, trying to make up as much time as he can to close that gap to Nigel Cromie.
Spoke to the team at IMS before this race, International Motorsport, and there were some discussions about track temperature and in particular how these cars will use their tyre, the Michelin tyre, over the duration. So there will be some management over the course of this race as we go back and have a look at the start.
It was a really good start by James Parker in the IRC. Look, he's gone 3 wide there with the 2 Cup cars, and he's holding on, He tries to tough it up. Nah, I'm not going to make it.
That was completely the right call. 3 into 1, let alone 2 into 1, doesn't work into there.
The only question they may have at race control is he didn't do the
chicane. I've just noticed that, yeah.
So they may look at that, but
he didn't keep it wide open either.
It's fine. I think it's fine. Let him go. Not for us to judge.
No, indeed. We've got somebody pretty good doing that, in fairness. Always have to.
So Cromie settling down and just building a little gap over the champ Armstrong. Rick is from Wellington, Porsche Centre, Wellington. They've got an amazing group there, John, that I think you'd appreciate, and you are a fan of the Porsche product. They've got a group called Flat Sixes and Flat Whites. So they get together and have a coffee and watch the racing, and they have park-ups and get all the cars together in car meets. It's an awesome thing. Car culture is alive and well in this part of the world, and I love them pushing that.
the amount of really lovely cars I've seen on the roads around here in the last couple of days, it's quite clear that the automotive culture in total, never mind the racing culture, that has been fostered by this fabulous facility, which has got a bit of everything. If you're tuning in and you've not seen this place before, and you think, well, it's really wide going into that hairpin. Oh, it's really tight going into that bus stop. Yeah, it's got a bit of everything, including the crossover. It is just brilliant. And words do not do it justice. And it races really well. That's the key thing.
Yeah, it really does. And there was a bit of tuning done after the first ever race here. As this corner we're coming into down here, see how wide it is.
I love that.
So it was actually a chicane initially, and that's why there's all the road over to the right. But straight away, it took away a great passing opportunity because of that little chicane. So after the first major race meeting here was right, let's widen it, let's create some more passing opportunity. So to have those fine-tuning things happen, you don't often see that at a racetrack.
And catching air. My mind immediately goes to the Nürburgring Nordschleife and all those great pictures down through the years of GT cars with not just a little bit off the air, with a bit of droop on the suspension. That is absolute quality. And here's the battle then, starting to build up.
If you're just wondering, if you're looking at the timing screen on the left of your screen, Joel Giddy's car pops up and down every now and then. There is a timing issue, we're told, from race control with that car. So they're looking after it manually. Don't worry, Joel Giddy is exactly where he should be in third place. And visually, he's only a couple of car lengths behind Rick Armstrong in second. So looking quite strong, the Mercedes, as the race goes on. This is the battle between Glenn Chappell and Matthew Day. It's for second and third in the GT4 class. So this is a good little scrap between these two. And Matthew, who started at the back of the GT4 field after that little braking issue, is making some ground. It's got some great pace and closing in on the two Supras this race in GT4, being led by Alan Sargent, who's just going out of shot.
Both front engine cars, of course, very different in their philosophies, and it's great that we can get this type of variety in the racing, and those drivers will be working really hard. Meantime, Porsche on Porsche, well, oh, there was a big lock-up from somebody that we heard in our ears.
Oh, wow, and Sam Fillmore, it was more of a lock-up. It was a spin and a very big moment on the entry to the bridge at turn 10, and there's been contact as well. The Alliance Services Porsche's found the wall.
Oh,
he's got the fire alive.
He has got away super lightly with that to go onto the bridge, and by the looks of it, only have damage on the rear of the car like that. He's going to be able to continue. Most cars you see have any sort of moment onto the bridge, it's game over. So that is very, very lucky for Sam.
And he's brought the safety car out, so he'll actually get back on the end of the field. He's the only problem I see with that is if he's wiped the exhausts and squeezed the exhaust, because they are very, very susceptible, those Cup cars, to not breathing out properly. But go and put the Lotto on. He's got to do that. That was incredible. He's had a full 360 and he's barely taken anything off the end. I think there's more of the advertising on there, Krillsy, on it than what's been taken off it.
Yeah, it's damaged the diffuser at the rear of the car. The exhausts are bent a little bit and it's taken the front splitter off as well. So International Motorsport will check out Sam. The question is, how did he get there? That's for me. And he was involved in a battle. So he was in a fight with Andrew Child just behind, and Luke Manson, I think, was close by. So we'll unpick that for you as the Toyota GR Supra safety car returns to the circuit. It's picked up Grant Aiken. They'll wave him by, and then it will pick up our race leader, Nigel Cromie.
Has he lost that little bit of rubber on the front leading edge?
He's lost the splitter, yep.
Oh, that is, I mean, it looks as nothing, Crailsey, but you know, having covered so much Porsche racing, particularly Cup cars, that's gone. That is a huge aerodynamic disadvantage there. If that had stayed on there, he might have been able to continue, actually.
Yeah, they'll have a quick look at it and check all the wheels are in the right direction as they are. The International Motorsport team doing a fantastic job with their car. They'll get it back out there. It's worth bringing it in to have a look at it like this, mainly because it's under safety car, so you can get going again, catch the back of the safety car. Was already at the back of the field, so to do that works out well.
And Andrew, they had to send him now because a bunch of the field are coming out of the final corner. They're all still chasing to get to the safety car, so They needed to get him out before the pace car. It was full days of thunder. So now he can go around, he can catch up to the back of the queue, stay on the lap, and then get into pit lane, and maybe they can throw another splitter at it potentially for the
next
end of the
time around, possibly.
Yes.
It's at this point he's really, really happy that this is not an hour-long race. He might just be able to get to the end with a bit of safety car help without completely goosing the Michelin tyres on the front. Let's head down to the lane. Here's Rihanna.
And we updated you with some breaking news earlier today in regards to the CT Frot race and the qualifying that took part earlier this morning. There were some technical infringements relating to two cars, Ugo Ugachukwu and Ryan Wood. It has just been confirmed that Ryan Wood has been disqualified from that qualifying session. So he currently will start the first race this afternoon from P19 last on the grid. So that is massive news that is just breaking as this race unfolds, that Ryan Wood has been disqualified. We will continue to update you with the news in regards to Ugo Ugachukwu, our current championship leader, as we get the information at hand.
Thanks, Ree. It's massive news because the championship is quite literally on the line here. There's 18 points at the pointy end of the field to Ugachukwu's benefit, and a disqualification for qualifying for him will be disastrous from a championship point of view, with Freddie Slater up towards the front of the field. So we'll keep you apprised on that story. Nice work by Reed to get that information, but massive heartbreak for Ryan Wood, who's going to have to start from the very back of the field, and we'll get to see Ryan at his best in terms of aggression and pent-up frustration trying to work his way through the field.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year confirmed already, Krilsey, but he was thinking more overall championship, wasn't he? And no longer do rookies take 2 or 3 years to get themselves into the championship. He's come in and he's been disputing into the sharp end all season.
Yeah, pretty good for a touring car driver to roll in and be as competitive as he has been, but we were not surprised at that. The biggest story is that it's going to hurt him for the Grand Prix as well.
And just getting further update from race control as well, that incident with Sam Fillmore. So it looks like he got a bit out of shape on the first left-hand curve through there. So it's quite a common thing that happens through that part of the track. It's just so fast onto the bridge. So he's basically come into there on the brakes, and because you're loaded on the front of the car, you try to turn it in, and generally you're trying to get faster and faster in there. Got a little bit too fast, too much brake, lost the rear, and just missed the wall.
Huge respect for the ladies and gentlemen in orange or in white or whatever colour they wear all the way around the world. I am incredibly honoured to be an ambassador for the British Motor Racing Marshals Club. We simply can't go racing without them giving of their greatest gift they can, which is their time. Thank you, one and all. And whether you're here today or whether you're getting ready, perhaps in Europe, to go and volunteer over another motorsport weekend. Plenty going on even in these colder times in Europe, and good evening to those of you who are watching back in Europe and in the chilly UK. I'll stop now before I upset you all.
Yes, because one thing it's not here is chilly.
Well, I nearly had to put a long-sleeved sweater on last night, Creel.
Cool overnight, warm in the day. It's perfect.
Beautiful.
It is perfect.
Aircon goes off overnight.
You can sleep, and then the days are nice. It's so good. And this part of the world, in particular in the central Otago, our producer is commenting on how good the Pinot Noir is in this part of the world. And
it's outstanding.
We can all vouch for that, except for our athlete over here.
Well, you need cold nights because Pinot Noir, the skins are very, very delicate.
Yes, exactly. Ray?
To get this one underway, but I just wanted to confirm Ryan Wood has been disqualified from all 3 portions of qualifying earlier today. So every single part of qualifying has been given a DQ. Ugo Ugachukwu, they are still awaiting a result from that.
Thanks, Ray. So just that confirms that he'll start last for race 1, which was based on the times from qualifying 1, and then we eliminated drivers down to the final 8. Ryan Wood qualified superbly for the Grand Prix, missed out on pole by a 10th, disqualified from that part of qualifying as well. Means he will start the 70th NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix from 19th and last, and that is a massive blow for Ryan Wood. And you can imagine that the arguments from M2 competition around Ugo Ugachukwu with the championship on the line are going to be fairly fierce, and that one could be discussed right up until the green flag flies a little bit later on this afternoon. Lights are out on the GR Supra safety car. We're not far away from a restart in this one. There'll be about 15 minutes of racing to go. And now Nigel Cromie has the job to lead the always fast Rick Armstrong. and Regan Schooler to the line, with Joel Giddy in the middle of them, of course, in the Mercedes AMG.
All line astern here, single file, so watch again for that darker coloured IRC GT to see if James Parker can use the extra torque of that engine, Andrew, and get the start.
Same with the GT2 of Joel Giddy as well. We've seen the lightning horsepower of that car too, so bit of an awkward run for those guys down into turn 1, with not a very long straight, unlike Tiratonga last weekend, the way that they're able to pull out and go around the Porsches. But as they start getting ready through the last
Leaving
corner.
it till late, isn't he? To go. I like this strategy, Krillsy.
Away we go, back underway at Highlands, Summerset GT New Zealand. Giddy had a little margin to Rick, so he's not going to be able to capitalise on the horsepower, at least on the start, through the bus stop, and then in the long, never-ending turn 2.
That's a copybook start there, isn't it, by the guy who effectively, Nigel's effectively the safety car at that point, and he got on the power at exactly the point that Rick and Regan couldn't do it, while they were still in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, perfectly timed by him. And then the way they threw it into that loop as well, and the colder tyres as Rick Armstrong looking super racy at the moment. Has a look up the inside of Nigel Cromie. The side-by-side slight contact, and through goes Rick Armstrong.
Brilliant opportunistic move by Rick. He absolutely sent it into 10 on the run up to the bridge, didn't he? Committed so hard, carried so much car speed. And while that was going on, Joel Giddy had a really big wobble too. Now the Merc's going to have a look up the inside. So the restart initially was great for Schooler, but it's costing now for Cromie, who's topping down the order. Parker firing in this as well, in the IRC GT, trying to buy into this. Schooler in behind them in the laser plumbing and electrical car. Then Child, then Manson, still back down in 7th place.
Oh, Cromie just struggling to find his rhythm now. As soon as you get passed by one car, it's so hard to get back into that rhythm of what you're able to do, and now under pressure as well by James Parker.
And he was out on the dirty side of the track as well. I don't think that helped him for the next couple of corners. So Armstrong with an opportunity here to open out a bit of a lead while the scrap goes on behind him.
Here it's Sam Fillmore. His day's getting worse. He's under investigation for a safety car restart breach of procedure, which I would imagine, based on Tiratonga, would be overlapping before the safety car line, which is the point at which you can overlap and overtake on the restart. So the start, it started so well for the driver of the 33 car, and then within the space of a corners, and it started here a lap ago, Armstrong absolutely fired it in there. Then when they went under the bridge, he had so much momentum, and at the same point, Joel Giddy had a very big wobble in the JG Civil Mercedes and carried lots of car speed, and that helped him with this whole run up the back towards the hairpin. So Armstrong now in front, Giddy in 2nd.
Just getting confirmation from race control as well. It's a 2-second time penalty for Sam Fillmore there, which is exactly the same penalty as he got at Tiratonga as well, the same amount of time. So exactly to your point, Richard, it's been, I would say, done for the same thing for that overlap.
Nice run to 7th as well for the leading GT. For make that 8th now. He's lost an overall position, but the leading Super, Alan Sargent, 107. He is holding on to that GT4 battle. Lucky Evan behind him, and then Matthew Day. Matthew really having to relearn the car here because he didn't have the same car underneath him at qualifying with that technical issue with the ABS.
Yeah, he certainly did. Battled away, did the right thing, stayed out there and tried to get a good enough lap to make sure he qualified up as high as he possibly could, but it's just certainly a battle without ABS in these cars. You don't have that same sort of feel on the pedal in a GT4 car. But Rick Armstrong, now he's out in front. He's already taken the gap out to 2.3 seconds.
And just in the back of that last shot, I caught Matthew Day side by side with Glenn Chappell in that number 635 Supra that's 2nd. So he was having a big run. So the battle continues onwards. If you're confused about that, our timing does say Lockie Evan. He's the young bloke. He'll drive the car in the next race. Glenn Chappell is behind the wheel now. So
yeah, and the rookie here just reads what's on the screen in front of me. Sorry.
No, it's entirely fair. I'll do the same. And just to remind you, Joel Giddy is still in P2 in the AMG GT2. There is a timing transponder issue with that car, but there's visual proof. He's still there in front of Cromie, who's now back to 3rd, having led the restart. So first lap back under green started so well for the Porsche, but about halfway through it all unravelled. And it's so often the case here. It's such a momentum racetrack that you get hustled out wide, it costs you. You two both took a very sharp intake of breath there while we're watching Andrew Child and Luke Manson.
No good at keeping secrets, too, Andrew, are we?
No, that's black and white flags, a bad sportsmanship for Rick Armstrong for track limits, so he is completely out of warning for the track limits, which is up over the bridge. They're calling it 10A, which is the left, 10B, which is on the right, so obviously exceeding those track limits, so he needs to be on his best behaviour for the rest of this race. There's only 10 minutes remaining now, so it's a long way to go, but he has enough of a gap now that Rick is able to just stay out in front and control that lead.
The team needs to be talking to him now, Andrew, doesn't it? That's where the teamwork comes in. When a car's damaged or when there's tactics, even in a 30-minute race with 10.5 to go, there's tactics here because he doesn't have to keep cutting those corners anymore.
No, he doesn't, especially with that lead. He's able to take just a little bit more caution as he goes through there. Another one I just want to make mention of this race who's doing a fantastic job is Andrew Child. He is brand new to motorsport. Last year was the first time he ever drove a race at a high level, and now the way he's been going, he's doing a really, really good job running with these front guys. He's holding Luke Manson in behind him convincingly. Rihanna down the lane.
I know you guys are focused on what's happening on track, but this decision about Ryan Wood continues to evolve. Now, we are counting down to the first race this afternoon. As it stands, the decision has been put on hold. We have just been issued a new grid, which has Ryan Wood at his original starting position without the disqualification. So this is evolving. I'm trying to keep you updated as quickly as I can, but at the moment, the decision has been appealed by the team, so all decisions have been put on hold.
Wow, that's massive drama at the end of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. So they may well go into the race racing under appeal, and then it'll rumble on with the stewards overnight. That is massive news.
So that's a clever decision, no matter what way you look at it for the team there with Ryan Wood, because now it's been appealed. Whether it's dead right or dead wrong, he at least gets to take his grid position for race 1 today while they discuss it overnight.
Just confirming in the battle of the GT4 cars as well, Matt Day did get past the Toyota Supra of Glen Chappell and is now up into second place and is only a second behind Alan Sargent, so there may still be a battle for the lead in GT4 in the remaining 8.5 minutes. There he is, Mercedes AMG.
That AMG, particularly in that colour, does look it's so evocative of the 50s Mercs, isn't it? With the long nose, the big engine at the front. And you can see that this is very close to a road car. It doesn't have the huge aerodynamic accoutrement. Even the rear wing could almost be from a slightly more extreme road car. If that didn't have the stripes on it, you'd take that down the supermarket, and rightly so, I think.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to be behind the wheel of one of these GT4 AMGs, and they are just a beautiful car to drive. What gets me with them is they're so compliant. You're pushing on in them, and you look down, you're like, how is it producing the lap time it's doing? It's such a beautiful car to drive, does everything you want it to do, and it does it easy.
And look at how it's riding the bumps here as well. That's the other thing. It's a stable platform. It is the Merc meet in the Supra bred at the moment, as their first, second and third in GT4 are all plying their trade. This might come down, Crailsey, to the last 7.5 minutes, and who has looked after their Michelin tyres best. And for the moment, it does look like Matt Day is making the move forward and has the race car underneath him.
Yep, under pressure, Alan Sargent. So this is going to be a really good challenge for him. It's been a tough 6 months for Alan, and last weekend racing in memory of his late wife, who tragically passed away only 5 months ago. It was an emotional weekend for him. He celebrated it. And really enjoyed himself, and he said, I just wanted to get through that weekend, and then when I get to Highlands, we properly go motor racing. And he's roped in Willie Exton to drive with him as well. So in the 50-minute enduro race tomorrow, they'll share that Supra. Exton will drive the car in the 30-minute sprint tomorrow morning. But he has come along as a driver in the last couple of years, Wadey, hugely impressively and getting up to speed in one of these cars. They're still proper fast race cars. They're still difficult to drive. His learning curve has been significant.
Absolutely, and that covers off my point as well before when I was saying these cars do it easy. Yes, they do, but you've still got to extract the last bit of time out of them. It's easy to say, yep, the cars are really compliant, they do what they're meant to, but yeah, that last bit of time is really hard to get out of it. And I'm going to go as far, I do not want to put the commentator's curse on, but Alan Sargent, this is one of the best drives I've ever seen him do.
He's under pressure, he's gone wide.
Just as I do it, I should not have said a thing.
There you go.
Sorry, Alan.
The next noise you hear is Alan's team slapping it across the back of the... I was just going to say, starting to drive in his mirrors. He was going a little bit defensively, and at that point, he's off the optimum racing line. He goes half a car's length wide, and we've got a new GT4 leader.
Yeah, just down into here, so he's in hard on the brakes, and when you're on the inside of the track there, and obviously look at the understeer as well, you could physically hear it as he was turning in, hard in the ABS, the pedal goes solid, you're trying to turn, you can't do any more, and through goes Matt Day into the lead of the GT4 race.
It might have been inevitable anyway, Krillsy, but it looked like he was defending harder than he needed to there, and Matthew took advantage of it. I certainly think Matthew's got a better car in this portion of the race, but it did seem to me as though Alan over-defended there and got himself way offline.
Yeah, he did, just off the line there, and it's so hard to pull the car up. And even with that mistake, I'm still going to back my point before. I think this is one of the best drives I've seen Alan Sargent do. He's looking super racy. Apart from that slight mistake there, he's on his marks. He's looking very, very fast out there. But now he's under pressure from the car behind.
What was interesting to me as well is all of those GT4 cars are getting faster as the race goes on. They all put their quickest laps in last lap or the lap before. At the front of the field, Rick Armstrong, his pace has dropped away, and dropped away significantly, but so has the chasing pack. So whatever they're telling Rick at the front, with the bad sportsmanship flag hanging over him, Rich, that he's doing the right thing, holding on to the lead and managing the gap.
And Joel Giddy's come back to him a little bit. The other thing that's happened of late is that James Parker has found some speed in the IRC GT, running in 4th place. He's got Regan Schooler behind him, and he's got Nigel Cromie in front. So P4 is only a second out of a top 3 finish in this race, but he's just set his personal best first sector of the entire race. In fact, the race's best, 21.5 seconds. So the IRC looking after its Michelin's well as this race goes on.
So is this a front grip circuit or a rear grip circuit, really?
It's important. I'm going to say front grip off the bat, because there's so many turns around here. You need that rotation everywhere. But then the negative of a lot of front grip around here, you've got those high speed, high consequence corners that you don't want the tail wagging too much, is one way to put it, because as soon as you turn it into a corner, if the car's moving around in the rear, you don't have that confidence to push on. So it's such a balancing act. Yes, you want that turn, but yes, you don't want it to affect you in the high-speed corners.
Rick Armstrong still holds the lead. It is still Joel Giddy in second, and Joel is just absolutely pacing Rick, 10th for 10th. Sector for sector. Oh, dramas a little bit further back. What's gone on here with Andrew Child and Luke Manson? They were fighting over 6th and 7th position on the road. Manson qualified out of position from where we would have expected him to be, and this explains it. So Child defensive, Manson going down the inside, late at the hairpin.
I think there's a bit of work for Richard Moore, the driving standards observer, to do after that one. He'll want to have a bit of a look at that, whether or not there was overlap at the point of braking. That's the first point that they look at in these situations, at who's at fault. Was there overlap? Was there not at the point of braking? Was there enough room left? So that's the thing that Richard Moore will be going over after this one to decipher who's at fault.
I do like that entry, that corner though, that it's so wide that you have a choice of what you need to do. Rick Armstrong, Krillsy, on his final lap.
He is out in front, so the championship leader looking to build his margin even further. Started the season with a win in race 3 at Hampton Downs. He then won race 1 at Taratonga with a 2nd and a 3rd there as well to get the most points for the weekend. 32 points, the championship lead coming into this weekend. The other important trophy he leads is the Porsche Endurance Trophy, which is the series within a series for the Porsche branded cars in the championship. The winner of that gets a trip to the Night of Champions in Germany,
official Porsche-sanctioned championship, so it's a really good prize.
I've never been to that. Have you been?
No, neither have I. The invite must have got lost in the mail a little bit. A little bit further back, Joel Giddy's got some pressure too from Nigel Cromie. This is for second and third place. Cromie's had a very big run over the bridge, and he's going to have a look at this contact. Squeezes down the inside of Joel Giddy and wrestles second place away from the Merc on the final lap of the race. And it's all bottled up, second, third, fourth and fifth. Joel Giddy's going to be seething about that one. Unaware of all of it is Rick Armstrong, who'll cruise to his third race win of the season. But an explosive finish to Summerset GT New Zealand, and Nigel Cromie gets by.
Had a big dive up the inside off the bridge. Nigel Cromie there and that contact, but this battle still continues on for GT4. Matt Day over to the left, back to the right-hand side of the track, off the bridge.
Alan Sargent had to defend from Glen Chappell. So the two Supras have come back to the AMG in the very end of this one. And Sargent has to defend into the final genuine overtaking opportunity on the racetrack. What a good race. GT4 cars locked together the whole way through. And it's going to be the 16-year-old Matt Day who'll get his first win in Summerset GT New Zealand. Good drive.
That's incredible drive. Not just aggressive when he needed to be, but that's a well-paced drive from someone who is that young in years.
Yeah, and we've seen that already when he's been racing in the Endurance Championship here in New Zealand in a GT3 car. He's racing way beyond his years and showing a lot of talent as well. So great drive by Matt Day.
So let's confirm the results of that one. Race 1, round 3 of Summerset GT New Zealand. Armstrong, Cromie, Parker and Giddy. Now, according to the timing, 27 thousandths of a second across the line. So Parker, remember Giddy's car had a timing issue all race long, but they've timed it that Giddy was 4th. We need to have a look at that and confirm that for you. That is going to be controversial regardless. Regan Schooler next and Luke Manson 6th. But there's an asterisk over that after the contact with Andrew Child towards the end. Sam Fillmore remarkably survived to spin at the bridge and got away with it and ended up finishing 8th. And Matt Day, well done. A GT4 victory for the AMG. Here's the highlights. Somerset GT New Zealand, John Hindhoff, as you are now aware, crams a lot into its 30 minutes.
Started as it meant to go on. The IRC car going down the outside, bailed out to make sure that there was no contact. Obviously, we won't see that one get the sharp end of the field again after losing that. No, hang on. Hold my glass of Pinot Noir.
Got back and then continued on. Another battle started raging on as well as Matt Day. Started a little bit further back due to his issues with his ABS, and then Sam Fillmore, who will be getting straight out of his car and off to buy a lotto ticket after that one to get away with very slight damage. It doesn't happen like that at the bridge very often.
The restart was underway, and for a moment Nigel Cromie looked unflappable, and then halfway round the first lap back under green flag conditions, this from Rick Armstrong. Absolute send up the inside using the banking, got down there, and then a few corners later Giddy struck as well. James Parker was in the fight. It was an awesome battle. Armstrong disappeared up the road. He came under pressure a little bit with a bad sportsmanship flag for track limits, and then this Alan Sargent just a little bit too deep into the hairpin with the ABS and the understeer all happening at once, and that allowed Matthew Day to get by. This one will be looked at by race control. Manson, the lightest of little contacts on the back of Child's Porsche up at the hairpin as they were squabbling over 6th and 7th position. And then this was enormous, squeezing down the inside Cromie, massive send for second place. So Armstrong across the line, 3rd win of the season. Have a look behind. Well, Giddy, looked like Giddy got there for 3rd place, but they'll confirm that visually. And then the GT4 battle went the way of Matt Day, Alan Sargent, and Glen Chappell. What a race.
That certainly had all sorts, didn't it? It was great racing in the GT4 category as well as the GT Open. And that little bad sportsman flag for Rick Armstrong, didn't need to worry about that too much at the end. Came away with the win. He is down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane with Rihanna.
He sure is, and he has a big smile on his face because you wanted to win this one, Rick. From pole position, you've done it. Congratulations, Rick Armstrong.
Oh, it was a battle because I got a terrible start and Nigel jumped me on the start, which was great, but I managed to catch him after the restart and make a bit of a gap and bring it home. It was tough though, it's very hot out there.
It is very hot. Go take a drink of water, go take a breath. Well done, congratulations, we loved it. And in second place for our open class, Nigel Cromwell with the move, the dive bomb of the year. Well done.
I had to redeem myself from getting past after that safety car, so I knew I wasn't going to get Rick. He did a great race, but yeah, I managed to get Joel back into arm's reach, so on the second to last corner, it was good.
We loved it. I can tell you've got the deep breaths going, so go take a breath, go have a drink. And there's just a little bit of confusion right now as to who is third place, but it is this man, Joel Giddy. Congratulations. A little bit messy towards the end, but you're on the podium in third. Well done.
Yeah, a bit of exciting finish to it, eh? But the car's got a few bumps and bruises, but it'll be right.
Bit annoyed at that?
A little bit, probably my own fault more than anything, but yeah, we'll see.
Well done. Congratulations. And our 3 place winners for the GT4 class. Taking out the win is Matt Day. Congratulations, your first victory in this class. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was good. Probably a bit harder than I wanted it to be. I haven't done more than 15 minutes on this tyre, so it was a learning experience, but glad to get the win.
Well done. We enjoyed it. In second place, Alan Sargent. Now, Alan, you can go back and watch the replay and you can have a chat to Andrew Waite about commentator's curse. It was awesome up until then.
Oh yeah, I just had no front grip, so I lost. It was like driving on ice out there for me. So did what I could, but I got nothing for these young goods. Let's see how he goes tomorrow.
You've got a big smile on your face. We love it. And third place for our GT4 class is Glenn Chappell. Congratulations, Glenn. Tell me how much you loved it out there.
Oh, I loved it immensely. Yeah, I thought we took the lead at the start of the first corner, and then suddenly everyone went past. So yeah, it was a bit of fun out there, and I held Matt off as long as I could. But yeah, he was too quick for me over the bridge. So yeah, no, it was close at the end there though.
Congratulations to all of our podium place getters for our first race of the Summerset GT here in New Zealand.
In what is turning out to be an incredibly dramatic weekend, the final round of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy gets underway as the cars roll out of pit lane. Great to see Andrew from Toyota New Zealand here. The CEO is here as well. All celebrating what has been a remarkable championship and a showdown that just continues to build in intrigue and drama as we zoom in on one of the coolest places on earth right now, in the middle of the central Otago, beautiful part of the world. We find Highlands Motorsport Park, Cromwell at the bottom of Lake Dunstan, and 2 rivers that intersect. And we find Cromwell, this amazing circuit that weaves in and out of the pine forests. There's residences on the circuit, there's camping, there's a great crowd and a great racetrack too, just over 4 kilometres long. 14 turns, some real undulation and rise and fall as well. It's a great place to go racing as we build up to race 1 of 3 this weekend. It all points to the NAPA New Zealand Grand Prix This is Jin Nakamura. He's been the king of quali this weekend, Andrew Wade, and this is a flying lap on board the high-tech number 12.
First things first, look how late he's into the bus stop, all the way to the second curb, full throttle, and then trying to get the car to the inside, keeping it tight all the way through, a little bit of sideways on the exit, just managed to hold on to it, and then back over to the right. Awkward braking zone into here, trying to get the car stopped, over to the right, got a bit of throttle again, over to the left, and then back on throttle, on exit, up towards the carousel. Can carry a lot of speed into here with the amount of camber on the way in, and then important to get on the throttle super early. He's back on that throttle, he's flat all the way from here, down towards the hairpin. You're eyeing up your braking point, straightening up the steering and hard on the brakes, over the bumps, trying to stop the car. Slight lock up for him on the inside. Front tyre, then back on the throttle. From there, you're pulling gears, looking at shift lights, building up speed, up to 200 kilometres an hour. Flat as he arrives at the bridge, up over the top, airborne over the top before you're back on the brakes, down the hill, into Lakeside, then on the throttle again, running the car all the way out to the exit, then on the brakes, down the hill. Awkward place to get the car stopped. Slight lock up on the right front. You're trying to grab throttle as you're unwinding that steering and eyeing up the last corner. Is he going to hold it flat, slight lift on the way in, running it all the way to the wall. And that is a lap quick enough to put him on pole position for the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Richard Harris, engineer for Ryan Wood. We have been following this story, trying to keep on top of what has occurred earlier today. Now, initially there was a disqualification for Ryan and for yourself from qualifying earlier today. Where are we as it stands? Great to see that he's on the grid. What is the latest?
Yeah, it's actually still, I think it's still under investigation, so I don't really want to say too much. We basically were found to be rubbing on the ride height tool on our final set when we came in after qualifying. But we were able to get the ride height tool through clear. And then after that investigation, we went down and we checked the car on all three sets of tyres, and the car passed clearly on the first two sets, and the last set was closer. This was highlighted to the stewards. They made their initial decision. They didn't realise that we ran 3 sets of tyres in qualifying, so they've now changed that decision based on the findings that we ran 3 different sets of tyres. And then they're still making a decision, I believe, on tomorrow's.
I know this is evolving as we speak, and I know you're focused on getting Ryan going in this race, but how do you make sure that him, in his mindset, can just attack this race and forget about what's happened today?
To be honest, anytime there's some outside noise or some struggles, it just ignites this kid. It just makes him go harder, and he digs deep. And we're here to learn, and this is another learning curve for us. So yeah, he's doing a great job, and I think it'll just focus him.
Thanks, Rich. We really appreciate the update from Rich Harris. As you can see, Ryan Wood lining up on the grid in position number 5. That is great news for our Woody fans out there. Great news for New Zealand fans.
Behind him, Ree, is the in driving for TJ Speed HMD Motorsports this weekend, is a new addition for this team. We haven't had a chance to talk to Liam Skeets yet. He's a former winner of the New Zealand Grand Prix. Yesterday, though, with the rescheduled running of that race, we missed out on it at Teretonga. You were a spectator, though, but now you're in race mode.
Yeah, it feels good to finally get the chance to be on the grid and have a crack myself. Yeah, it was a bit of a shame to be on the sidelines, but yeah, I'm just really excited for the race, see what we can learn and see what we can apply for the Grand Prix, the important one tomorrow.
You've been throughout the course of this championship, you know, being something of a coach and helping other drivers and so on. You know what it takes to win in this class. Firstly, tell us about stitching together a deal to come and do the Grand Prix weekend, and when that was maybe on the radar. And secondly, the quality of competition in this field versus when you were last among it.
As for how I'm here on the grid in the first place, it only happened late last week, actually. Josh and Nico from Toyota casually even saying, hey, we want you to do the Grand Prix. We've got a spare car. And after the support of Castrol Oil coming on board in Toyota New Zealand, as well as some personal supporters of mine who are on the car, we were able to make it happen. The quality, yeah, it's stiff. I mean, we're sitting here 7th on the grid. This isn't where we wanted to be, but it just goes to show that that the level was really high this year. So I'm looking forward to mix it with these boys and see if we can move forward.
We hope it goes well for him. There he is, Liam Skeets, been testing in Super 2 in recent time, racing in the United States. Great to have him in the field. Ree?
Another local is, of course, Zach Schooler starting this race out from the second row of the grid. just getting the final wishes from friends and family. Zach, I mean, how important is this weekend and how important is this championship to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, championship at home, it's always really special. This weekend, you know, 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, so there's a lot up at stake. Qualifying went quite well, quite happy with the car after the crash yesterday, which, you know, the team at Toyota and MTech did a great job to get out in time. But yeah, you know, we're feeling pretty good about this race and looking to move forward.
What's important for this one? Obviously, the start's going to be critical.
Yeah, you know, we found yesterday there is quite a bit of error wash. Push to pass does help a little bit, but yeah, the start is definitely really important.
Thanks, mate. We wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Really cool photo posted today on Louis Sharp's Facebook page. You, very young you, with Greg Murphy when you were dreaming of being on the grid for New Zealand Grand Prix weekend. Awesome that you're here. How important is this weekend for you, mate?
Yeah, it's super important. It's probably the biggest weekend of my career so far. You know, the New Zealand Grand Prix is something I've wanted to do for a long time and something I've been aiming to win. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely huge. Obviously, we've not had the best of quali for the Grand Prix, so we've got a bit of work to do, but winning this would be amazing.
We'll leave you to it. Go hustle.
Thank you.
There he is, Louis Sharp.
And what can he do from the second row of the grid? A couple of Kiwis stacked up there with Sharp and Schooler and Ryan Wood. Reinstated there, just in behind in 5th place. You heard from his engineer, Richard Harris, discussing the dramas that have unfolded there with the post-qualifying investigations. So racing under a protest, but it was the decision they had to make, Andrew Waite, wasn't it, to make sure that car was on the grid, sorted out later tonight, go racing now.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a late night for those guys working all of that out, and very well explained by Ryan Wood's engineer as well, what the situation is, what their argument is going into that, so you can understand why it's been taken to the appeal process. So a lot of water to go under the bridge with that one.
Stunning conditions here. 17 degrees ambient, but that track temperature at 44 degrees. Lots of bright UV baking this bitumen surface. Just over 4Ks of it here at Highlands Motorsport Park. And the 6th drone cam shows the calm before the storm of the 3rd to last race of a compelling 4 weeks of motorsport at an extremely high level in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. And Jin Nakamura gets an opportunity to win a race. He's yet to claim a win. Nor is the high-tech team, in fact. They could add this series to the long list that they have achieved in over their remarkable journey. Off for the formation lap. Feels like there's a bit in this one, Andrew Wade. There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders as we build towards the Grand Prix tomorrow. There's a championship to fight for. There's lots of storylines to love in this field. And this is how they line up, thanks to Cream Insurance.
Jin Nakamura, he's obviously going to be on the pole position with that stellar lap earlier on today. And Ugachukwu there, he's on position number 2. Louis Sharp out of position number 3. Second part of qualifying for him didn't quite go to plan for the Grand Prix. And Zach Schooler as well. He's out of position number 4. Ryan Wood with a few questions around that for the later qualifying sessions leading into tomorrow as well.
Freddie Slater needs to pass cars. He's 18 points behind Ugachukwu going into these 3 final races. That's the championship battle, but he's got to go further forward than 6th place. Liam Skeets back in the field, 7th. James Wharton, 2 in 8th. Rivera Alla Kanato Lee a long way back in 11th place. He's 6th in the championship and someone that's been a contender all season long. Given David Yuanpu Chue Manson out of 14th place has got some work to do. Phil McLaughlin's been passing cars quite a lot this season, mainly because qualifying has been a little bit of a battle. So the Irishman starts from 15th position, the Red Bull Junior, but his last couple of rounds have been quite strong as well. So that's the scene. He couldn't ask for better conditions to go motor racing in. And the other question is this race is 2 laps longer than yesterday, Andrew Waite, where we ran the make-up race from Teretonga. That was 16 laps. This one 2 laps longer, and we saw at the end them start to struggle with tyres. So there's going to be some tyre management going on in this one as well.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial to start understanding the car and also using this as testing while it's a race. Yes, it's part of a championship, but build that knowledge as they head towards the Grand Prix, which is an even longer race again.
These young drivers, average age of this grid, under 20. A bunch of them are really teenagers. In In fact, the average age brought down. We should remind you, if you're a fan of Kalle Rovanperä, the two-time World Rally champion, taken ill yesterday, did not take part yesterday and ruled out for the remainder of the weekend. We hope you're feeling better, Kalle. I know you'll be watching. It's such a shame because his performances last weekend at Taronga in particular were the stuff of legend, and YouTube has cottoned onto it as well. That's the scene. 19 cars to take part today from the 6th drone cam. The final stanza in a championship that started at Hampton Downs, down to Taupo, then the bottom of the south in Taronga. It brings us to Highland. The 3 races remain, will culminate in the NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. This is the curtain raiser on Saturday at Highlands. Ugachukwu on the right, Nakamura on the left. Line ball start between the two of them. Couple of Kiwis in behind. It's Ugachukwu by a nose. It's Ugachukwu by a car as he turns into the bus stop. The championship leader leads them through for the first time. Critical start. The Americans got point early on in this one. It's busy behind as they sort themselves out. Louis Sharp is third. Zach School is in there. Everyone away. Everyone cleanly out of 2. And down into this difficult sequence of corners, but it's Ugo who leads the field.
Nakamura there looked like he just bogged down at the second part of the start there. Didn't quite get the best jump, and unfortunately for him now, he's going to have some work to do. And behind Ugachukwu. Ugachukwu has been fast all weekend long, and it's going to be very, very hard to get the move done. We know how hard passing is in this category. This has been enhanced with the push to pass that has been added to this championship this year. So whether or not that's going to make the difference for Nakamura to be able to put a move on, remember it cannot be used on the first lap of this race.
Side by side a little bit further back, Kanato, Lee and Yevon David. That was for position 11 and 12, and Lee got up the inside in that silver high-tech machine. Great run, Louis Sharp over the bridge and looking to go around the outside of Nakamura for second place. He got a great run out of turn 10. Nakamura's going to have to defend down here into the right-hander that brings them back around to the start line. Zach School is buying into this as well, and Freddie Slater watching on. He's up a spot. He's got by Ryan Wood on the opening lap of this race. Critical for a championship contender.
Nakamura looking a bit short on pace at the moment for that very first lap. I know it's early, but to put yourself under that much pressure, he's clearly not comfortable with that car yet as the tyres come up to temperature.
Push to pass will now be activated after the first racing lap. The extra 25 horsepower, they can use it 6 times throughout the race, but once it's been used, you cannot use it for 100 seconds. So it's very important now that they moderate that use. Do you use it early to overtake and risk being exposed a little bit later on?
Especially after that race yesterday, they've got data, they know where they can use it, where it makes a difference, so you can preserve that just a little bit more. And there's Ryan Wood on the back of Freddie Slater now. And as his engineer said earlier, the fire will have been ignited on Ryan Wood.
Well, he's got a very good run, by the way, on Freddie Slater. He's got a really good run to the point where Slater has to defend, and it's going to open the door for Woody to get good drive out of the hairpin. Not on the button, neither driver on the button at the moment. Wood gets the nose out, but surely not close enough to go up the inside. Maximum commitment here. Launching over the air, and now a send down the inside again for Ryan Wood. He is living up to what his engineer said he would do.
Showing his nose on the way in there. We just had news from race control as well. First track limit warning for Liam Skeets down there in 9th position as well, so he's going to have to be careful of that, especially this early on in the race.
Yeah, tough start for Skeetsy, who started in 7th position, has lost 2 spots on the opening lap. I wonder if just a lack of familiarity, not having started one of these cars for a couple of seasons now.
Obviously still got a lot of racecraft. He's been around, he did the championship over and the next championship last season, so done plenty of racing, so the racecraft should be still sharp enough. There's
rolling starts there though, no standing starts.
Of course, good call.
So I wonder, regardless, and into pit lane comes Trevor Lazaret. Awesome young guy, has been a really good part of the championship. They're all thrown into the deep end with the Sharks this season, but he has swum, and it's been great to see him. But unfortunately, his car has gone into pit lane. There is Skeets with the Castrol backing on his car this weekend. Ugachukwu by 0.9 of a second. Nakamura's pace has normalised a little bit as this race goes on. Schooler is putting the pressure on Louis Sharp for 3rd and 4th place. And this is a battle pack. Under pressure now is Liam Skeets, and he's got James Wharton going to run down the inside of him. Behind them, Ernesto Rivera. Wharton gets the position.
Wharton gets a position, but he has had his first warning for track limits as well, so needs to be careful of that. Louis Sharp also to add to that tally. He's had his first track limit warning up over the bridge.
Oh, check this battle out. Yevon David got down the inside as well as they went over the bridge and is going side by side with Ernesto Rivera for 9th and 10th place, and ultimately just slides in front out of turn 13. Nice pass. He is looking racy. Up to 9th position now, and Nakamura sets the fastest lap of the race. Rivera on the push to pass heading into the bus stop. Went in too quick though, and as a result may well open him up to attack from Kanato Lee for 10th and 11th position.
Just lynch there. Rivera had a moment through the bus stop, sideways through that bus stop. Doesn't look like much from watching at home, but in the car, when you have that sideways moment, it is very, very difficult to pull that back, so that would have raised the heart rate just a bit for him.
Lap 4 of 18, the race lead is 1 second, but Nakamura has some pace now. The tyre temperature and pressures are up. Yevon David has had a couple of warnings now for track limit violations. That would explain why he got such a good run over the top of the bridge last time by. Look at this freight train of cars. Leaders have slightly spread out, but behind Freddie Slater, it is busy. Let's go back and unpick the start. The initial launch was pretty good from Nakamura, but Ugachukwu pulled away as they ran down towards turn 1. So great start, critical start for the championship leader. Schooler was on the outside of Louis Sharp, but decided to pull into line. It was a smart decision down there. And it was busy behind. It was James Wharton, I think, was on the outside. Now wide, dropping 2 wheels off the road. Is that Freddie Slater?
Looked like it could have been just on the exit, yeah. So Freddie Slater there under pressure, runs wide. Rusty down in the lane.
Just a quick update on Trevor Lazaret for you. They have taken the engine cover off that car, the crew from TJ Speed and HMD Motorsports, and they've looked at the rear arms, they've looked at the rear suspension. Not immediately clear what's going wrong with it, but Trevor saying on the radio, really snappy rear end, and he was concerned about it.
Thank you, Greg Rust. An update on Trevor Lazaret. So, yeah, a little moment from Freddie Slater there, and he's got less than a second over Ryan Wood. The battle for 5th and 6th position. This is Zach Schooler having a good race. And he's got the pressure on Sharp, who in turn has the pressure on Jin Nakamura in 2nd. And while these 3 fight, all that he's doing is helping Ugo Ugachukwu lead the way. And his margin is growing out to 1.3 seconds now.
What a fantastic shot as they go over the bridge. You can even see the brown patch on the road there. That's from the cars bottoming out. They've obviously got wooden planks underneath them to help the air move, and that's where the car's making contact with the ground, creating that brown tinge on the track there.
A couple of DNFs have really cost Zach Schooler from a championship points point of view. Fastest laps being traded, Ugachukwu first, then it was Nakamura, then it was Sharp, now it's Ryan Wood at a 29.5. Back down at the 6th car in the queue, just coming into shot as they take into turn 2. So once again, no doubt there's plenty of pace aboard car number 40. Can he use it? Can he find a way to get past Freddie Slater?
So just to add to that as well, car 21 has been given a 5-second penalty. That is Yevon David, so that is for track limit. So already he's had 2 warnings. 3rd time you do it, you start getting time added to you. So 2nd warning as well for James Wharton. So these are going to start adding up. So you've got to be very, very careful about track limits. And we're only into lap 6 of 18, so not even halfway through the race. We're starting to get time penalties added.
And in a field so closely bunched, and the potential reasonably high here for a safety car as well, which could close the field up even further. The last thing you need is just getting rid of 5 seconds of your race time. Still tight, that fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and Tyre again, but it's Ryan Wood. Again takes that shallow run down into turn 11, and the road plunges away down into 12. It's looking racy. we saw yesterday that even with push to pass, overtaking here takes a whole lot of things to get right. It is a difficult place to get that extra momentum you need to line up a pass on the car in front. Teratonga had an 840-metre long front straight. Wow, Louis Sharpstein trying to swap ends on him through the bus stop. Freddie Slater, my correction. We're watching him in the battle with Ryan Wood.
He ran wide as well on the exit of the loop, so he is hustling that car, trying to keep it ahead of Ryan Wood. And those time penalties as well, once you start using track limits, it's 5 seconds first. Just have another look at it, so see how bumpy it is on the way. You've got to use those curbs, and he's just landed awkwardly off that curb on the inside. And that's where it's a bit of a compromise. You want to use those curbs as much as you possibly can. As we see Schooler, he's gone off the road. That's a strange place to go off. So I'm wondering if he's been side by side. He was battling Louis Sharp, so whether or not he's been side by side. Normally it's an easy flat right-hander into that corner. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone else involved there. So race control might be having a bit of a look at that one.
And he tumbles down the leaderboard right to the end of this long freight train.
Oh, so it's even earlier than that. So whether or not he's dropped a wheel on the outside of the, what's called the sting, the right-hander as you come out of the exit of the carousel there. So even still, it's a pretty easy flat spot up through there. Maybe he's caught the curb on the outside, but either way, that's a huge blow there for Schooler.
And now released from the dirty air in front, Freddie Slater sets the quickest lap of the race at a 129.5. So he's climbed his way up to 4th position as a result. Ryan Wood to 5th. This battle between James Lawton and Liam Skeets is now for 6th and 7th place, with 10 laps to go next time by. It's a strange one for Schooler.
Yeah, I can't quite figure that one out, how he's managed to end up where he has. So yeah, interesting one. Whether or not he's been side by side at this point with, say, Louis Sharp, and then they've been side by side up over the left. It's easy to drop a wheel out there, and he's spun inwards. Obviously, I'm speculating at this point. I don't want to bring Louis Sharp into it in case it's got nothing to do with him at the same time.
Just an update on what happens. We've been talking about those track limit penalties and the 5 seconds that gets applied. After that, it's another 5 seconds. The next one's a drive-through. The next one's a stop and go, and then you get a black flag. I fear if you're doing it that many times, though, your race is probably over already.
At that point, you're just about to start using the rest of this race for a test session for the Grand Prix later on in the weekend.
Almost pit and throw some changes in the car and just run around and get some points. Here's Liam, 2024 New Zealand Grand Prix winner. Not many drivers have won the NZGP on more than one occasion. 51 drivers have won the big trophy, and it's 70 runnings. It shows you the variety over the journey of those that have had success, and the few that have won it twice, and then even fewer than that 3 times. No one has won it more than 3 times. Driver today that could, I wonder if he's watching somewhere in the world, is Nick Cassidy, who won it 3 nimes. So, Cass, if you're watching, come back next year.
Come on, Nick.
First 4-time winner. That would be an incredible story, wouldn't it?
And that is someone who is at the top of his game at the moment, is Nick Cassidy. With the way he's going in the Formula E Championship, he's doing some World Endurance racing as well. Just another driver who's come out of this series and gone on to do some pretty incredible things. So, Nick, come on back, come be part of the Grand Prix again.
Imagine being the first 4-time winner of the New Zealand Grand Prix. It'd be very cool. This is a good feisty little battle pack. 17-year-old Mexican Ernesto Rivera is 9th. Young Japanese driver Kanato Lee is behind him in 10th. He's got Nolan Alla behind for Giles Motorsport, the Martini car. Every time we've heard from him this season, I was talking to Rihanna Korean about this earlier today, and you feel like you're at a NASCAR race or an IndyCar race. He's a cool dude. His dad works in TV production, actually, and was good enough to supply us with some in-car vision from the last round, which was really cool. And he's been heavily involved behind the scenes. It's been great to have the US influence in the championship from US open wheel racing with Nolan Alla and Trevor Latourette.
He's just still trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Schooler there. So word from race control is they are on the same thinking that it most likely happened on his own as well, so very, very strange one for him there.
James Wharton under pressure again. Missed the last weekend at Teretonga Park for commitments internationally. So back in the car this weekend. Was a race winner for the first time earlier on in this season at Taupō, race 2. He claimed there. He converted the reverse top 8 result into a win. And that was the first win for the TJ Speed with HMD operation as well since joining CT Front this season. So that was a huge result for that squad. And for James, who's back to FIA Formula 3 again, one of 9 drivers going to F3 as Rivera and Lee go side by side. Rivera was defending, Lee was attacking, and right now Rivera continues to hold on to the position, but I wonder for how long. Big to make a move down here on the run up to the bridge.
Oh, certainly close, or if not over track limits there for Rivera as he comes up towards the bridge. Obviously making it side by side through there, you're narrowing the entry of the corner up, so harder to keep the car within inside those limits.
How does that feel when you land there? Because you're sitting on a very thin piece of molded foam and then essentially in a carbon fibre bathtub with not a lot of suspension travel. In fact, no suspension travel, really. Did you feel it when you land?
You'll be surprised, not as much as you'd otherwise think. You'd think you'd feel it slam on the ground, but the suspension in these cars is so good, most of it's been absorbed by the time the floor does hit. And that's what these guys are working on as well, with the way that the cars are set up, is you want to run it as low as possible, obviously within regulations, but then you're also checking the floor to make sure it's not rubbing too much, because if it ends up rubbing too much, you can wear through it, which in the end ends up being even more detrimental to your race, because if you wear through it, it doesn't send the air in the right direction and can make your race even tougher. So that's what these guys are looking at.
If you grew up watching Formula 1 in my era, all the talk was about the plank wearing out, and there were races decided by planks wearing out. Similar sort of thing these days. It's a similar concept. This was that battle with Rivera and Lee, and Car 24 has had some investigations and bad sportsmanship flags, and now he's going to have a look at Yevon David. This is 8th and 9th position now. Feisty little battle pack.
Yevon David obviously carrying that 5-second penalty already for track limit warnings. This is going to be a big talking point over the weekend, isn't it? By the time we get to the Grand Prix, these drivers are going to have to be very, very careful around that. As Freddie Slater's done what he also did yesterday. All of a sudden, this point of the race, he has just lit the timing monitors up with the fastest lap of the race. So he's found some speed towards the end here.
So if you're Freddie's team, clearly the car's coming on late in the race. It's working well. We're beyond half race distance, 7 laps to go. He starts 6th tomorrow for the Grand Prix. Are you looking at changing that? And can you change that? And then what do you do to change that?
Yeah, you just got to persevere with it and maybe look to change it as... and that's what they'll do overnight. They'll have a look at that and work out what they can do.
And is it a tyre pressure thing? Is it more in the car setup itself?
Potentially, most likely in the tyre pressures. It's getting that right, but also at the same time, the car needs to be so well balanced that it doesn't balloon the tyre pressures in the front or in the rear. So having a balanced car allows you to look after those tyres a bit longer. But end of the day, it's a trade-off. You have those tyre pressures low, you're under pressure earlier in the race, and then sometimes you go too low, you can't light the tyre up, is what the wording is gets used to describe it, as the tyre doesn't wake up enough to work properly. So you don't want to go too low, but at the same time you might use it around your strategy of the race. Right, we need to make positions early, let's go a bit higher in tyre pressure, make some positions, and then later on, once we've got that track position, we can defend. So these are the things that are always considered as engineers.
Yeah, well, that was the point for Engineering 101 with Andrew Waite that we were just having there, was I was trying to make that starting 6th, it's much easier to defend here than it is to attack. So get ground early and then worry about keeping the cars behind you late.
Exactly, and that's what you're able to do, and especially with the push to pass as well. Yes, it can have a positive effect, but also a negative effect when you're trying to defend your position. So it's all about being clever with that too.
There's his dad, Adrian, watching on from upstairs, having a good time, clearly watching his boy in P4 at the moment, 1.7 seconds behind Louis Sharp. Louis got to the back again of Jin Nakamura. He pulled away for a couple of laps. The young Kiwi's got again to the back of car number 12. So there may still be a battle on here for the final step on the podium, and there was definitely a fire going on in the left front corner of Louis Sharp. I think it was locking the brake up to the hairpin.
So that might be in response as well to Slater's speed that he's found towards the back of this race. But he last lap actually did the same lap time as Louis Sharp, so they're as quick as each other at the moment. But now Louis Sharp, now he's under the back of Jin Nakamura. He's not able to, he's stuck in there. So now he's going to start using up those tyres a bit more, burning those tyres up, trying to make a move.
Remarkable amount of colour on our timing screen, which means that everyone is pressing on. I just ducked there as Joe, our drone operator, flew beneath the starting gantry. Love that shot. Tracking the cars as they head down towards that high-speed bus stop entry. Ryan Wood, P5, fastest lap of the race, thank you very much, on lap 13, 1 minute 29.32. So Woody is flying in P5. Rusty?
The people you meet on Grand Prix weekend. We are inside the Toyota corporate facility. Andrew Davis, the Vice President of Toyota New Zealand, is just next door with some guests from Japan. This is Steve Horn, legendary IndyCar team owner back in the day and proud member of the board of the Tony Quinn Foundation. You love following young racers and their journeys, don't you?
Well, you know, I'm an old man now, but I'm always interested in the next star, and this is a really classy field, Rusty. There's some kids there that we're going to see in Formula One, no question, and it's just a lot of fun watching young kids coming on.
It's great to catch up with you as always. You're a proud Kiwi, always have been. This series and what the New Zealand Grand Prix stands for, again, I think you've just alluded to it there a moment ago. It's in a great space at the moment, isn't it?
It's in a great space. Christine and I helping Liam Skeets a little bit. He's a great Kiwi driver. Went to my first New Zealand Grand Prix in 1957. Still coming.
Great to see you, mate. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Steve Horn is instrumental in taking drivers from New Zealand and all around the world to do some amazing things, and been lucky enough to be mentored by Steve Horn as well up through the ranks, and he's very, very clever, and his way of thinking and understanding how the game works is something that every driver just stops and listens to, because of his knowledge and his understanding is world class. So great to have Steve in the corner of these young guys to go on to bigger and better things, and he's dead right. We will see some of these drivers from this field make their way to Formula One.
1957 New Zealand Grand Prix at Ardmore, which is an airport just outside of Auckland. It's actually very, very close to Pukekohe, a famous racetrack there is. And the 1957 New Zealand Grand Prix was won by a Brit by the name of Reg Parnell in a Ferrari. So the fact that Steve Horn was there is very, very cool. The real early days used to get 60,000 people to Ardmore out there. It's still an active airport, commuter airport, and private sort of industry airport. Very cool place. A little bit of Grand Prix history recognised out there as well, which is really cool.
There you go, Grand Prix 101 with Richard Crowe.
Love the Grand Prix history here. It is truly remarkable, the stories that have been told. This one winding down. Ugachukwu once again absolutely faultless out in front. Won the start, won the race to turn one. And continued to build that margin. There's 3 laps to go now. Nakamura looks like he might have broken the back of this fight with second and third with Louis Sharp. Freddie Slater still pushing hard, purple final sector of the race last time by. Then it's Ryan Wood in 5th. Just hasn't been able to do much with Slater in this one. He's got to 5th and stayed there. James Wharton 6th, so a pretty good return for the young Aussie to come back into the championship having missed a weekend. So he's 6th. Liam Skeets is 7th. Yevan David 8th, but has a 5-second time penalty. And the problem for the young Sri Lankan driver is that 5 seconds right now could drop him outside the top 15, because he has got Ernesto Rivera, Kanato Lee, Nolan Ellis, Sebastian Manson and Yuampu Chue all bottled up behind him in a pretty busy battle pack for those final spots inside the top 10. So it's a pretty good lesson. Don't get a 5-second penalty in a CT Frott field, because when it's applied, you are going to tumble down the timing order.
It just shows how competitive this field is. After 23.5 minutes of racing, that 5 seconds still drops you that far down the order.
Beautiful shot as the cars launch themselves over the bridge on the 6th drone cam. Nakamura, he's been second on 3 occasions already in this championship, Andrew. what's he got to do? What's he got to do to convert? He's been so close so many times.
Yeah, he has, but at the same time, that's what's kept him in this championship, is that consistency every time. But then, as we say, Ugachukwu there, he goes and bangs out the fastest lap of the race, so he is certainly carrying a lot of pace in that car. And as there's questions over where he's going to start for the New Zealand Grand Prix with everything going on, it's certainly shaping up to be one interesting day tomorrow.
Well, and so he really does need to capitalise today, because if there is a penalty coming for the Grand Prix grid, which will decide the championship as well, he needs to build that buffer as far as he can this time before the big race tomorrow afternoon. So that's the sort of subplot. The other storyline is that race 2 tomorrow morning is a reverse top 8 of this one. So it makes Evan David's day even more frustrating, because a 5-second time penalty, it's not going to rob him of 8th position here. It's going to rob him of pole position tomorrow. And for the second time this season, it could put Ernesto Rivera on the front row of the grid. Of course, pending other penalties as well around that.
And don't forget, after Rivera put it on pole in Invercargill, he said, I am just going to send it, and sent it into the gravel. So he's not scared of getting amongst it as well. So we'll wait and see what happens with that one. But yeah, very, very frustrating. As I say, Kanato Lee there, he's just come up into effectively 8th position. So that'll give him the reverse top 8 pole tomorrow if it stays this way as the final lap commences.
Remember, everyone was bottled up behind Evan David. So that battle pack, oh, who's that? It's one of the Red Bull juniors. So it's either Rivera or Fionn McLaughlin, who was down in 15th place.
It's Rivera just trying to catch the top of the flag there on his car.
The problem is they look so similar, the Irish and Mexican
It
flags
is Rivera.
as well. Yeah, so that would explain it. So big win potentially for Kanato Lee. It could put him out. The safety car's been called. It doesn't really matter, because they're on the final lap of the race regardless. So it just emphasises the point that Ugo Ugachukwu is going to win for the 4th time this season, possibly at the most important part of the season as well. Under pressure, under fire, the rule book, technical, everything around it. The team worked miracles to get him back out in qualifying for the New Zealand Grand Prix to salvage something after there was an apparent failure in the left front corner of car number 4. It broke the suspension. They got him back out. It has been a roller coaster ride of a day for this young American, but he's about to do the job again. Picture perfect start, led into turn 1, managed it from there, and 3 laps from home, just banged in the fastest lap of the race for good measure.
Yeah, it was a brilliant start by him on the outside of the track. It's pretty evenly matched on the inside and outside here at Highlands. A lot of tracks, obviously, the pole sitter or position number 2 end up with the better line, but it's pretty evenly matched as Ugachukwu goes around the last corner, nice and slow, to receive the checkered flag.
4th win of the season for the championship leader. Ugo Ugachukwu wins again in CT Front and builds his championship margin. Every time he is under pressure, he responds just like that. It is the making of a championship season for this young American. Safety crew just making sure that young Ernesto Rivera is A-OK. It's pretty high-speed entry to that gravel trap, Andrew Waite, but out of the car, and the team just checking, making sure his back's all right. We'll get to the bottom of what actually happened there. It's had quite a big impact, so it's got damage on both sides, Wadey. In fact, that's had an enormous accident. Front nose box has been torn off that car, the front wing mounts, and it's got both the right-hand side corners, suspensions are damaged. So glad to see him out of the car from what's been a fairly substantial impact.
Yeah, where he's ended up there, it looks like he's actually up against the concrete, so that doesn't quite absorb the impact as well as he would have otherwise liked.
There's the race results. Freddie Slater in 4th place, cede some ground in the championship. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th actually is fascinating from a points point of view, and they're all in there. Nakamura, Sharp, Slater and Woods. In fact, pretty close to championship order, the finishing order of that race. The reverse top 8, after penalties applied, I think you'll find it's going to be Kanato Lee on pole position, with potentially Liam Skeet starting on the front row of the grid for race number 2. Highlights Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania here at Highlands. It was all the start, wasn't it? Perfect launch from the outside of the front row. Busy behind in the opening laps, and it took a while for Jin Nakamura's car to switch itself on in that race, and as a result, he dropped ground to Ugachukwu. That was a moment for Freddie Slater. This was a ferocious battle pack that lasted the entire race.
Yeah, it certainly was, and then score a little bit later on, some sort of incident for him getting to the inside of the track there, so whether he dropped the wheel on the left-hand side of the track out of, what is named this thing?
Good race for James Wharton. A little bit further back, this was the battle pack that Rivera was involved in. He spent his entire race battling as Kanato Lee got by, so that was that position change. It was soon after that moment that the young Mexican driver ended up off the road and parked against the fence with quite a lot of damage to his car. And we do hope that Ernesto is A-OK. Came into the weekend 8th in the championship. He's dropped down the order a little bit now as a result. Had a runner-up finish earlier this season at Topor in race 2. Of course, that famous quote that we touched on from Tera Tonga, where he said, "I'm just going to send it," and he did, off into the gravel trap on the outside of turn 1, which was a headline story nonetheless. But what about this guy? I mean, we've been talking about it all year long, haven't we, about how every time there's a challenge, every time he loses points, the next time out, he regains them, he makes them back, he recovers so well, Ugo Ugachukwu. It is just masterful in that completely unflappable style that he's got.
Yeah, he certainly does. The way he's able to hold himself in those moments to be able to pull through with the results, and obviously, well, look at qualifying this morning. Once again, he had that failure in the left front to be able to turn around with some suspension just whacked on that car and sent out halfway through the session, still be able to make it through the knockout to make it to the final part of qualifying was super impressive.
The top 3 head down to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. We'll hear from them very soon. 2 races to go in this 15-race championship that has ebbed and flowed over the last 3.5 weeks. It has been remarkably entertaining. The racing product has been sensational. The class of this field has been very good. But a 4th win, the first 4-time winner of the season for our championship leader, and that margin that was 18 points will extend going into the 2 races tomorrow, and justifiably celebrates after a hugely impressive performance, provisionally now 303 points to Freddie Slater's 274.
Just gives him a little bit more breathing room compared to what he had before coming into the weekend.
And remember, there's still questions over the grid for the Grand Prix. There's still investigations ongoing around both car number 4 and Ryan Wood's car number 40. It's time to celebrate that race win number 4 of the season for Ugo Ugachukwu. He's in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. And after celebrating with the team, the next person he'll speak to is Rihanna Crean.
And he's a familiar face all season long in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. His 4th win of the season. Ugo Ugachukwu, congratulations. It has been a day for you. Issues earlier this morning, some question marks still hanging over your head for what happens tomorrow, but you've been outstanding in races. You got that start, which was so critical for you. How satisfying, how relieving is this victory?
Yeah, very stressful day overall, I'd say, but no, really happy to get the win. Yeah, tried to forget about everything else and just focus on race 1 for now. And yeah, I got a mega star, got into the lead, and that just allowed me to, you know, control and manage the race from there.
How have you kept all the noise away from yourself, knowing that things have been evolving as the day has gone on?
Yeah, I just tried to take it session by session, race by race. Our goal was to try to win race 1 here, do as many points as we could. And yeah, that's what we did. So yeah, big thank you to the whole team. The car was really good. Pace was super strong throughout the race. So yeah, yeah, pretty positive end to the day.
Congratulations, awesome end to what has been a difficult day for Ugo and his team. In 2nd place from High Tech, Jin Nakamura. Congratulations, Jin, back onto the podium. Just talk us through how physically difficult it is out here on the track.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it was quite a tough race. So yeah, cockpit was quite hot. Yeah, I was missing a little bit of pace to go. So yeah, but still, it's a happy result.
Do you feel that tomorrow, with 2 opportunities left in races, that you can still fight in this hunt?
yeah, I will start from P7 and P1, so I still have pole position for race 3. So just, yeah, I will do good start and good pace, just win.
Congratulations to be back on the podium. And rounding out our third place is Louis Sharp. Congratulations, Louis, back on the podium. It's been a day for everybody today, but how satisfying, how happy are you to be on the podium here at our home event?
Yeah, really nice to be back on the podium. Big thank you to the boys and girls at MTech for giving me another fast race car. I think, yeah, we showed good pace obviously earlier this morning in Q1. Unfortunately, Q2 and Q3 didn't quite go our way, but bit of a reset, put some different tyres on, and our pace came back again. So, look, I think the speed's there. Unfortunately, you know, tomorrow we're not going to be starting quite as high up as I think we can be, but no, it's nice to be back on the podium. You know, it's been a bit of a tough day, I think, for the MTech garage, so it's nice to reward them with a good result.
Talk us through just the challenges that this track throws up for you guys.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most technical tracks I've ever driven. Probably the most rewarding. I think there's not many places in the world that's harder to put a lap together. So it's pretty tough. You know, every lap you're full pushing, so it's always on the limit. But no, it's so rewarding and so enjoyable. And every lap around here puts a big smile on my face.
We look forward to seeing you back out there tomorrow. Well done, Louis.
It's time for the podium here at Highlands Motorsport Park in Cromwell for race 1 of the weekend of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. And delighted on that note to be welcomed by the area manager for Castrol South Island, Andrew Atchison. So thank you, Andrew, for being here. In third place today, ladies and gentlemen, proud Kiwi 2 from MTech. Make some noise in the house, Louis Sharp. In second place, from Japan, for High-Tech, be equally generous in your applause for Jin Nakamura. And we love the fight from our series leader. Great drive for the win today from the United States for M2. Show your appreciation for Uga Chukwu. Nice crowd here in Victory Lane to capture the moment. The media are doing that too. Lots of stories to follow as we get ready for a big final day. Grand Prix day tomorrow is going to be epic. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your podium. Race 1 of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy here at Highlands.
Nice work by Greg Russ down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Ugo doesn't really need to stand on the top step, does he? He could be on top of them, just standing on the ground. He's one of the tallest young racing car drivers going around, but man, what a performance. And after today, the net result, he leads the championship now by 29 points going into the final 2 races. Pleased to say that Ernesto Rivera was out of that car under his own steam after an enormous impact with the concrete barriers coming off the bridge at high speed, involved in a massive battle pack between 8th through about 13th position. Don't forget to join us tomorrow. It's the big one, folks. The NAPA 70th New Zealand Grand Prix. Our coverage kicks off at 9:55 a.m. New Zealand time. Take 2 hours off of that if you're on the East Coast in Australia. Join us on YouTube around the world as well. It's going to be a massive day of racing here at this amazing playground in the central Otago at Highlands Motorsport Park. On behalf of our entire team, thanks for joining us today at Highlands. Much more action to come tomorrow. Good night.